writer for Forbes magazine. If I were to be honest with you, writing is one of my least favorite things to do. I'm more of a speaker. Somebody can give me a topic and I can get on a stage or on a Zoom and I can speak for 3 hours and not stop. But when it comes to writing, I have writer's block, like many people do. But I'm here to help you get through that, because I don't want you to think about it as, how we used to write in school and all that. That day is over. Let me tell you, everybody has writer's block, but nobody has talker's block. So what you want to do is you want to start writing just like you talk. So if you are talking to, or here's what you do. If there's a topic you want to write about, just do a 10-minute talk on it, have it transcribed, and then send it off and have someone else edit it for you and get it over to the magazine. It'll still be your information, but someone else will take it and put it into that written form for you. And the reason why I'm sharing all of this with you is because too many of us have stopped ourselves from being guest contributors or guest bloggers because we feel like, oh my goodness, I don't want to write, or oh, I can't write. And you've closed too many doors. And I'm telling you right now, for every woman that's listening that has a business, if you don't get yourself in the media, and if you don't get multiple brands and magazines talking about you and showcasing you and highlighting you, you're going to get left behind, because there can be someone with a subpar skincare line or a product that's nowhere near as good as yours is. But if they have the marketing behind it, they will 10x your sales and 10x your popularity every single day, simply because they're taking advantage of something that doesn't cost a lot, but it sure does go a long way. The other thing, we talked about the as seen on badges and as seen in badges, and I'll help you guys with that if you want that. That's not difficult. The other thing is podcasts. A lot of times people think that it's like, for instance, I'd like to ask, if you had a choice between being featured on a very popular TV show, like let's say like a talk show or something, and a podcast, which would you choose? Now, I'll be honest with you, 90% of the people would probably say a TV show, because that's the go-to. Oh my God, I'm on TV, or I'm on this talk show. But here's what happens on a talk show. Usually they'll give you about a minute, if that, to talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and it doesn't live on, and it's just kind of there. And yeah, to give you fame, but fame for a minute. Now, let me tell you about podcasters. Podcasters, they have some of the most loyal audiences ever. And those audiences, a lot of times, are in your market. So what you want to do is you also want to start looking at what podcasts are in your space. So if you're a speaker, you need to start finding out all the podcasts that talk about speaking. And you want to make sure that you're consistently one of their regulars. How do you do that? I've given you the secrets. You go in there, you talk to them, you connect, and you share, and you like, and you become a partner with them, versus just calling and saying, hey, can I get featured on your cover? Nobody likes that, by the way. So don't do that one. Okay. So that's another little tip for you guys. So the other thing is, you want to make sure that you create a list as well. I want you guys to create a list of target media outlets. So if there are certain places that you want to be featured in, I did this a long time ago, and on my list, all of the media that I put down on my list years ago, I've now been featured in at some point, whether it's Black Enterprise, whether it's Forbes, whether it's, whatever those places are for you. You want to make sure that you put down those lists of, oh my God, if I could be featured in, O Magazine or Wall Street Journal, whatever those are for you. I mean, I don't know what that would be. You write those things down, and I'm telling you, what will start to happen is, as you start your media blitz, and that's how it has to be. It has to be a blitz. Don't allow yourself to just get featured in one space and stop. And I want to help you guys overcome something, because for some reason, especially as Black women, we don't like to always toot our own horn. And I'm here to tell you, it's time for you to start blowing your own horn. And it's time for you to start showing the world who you are. When you're in a magazine, start sharing it. Don't be afraid to be in multiple magazines. Don't look at it as though you're bragging, because you're not. What you're doing is allowing other people to say great things about you. And I'm telling you right now, it is the best ad marketing money you'll ever spend. Even though it's not ads that you're buying, if you're in a featured 2-page spread or 4-page spread in a magazine, that's better than any ads you could ever buy on Facebook or anywhere else, because it's a whole nother level of credibility. be. But I'm just thinking of those little questions that I get before I leave you that I can just help you through when it comes to being featured. One of the questions that I get is should paying to play. And I always say that in the beginning, yes, you will have to pay to be on something. That's called business. You want to create a marketing budget. And if there's some places where you have to pay to be featured, yes, absolutely. Pay for that spot. That's like prime real estate for you to be able to pay to be, whether it's a feature, what we call an advertorial. So it's actually like a feature on you where it's a story on you, but it allows you to talk about your business in that story. But it doesn't look like an ad, but it allows you to be featured. Oh, it's worth its dollar and it's worth its weight in gold. Because now what starts to happen is people start to look at you as the expert on a whole nother level. That's when you get more speaking engagements. That's when more people are buying your product. That's where you get your high-end clients, because when your high-end clients see that you've been validated and you've been seen on all of these media outlets and that you've been featured in these magazines, then they're saying to themselves, well, that's who I want to be my coach. Then yes, I'll pay, $2,000, $5,000, whatever it is to be coached by this person, because now these other credible sources are saying all of these amazing things about this person as well. So therefore it must be true. So those are the things that I want you to understand. So people ask me that all the time. Well, should I pay? Absolutely. If you're able to get a good spot in a credible publication and it costs you, it's worth its weight in gold. The other thing that people have asked me before is, oh, how did I get a chance to write for Forbes? Well, the way that I became a writer for Forbes magazine was I had a good friend of mine, Kevin Harrington, who actually was one of the original sharks on the Shark Tank. They reached out to him and several other people, and we were all in the same circle at that time, doing events at that time. So I actually got a phone call, but all that was being in the right spot around the right people, doing what I do, which was speaking and training and coaching. So you want to make sure that when people are calling you and asking you to speak on certain platforms, especially now, because guys, everything's pretty much virtual. You can throw on a shirt and put on, your lashes and go to work. It's not that difficult anymore. You don't even have to hop on a plane to be on some of the biggest platforms ever. So if I were you, I would go ahead and get my calendar out where every single month you're on somebody else's platform. And sometimes this may sound crazy, but the platforms that you don't expect to be the big money maker or may not have that big audience, sometimes those smaller platforms can open up those big doors for you. So I'm not telling you to, get on the, small platforms. Of course, I'm telling you to, of course, vet everybody and make sure that they're credible and it's within your, it goes along with your brand and everything like that. But the more the merrier. You want to get on those podcasts. You want to make sure you have those speaking engagements. So those are things that go a long way for your brand. So yes, ladies, the other thing that I would like to say to all of you is we're at a space in history where the world is recognizing us. And I don't want anybody to take this for granted. I need each and every one of you to understand that right now there's an awakening that's going on in this world. And I know because I'm in these corporate meetings and these boardroom meetings with a lot of these multi-million-dollar corporations. They're putting a lot of money into the Black businesses, and they're putting a lot of resources that are out there. And many of us are not capitalizing on them. I have every single month multiple grants, multiple loan opportunities, multiple giveaways that people are giving away for us to be able to fund our businesses. But here's what I found. When I post, I can post a lot of things, but I don't get it. When I post something where it's a grant, like I'll give you an example. I posted a grant for Beyonce, Bay Good Foundation. This was a while ago. And I posted this and a few people responded, but I don't know if people thought it was too good to be true or if it took too long to fill out the application. I don't know. But a lot of women didn't even capitalize on it. They didn't even turn in their application. And one of my friends named Kimra, she actually filled out the application and she got a $10,000 grant. That means she didn't have to pay it back. It was to help fund her business from Bay Good Foundation. Now, why am I sharing that with you? When people like myself or people that that are out there, we post things like this, is to help you. But you've got to walk through that door. You've got to walk through that door ready. Cross your T's, dot your I's, make sure you have your corporation papers, all the little stuff that you need, your bio. And even if you don't have that together, still go for it. You never know what might happen, because I'm telling you right now, there are millions of dollars right now that are up for grabs, and they're being distributed among small business owners all around the United States. And you have an opportunity if you just make sure that every application, every link, and if you want some of the resources, feel free to reach out to me directly. I will share those with you, because that's what I'm here for. I'm one of those people that I believe in abundance. There's no such thing as there's not enough. There's enough for everybody. And if we can all have that attitude as women entrepreneurs, and especially as Black women entrepreneurs, where we support each other, where we buy from each other, where we share with each other, that people, my family will tell you all the time, every day there's a new package coming to our door, and no, it is not from Amazon. It's from a small Black owned business. Why? Because when I see you out there marketing your services, when I see you out there marketing your products, when I see you out there posting, hey, I just launched my book, I'm going to be one of the first supporters that you have, and one of the first people to promote it and praise you. And if we can all start doing that, if we can all start living that type of life and shining the light on each other, and realizing that, you know, by lighting someone else's candle, it doesn't dim ours, it just makes the room brighter. If we can have that type of attitude, ladies, there's no such thing as us not winning. So listen, guys, it's 2021. The world is in a new place. It is time for you to capitalize on every single opportunity that comes your way. Toot your own horn. Get featured in every publication that is out there. Do not sleep on this. Do not wait until next week. Do not wait until you get X, Y, and Z together. No, you need to start today. So if that means starting with me, look, everybody knows I'm one of those people. You come my way, if my door isn't for you, I'll help you open up 5 more doors, because that's how I roll. And that's what I believe in. So you want to get featured in a magazine, you want stories written on you, you want to get as seen on and as seen in behind your name, you need to do it like yesterday. Don't wait until next week. Don't wait until you're where you want to be financially. That is how you get to those places, by doing it now. So listen, ladies, I hope that you got a lot out of this presentation. And again, if I can be a blessing to any of you out there, please feel free to reach out directly to me or to my magazine, and I will help you in any way that I can. And the best way to get in touch with me directly is you can reach out to me at editor@vipglobalmagazine.com. Again, that's editor@vipglobalmagazine.com, or you can just go to the website, which is, by the way, the easiest way, which is just vipglobalmagazine.com, and you can just go right in there and leave me a message. So listen, everyone, I hope you had a great time. I know there are many more speakers that are going to bless you with information. And I just want to encourage you, with every speaker that comes on, listen in, support them, share the information with other people that you know. And if we can make sure that we as Black CEOs do what we need to do to make sure that we help I look at it as my duty and my responsibility to help every other Black CEO build a multi-million-dollar business. You know why? Because if I can help you do it, then what I'm doing is showing the next generation that it can be done. So it's not about us, guys. What we're doing right now today, it's about us creating those success stories so that the generations coming behind us, they're able to see what we've done, and then they come in and take what we've done to a whole nother level. So listen, I don't know if I went over my time. I hope that I did not, but I hope you got a lot of information out of this, and it's been my pleasure. Just again, want to thank you so much for always allowing me to just be a small piece to your amazing puzzle. All right, God bless everyone. Mwah.
Hey there, ladies. My name is Angie Renee, and I birth books for Black women in business that will leverage their brand. I create books that attract opportunities that can instantly increase their income, impact, and influence. I believe that if you're in business in 2021, you definitely need a book. Okay. Now, by not having a book, you are indeed leaving money on the table. Okay. Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself. Now, I wrote my first book, you all, back in 2014. The name of that book is Angiology. Now, because I did not know what the hell I was doing, I was simply just being myself. And I put all of my opinions, what I thought about certain things, just me, just talking my talk like I do, put it all in a book. Here's the thing, it turned into a phenomenon, but I didn't know how to leverage it. I didn't know how to increase my revenue. I was actually still working a job that I hated, by the way. And I had this book in my hand and did not know what to do with it. Okay. At all. I don't want you all to make that same mistake. Okay. Not at all. So let me just tell you a little bit more. So I had this book, Angiology, and people were starting to reach out to me, right? They're asking me to, do radio interviews. Someone even asked me to be a columnist in a newspaper. I'm like, okay, but again, because I did not know what I was doing, I did not set the price correctly. I did not use it as a tool like I should have. And I know that I left a lot of money on the table from that book at that time. Not now, but at that time, being that I didn't know any better, I left a lot of money on the table. Still was working a job that I absolutely hated and wanted to get out of it. Had the tool in my hand, but did not have the guidance or the knowledge to know what to do with it, how to move it, how to make it a money maker for me. Ladies, I don't want that to be you. Learn from my mistakes, okay? So what we're going to be talking about today is how you can be bold in business, all right? I wasn't bold in business back then in 2014 because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you all about how you can be bold in business. And I'm going to break this thing down for you. Angiology is Angie Renee up and down. It is my lingo. It is my thoughts. It is my wittiness. It's my candidness. It's me ruffling people's feathers. It's me talking about real truth that ain't popular. It's about, talking about femininity. It's about, Angiology literally is me. I mean, that's why I put that together, because it is Angiology, and that is what that book is about. Now, I did not put, I didn't talk about the femininity in that book because that was like 6 years ago. But as far as overall, Angiology is literally my entire thought process and me kind of, pissing people off sometimes, or just, talking about things that are kind of taboo, that's what Angiology is. So just thinking back to what made me actually write the book, Angiology, is I always used to, talk stuff on Facebook. That's just what I do. And I still do that, by the way. And I always would end it with the hashtag Angiology, just me being funny, because again, Angiology is just simply my thoughts and my opinions about certain things. And I did it so much, like people started looking forward to my posts. And, a couple people was like, you should write a book. You should put all of these Angiology things in the book. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying? And this was before I started my company, and I did it. I put everything in a book. It wasn't, I didn't have like any epiphany, or, I didn't go to sleep and, Jesus tapped me on the shoulder and said, you should do this, or, just anything deep that a lot of people, say about why they started to write a book. It literally was just that simple, just me being myself, completely being myself, being unapologetic, and doing these posts and putting angiology at the end. So when people was looking forward to it, and was like, made the suggestion, I'm like, you know what, you're right. And I literally did just that. I put the book together by myself. I hired an editor and I self-published and I released it. And it literally was that simple. And so how my publishing company came to pass was because I did angiology by myself. So many people kept asking me, can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? And I was like, maybe I should start my own publishing company, and maybe this can be my way out of this job that I cannot stand. So a year later, I started my publishing company. And a year after that, I quit my job, and I've been full-time ever since, helping women just like myself write books to enhance their business and leverage their income. And that's that. Now, I say all of that to say to any Black woman who may be watching this right now, you may be on a job that you cannot stand. You may be doing something that you just really want to get out of. You're probably sitting on something just like I was and don't even know it. What is it that drives you? What is it that doesn't feel like work to you? Me talking my stuff and doing my angiology rants, y'all, that's not work to me. That's just me simply being myself. What is it that makes you feel good when you're just simply being yourself? That could probably be your way out of that job that you can't stand. That may just be that money maker for you. So I want you to ask yourself, what is it about me that doesn't feel like work? What is it that I love to do? What is it that I want to do? And to be honest, you probably could even write a book about it. And that's where I come into play, right? But ask yourself, what is that? What is that? What is your why? What's holding you? That's why. Okay? Think about it. So what I'm going to be talking about today is why you have to be bold in everything that you do. Okay? So the first thing I'm going to be talking about, of course, is the letter B in bold. Now, I hope you guys are writing this down because I'm about to give you some serious nuggets. Okay? So the B in bold, ladies, stands for book. Okay? If you're in business, even if you're not in business, you need to have a book. If you're looking to get into business, you need to have a book, okay? Why do you need to have a book? A book instantly builds your credibility, okay? Automatically. Once you say that you're an author, they're like, oh, okay, sis is an expert, right? So you automatically have that credibility, all right? Another reason why having a book is important is because it makes you the thought leader in your field. What is your field? Do you do credit? Are you in real estate? Do you do makeup? Are you a spiritual person? You help people with meditation. That automatically makes you that thought leader. That book does, right? Another thing is people love to hire authors to speak. Okay, if you have a book, they're like, oh, okay, can you speak about this? Whatever it is that your book is about, people automatically are going to want to book you to speak about that said topic. Okay. Another reason why having a book is important is because it increases your revenue stream. Okay. Who don't want some extra money? Who don't want a little bit extra coin? I know I do. Okay. So now let's get into the O in bold. O means offering a solution, okay? So whatever it is that your book is about, you want to make sure that you offer a solution. So for those of you who just want to write a book about your story, what you've been through in life and all of that, if you're going to do that, you still need to offer a solution, ladies, okay? No one wants to just hear about your story and then that's it. They want to know the transformation. How did you come out of it? Okay. Okay. I see you went through this. Okay. So you went from struggle to success. Okay, cool. So if you're going to tell that struggle story, you definitely want to tell that success story as well. Okay. So that's what we're going to talk about as far as offering the solution. Now, you also want to make sure that you're writing the right book. Okay. Don't just write a book, write the right book. Okay. Now, you want to make sure that your book aligns with your business, your brand, or your service. Okay. That's what I mean by writing the right book. Now, let's get into that L. You want to make sure that you are leveraging your book. Okay. Selling copies of your book, ladies, is not enough. You definitely want to do more than just sell your book. Okay. You want to use it as a tool, which is going to increase your revenue stream. All right. The D in bold is to be diligent, okay? You want to knock on those virtual doors. You want to find out about certain virtual things that are happening, right? That you can become a part of. You definitely want to email people. You want to search for engagements and opportunities. You can go to offerup.com. I'm sorry, not OfferUp, Meetup. Look at me thinking about some things to buy, right? You want to go to meetup.com, look at certain things that are happening in your area. Another good tip, ladies, is going to Eventbrite. What you can do is when you go to Eventbrite, search for the things that may have happened in, let's just say 2020, right? Because we're in 2021. Look at certain events that happened in 2020. So you want to see like, oh, okay, well, is this something that has happened every year? You could reach out to that organizer and say, hey, are you having this again in 2021? I'd like to be a part of it, okay? That's an easy tip that you can do. Okay. You also want to make sure that you are active on all social media platforms. I take that back, not all, on some type of social media platform. But you want to make sure that that platform lines up with what you've got going on. Let me give you an example. For me, being that I work with women in business, I'm not going to be on TikTok, right? My audience is not on TikTok, okay? My audience is not on Snapchat. So whatever social media platform works best for you, that is the platform that you definitely want to utilize, okay? Again, my name is Angie Renee, and I help Black women in business birth books to enhance their brand. So this is something that I have for you, ladies. I do have a free gift for you, okay? So what I want you to do is there should be a link at the bottom of this video. Make sure that you click on that link, and I've got something for you, okay? Hopefully you guys got something away from this video. Talk to you soon.
BlackWoman Confidential. Discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. Hello, and thank you for being my guest at my 20-minute BlackWoman talk today. I am Carlette Thomas, daughter, mother, sister, aunt, niece, cousin, friend, neighbor, writer, poet, author, speaker, teacher, counselor, interior designer, talk show host, communication specialist, and CEO of 2 companies thus far, and chairman of my own brand, me. I ask now, who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing? Those are the questions that I am asking you to ask yourself. Discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. Do you know your purpose? Why God created you? Do you know your mission? That is what your purpose is propelled by. Do you have a vision for your life? Proverbs 29:18 states that where there is no vision, the people perish. If you do have a vision for your life, what does it look like? Habakkuk 2:2 says, write the vision and make it plain upon the tablets, that he may run that readeth it. Writing your vision helps you. It helps you. It helps you to see in the natural a picture of what you see and are believing for in the spirit to become a reality in your life on earth as it is in heaven. It helps you to remember what God has spoken to you or shown you. It displays the desires of your heart. It is your spoken and unspoken prayers for your future, for those people, places, things, and ideas that you are believing for. It is the Hebrews 11:1. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It is your customized future that allows others to see your dream in the spiritual and see if they will choose to participate in helping it become a reality. Yes, helping others is a choice. You either choose it cheerfully, willingly, begrudgingly, earnestly, and/or with obedience to God's directives. Those of us that know, truly know this, do this prayerfully, with clarity, expeditiously, and with gladness. Because we know that what we make happen for others, we make happen for ourselves. We also understand that we as human beings are all connected and that our purposes and destinies are intertwined. Yes, we are the world and we are humankind. And we know discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. Some of us have known this for our lifetime. The rest of us have found this out in 2020 and 2021, if not before. Now, even as we attempt to bridge the divides and right injustices and disparities, we draw lines prayerfully, believing that Second Chronicles 7:14, which states that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. That is what we need. We need our land to be healed. Healing starts within ourselves, and then it goes beyond ourselves. How do we heal ourselves? Discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. That opens the door for others being able to do the same. Because Acts 10:34, a disciple, Peter, testified that he perceived that God is no respecter of persons. Romans 2:11 states that for there is no respecter of persons with God. Now, here are a few of many notable Black women with confidence who lived their purpose so that we could live ours and exited life's earth stage in 2020. Katherine Johnson, pioneering NASA mathematician. Jazz Waters, a television writer. Betty Wright, R&B soul singer. B. Smith, restaurateur, lifestyle maven, and esteemed businesswoman. Janet Dubois, actress. Willona on Good Times. Mary Wilson, founding member of the Supremes, an international singer. Cicely Tyson, Oscar-nominated actress, one of the acclaimed pioneering Black thespians. Berenice Pace, famed gospel singer, eldest sister of the anointed Pace sisters. Karen Lewis, former Chicago Teachers Union president. Diane Durham, trailblazer gymnast, first Black person to win a USA Gymnastics National Championship. Please know that there are many others who the world may not know, but God knows all. For those that have left the planet, we thank you for the gift that you were to us. Now, here are a few of the many notable Black women with confidence who are living their purpose so that we can live ours and are emerging from the background to the foreground in 2020 and 2021. Reverend Dr. Gina Marcia Stewart, first African American female elected to serve an established African American Baptist congregation in Memphis, Tennessee, and Shelby County. Naomi Osaka, Japanese professional tennis player with Haitian ancestry, championed civil rights through displays of face masks of human civil rights victims such as George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Keisha Lance Bottoms, Atlanta mayor. Kamala Harris, first female vice president of the United States of America. Stacey Abrams, American politician and comeback pivot queen, recent Nobel Peace Prize nominee. Muriel Bowser, Washington, D.C. mayor. Lori Lightfoot, Chicago mayor. Stacey Plaskett, Congresswoman, American politician, lawyer, and one of the House managers of impeachment. Kizzmekia Corbett, developer of the coronavirus vaccine. Amanda Gorman, American poet and activist, first person to be named National Youth Poet laureate, also featured during the inauguration of our current president, Joe Biden. For those that are now making your divine debut, we welcome and celebrate you. We know that you are here, we are here, or are on schedule to arrive because you delivered yourself and your messages with excellence in spite of everything so that we could stand in your light and shine in our own time. We cannot teach what we do not know, but our international pandemic has made us all teachers and students. Poet Maya Angelou said that when we know better, we should do better. The question is, what have we learned, or what have we had confirmed in this season like no other in our life and times? Discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. My mission is to inspire myself and others to discover and fulfill our divine purpose by my written and spoken words. My vision is a world that is God-centered and purpose-driven, that lives in harmony with gratitude, liberty, respect, and love for all humankind. My realities thus far are that I am a CEO of 2 companies. One, aspiring to be read.com, a literary media and communications company that promotes the stories of Black authors and the people in our communities. And 2, Just Be Happy, LLC, a God-given company and family brand whose mission is to inspire everyone to just be happy. Our vision is to create products and produce art that inspires us and reminds us to welcome life each day and just be happy. You can find us at justbehappy.net and learn about our story at the link below. So remember that discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. God is no respecter of persons, for with God, nothing is impossible. Faith without works is dead. God is able to do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we may ask, think, or imagine, according to the power that worketh in us. Oprah says that God can dream a bigger dream for you than you can dream for yourself. Bishop T.D. Jakes says, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. Again, I say, discovering and fulfilling your divine purpose is the secret to happiness. I am Carolette Thomas, and I approve this message. Thank you. And the people of God said, Amen.
Michelle Van. I am an author, a coach, and a speaker. I am here today to share with you a little bit about the secret to igniting your passion. Alvin Toffler once said, "Change is not merely necessary to life, it is life." Now, in firefighter lingo, there is a phrase that is used to express a very critical moment in the beginning stages of a fire. It is when a temperature gets to a certain level to which everything is combustible in a room, spontaneously bursting into flames, spreading the fire immediately and intensely. This phrase is called a flashpoint. It is the point in which everything that can burn will burn. Too often we think of burning as a bad thing because when something catches on fire, it can be consumed. But let me tell you right now, there are some things in our lives that need to be consumed, and there are some things that just need to be heated up. Let's look at what the elements of fire and the necessary elements to catch something on fire, because we're going to talk about being ignited today. Now, when we think about igniting a fire, it requires that we have oxygen, that we have heat, that we have fuel, and this is called the fire triangle. But we can add in a fourth element, and that fourth element is a chemical reaction. And you actually have what's called a fire trifecta. And this important thing to remember is that if you take any of those elements out of that fire, it will not have the ability to be able to burn. It will extinguish itself. And I want to remind you of that. I want to tell you that because I think that there are so many pieces in our lives, so many times in our lives when we extinguish our own fire because we have doubt, because we have fear, because we are not sure how to progress forward, because we have had failures. There are times when we will pull the elements that are necessary out and we will extinguish our own fire. Let's take, for an example, a house that catches on fire. At first, the fire is gasping for everything that it can burn. The substance in the house becomes the fuel for the fire. But there comes a point to where the fire has affected the temperature of the house so much so that it is brought to a flashpoint and something powerful is about to happen. Someone once asked Jean Cocteau, the French writer, artist, and film director, what he would take out of his house if it was ever to catch on fire. And he said that he would only remove one thing. He replied, "I'd take the fire." Duh, taking the fire? No, in one sense, Cocteau is answering, it seems like an obvious answer, but probably not the answer we would have said. Most of us would have said, oh, I'm going to take my pictures, or I'm going to take mementos that I truly love. If there was a fire, this is what I would take. But he said, I would take the fire. If we take the fire from the burning building, then the building will no longer burn. But I think what he meant was, as a writer and as an artist, he understood that fire is equal to or representational of passion. Stay with me here. We're gonna work this out. See, if my passion is gone, if my fire is gone, then I am nothing. I am just a figment of who I could be, or who I should be, or who I was purposed to be. See, if the passion, if the fire is taken from me, then who am I? See, passion is that strong and barely controllable emotion, that fire that's in our belly, that is the catalyst for every woman to be a success. The level of passion, your purpose can be typed with the temperature of fire. Sometimes if we're not careful, we get described as fiery. We get described as that woman who is on fire. But I will venture to tell you that being on fire is not a bad thing. Being that woman that is considered fiery is not a bad thing if that fire can be focused. It's a fire of passion that changes lives, and one passionate life absolutely can change the world. Ask Martin Luther King. We talk about Martin Luther King, to this day. We talk about the things that he talked about. And many of us have never, ever met Martin Luther King, but it was his passion. It was his fire. It was his tenacity. It was him understanding that when he walked in his purpose, that his passion would lead to a legacy that was far beyond him. See, he didn't really understand that 100%, that how long people would talk about the things that he had done, but he understood that when I walk in my passion, when I walk in my purpose, I will fulfill the plan that God called me to fulfill. If you ask any student that has had a teacher that was really good and saw them for who they were, who saw them for their potential, they will tell you that they made the world of difference for them. Any orphan who has been adopted by a loving and a caring family will tell you that that love and that passion and that fire made a difference in their life. See, when purpose and passion meet together, there is a combustible force that happens, and that flashpoint will break forth to consume all of the excuses. Yeah, I know. You've had some excuses. I've had some too. See, I'll tell you a little secret about me. I was teaching 8th grade. I was an 8th grade history teacher. And before you said, yes, 8th grade, yes, they're a challenge, but they were my challenge. Yes, 8th grade, and I taught history, and don't tell me history is boring because you just had the wrong teacher. I promise you, history can be fun. But I tell you this to tell you this, that I had an 8th grade student, a young, smart young man, and he was in my first hour, and he was so brilliant that a lot of times he would sleep. But this particular day, we were talking about vision, and we were talking about goals, and we were talking about setting our agendas for what was going to happen for the rest of that semester and into the 9th grade and into the future, because I believe that at 8th grade, I was preparing them to turn 18. Somebody will catch that later. At 8th grade, I was preparing them to turn 18. I wasn't just preparing them for the test. I was preparing them for life. And in doing that, we had this conversation about vision and about goals and about what's your purpose and about what is your passion and why are you here and what are you supposed to be doing in this earth? Yes, I started that with 8th graders. And I had this kid, and he raised his hand. And he said, and I said, yeah, what do you need? He said, I got a question. Okay, what's your question? What you gonna do with your life? What? Little boy, this is not about me. This is about you. I have 2 degrees. Why are you asking me, what am I gonna do with my life? I was highly offended. But let me tell you this. It was that little boy that started me on a journey, evaluating where I was and where I needed to go. It was that little boy's question that made me really, truly begin to look at my life and evaluate where it was that I needed to go, where it was that I wanted to go, and how I was going to get there. Now, we only have a few minutes here together today, so I can't go into the whole story, but I can tell you that by the time the end of that day came, and by the time I had taught that same lesson for 7 hours, I was asking myself, what am I supposed to be doing in the earth? See, it was time out for excuses because I had been asked the question that was then going to change my life. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. What are you passionate about? You know, what is that thing that wakes you up in the morning? What is that thing that gets your go? What is that thing that when you talk about it, it makes you excited, it gets you going, it makes you want to just jump? What is that thing? We all have one. What ignited that fire in your belly? Was it working with girls? Was it working with numbers? Was it seeing entrepreneurs be able to truly turn on and be their best? What is that thing? Is it ministry? What is the thing that makes you so excited? Is it writing books? Is it what? See, I get thoroughly charged when I am in front of an audience, when I'm speaking to people, when I am able to disseminate information. It is one of those things that makes me just so excited. It also made me a good teacher because I would get excited and we would get off track. And then my kids knew they had, a way of making sure that we got really far off track, but not so far off track that we forgot our purpose. See, I understand all of your hesitation because I've been there. Who or what are you waiting on? Who or what are you waiting on? See, the secret to moving to your place of purpose and passion is you. You're the missing element. You're the thing that is missing in the whole equation. See, yes, we would love to have someone come and light our fire. We would love to have someone come in and say, if you do this and you do this and you do this, that you will be successful. But I will tell you that it is really you. Somebody is waiting on you. Somebody is waiting on you to get in place. You to open your business. You to write your book. You to go live on Facebook. Because the word that is in your belly, the fire that is in your belly is the thing that is supposed to ignite them. I'm going to leave you with this quote. And this is a quote that I choose to live by. And it is George Bernard Shaw. And it says, I want to be so thoroughly used up when I die. For the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It is sort of a splendid torch, which I hold for the moment. And I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before I hand it over to future generations. See, it is this legacy building that we must do. We must make sure that our torch is lit. We must make sure that our passion is flowing. We must make sure that our purpose is fulfilled so that we can pass that torch to the next generation. What is it that you're supposed to be doing? I cannot tell you what that is. It is something that you will have to take some time to sit in meditation, that you will have to take some time to sit in quiet and search yourself. Yes, I know that is scary. Yes, I know that is uncertain, but that is what finding coaches and people that can help ask you the right question are for. Sis, you are talented. Sis, you are powerful beyond belief. But you've got to believe in yourself, because when you don't, you're pulling that one element out. See, out of everything there is, and out of all the books you can read, and all the self-help things you can get, the one secret to igniting your purpose and your passion is you. You're the thing that's missing. When I was growing up, we used to sing this song, and it said, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." Sometimes we think our candle is so small, but it only takes this little candle to light this little candle to light the next. So ignite, light your fire, because somebody out there needs what you have. Again, my name is Dr. Michelle Van. I am a coach, I am an author, I am a speaker, and I would love, 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 love to connect with you. Look me up on Facebook. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm on LinkedIn. Michelle Van. If you put Michelle Van in there, it's 2 N's at the end. You put Michelle Van in there, I promise you, you will be able to connect with me. You can also go to www.vantastic, VANNTASTIC, solutions.com, vantasticsolutions.com, and check me out. There are so many things. Again, I would love, love, love being able to connect with you. And I love being able to help you ignite your passion and your purpose so that in 2021, you can be the best version of you that you can be, and you can ignite your fire and set and make a legacy for your future. Have a phenomenal day.
My name is Keyshawn Jones. I'm the founder and CEO of Not Seek Productions. I got a question. Have you ever had a dream or a vision that you thought could be a movie or a miniseries or even a book? If your answer is yes, that means that is something we have in common. I write books that spark people's imaginations, and I also craft stories for visionaries, how I write them into scripts to help them along the way of the story that they want to complete. I got started because I realized there's a lesson in my life that could be turned into a film that could potentially help other people. I thought that was very important to me. First, I'm going to teach you a lesson about the book writing. The second part, I'm going to talk about how to write a script. So this will help you to begin to craft your story or your imagination. Books. To write a book you'll learn is set up in chapters. If you've ever read one, or everybody's read a book, you know that they are set up into chapters. So this is what I'm going to do. The first sentence in your chapter is what sets the tone for the story. What you want to do is you want to create for the person that's reading the story an imagination so they can begin to see what the story is going to be about. So I'm going to start with my first chapter in my story. Growing up in a fatherless home with a mom who was hardly there and moving all the time made my childhood unstable, which left me an emotional disconnect. Okay, now this gives the audience the idea of where the story could possibly be going, which sparks curiosity. Next, we're going to go into a little bit more. Now, the next chapter, it's going to talk about a little bit more, but it's going to give you a little bit more meat. Okay. At the age of 16, I began to struggle with my identity. I tried drinking and smoking marijuana, but neither of those worked for me. With this example I had growing up and no sense of connection with people, I learned how to break up with boyfriends and move on. Until one day a girl called me and changed my life forever. In this chapter, this is probably like the third chapter, so I'm skipping through just to kind of give you an understanding of the stories and the foundations. In this chapter, as you heard, there's a little bit more to it, which also now you're wondering, what in the world is going on in this child's life? What has happened to her at 16? What's going on? Okay, so we're going to go a little bit deeper. The girl called me and she said for me not to call her boyfriend anymore. So I just found out that my boyfriend has another girlfriend. Because I didn't engage in an argument, and that only happened because of the disconnect that I had growing up. I thought the girl would stop calling me, but because there was no argument, she called me every single day. She sparked something different in me that I didn't even know I had, a feeling that I didn't even have, because on that phone call, she would have my ex-boyfriend, and they would communicate as if I wasn't even there. So I was hurting. And then nowhere out of the blue, she decides that she wants to meet me. So I said, okay. Now with this part of it, the descriptions are emotional. It gives the audience the opportunity to kind of feel what the character is feeling and or either get mad, sad, or aggressive with it. So that's an important part of your story as well. When you're writing, you want the audience to feel what you feel or have a sense of what is going on in the story, and then also make them in their minds what they would have done or wouldn't have done. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to the story. After meeting the girl, we walked down a dark alley. I was scared. I didn't understand why we were going down the street, but I tried to prepare myself just in case I was about to get jumped. And out of an entranceway, 3 guys jumped out and scared the tar out of me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to run, stand my ground, what. And then I looked up and there was a guy standing in front of me. And he looked at me with a smile on his face and said, "You need a boyfriend?" My first response was, "No, I need you to back up out my face." The guy that day decided to walk around with me and talk to me and everything, but I really didn't want to engage with him because I was nervous. Next thing you know, we were talking on the phone. He became my boyfriend. Amazingly, he listened to everything I had to say. He engaged with me. He seemed to understand my feelings and everything I was going through. And we became a couple. And before you know it, I was pregnant, 16 and pregnant. I thought it was the best thing that happened in my life. I was happy. I felt good. We talked about our plans of being a couple and a family, and we were going to do all these great things. And then out of nowhere, he swung at me and dumped me for his ex-girlfriend. In this part of the chapter, there's a lot of emotions that are happening. It's a short snippet of it, but there's a lot of emotions that kind of, make you angry, make you mad, make you want to be involved. So writing your story, you want to have a part in there that makes you want to get involved. Or if it's a suspense story, you cause the audience to walk a thin line of not knowing what's going to happen, but yet something is coming and they want to keep reading, so they will know, boom, what just happened. And that's the meat of the story. All right. I'm gonna go back to the story a little bit more. Well, that guy, my boyfriend ended up in jail. Now I'm 16, pregnant, alone with a boyfriend that is in jail. He started calling me and sending me letters and wanted to be my pen pal, and I agreed. Because I really didn't want to be a single mom. My mom was that, and I didn't want to reflect that lifestyle again. So we talked on the phone and we communicated about what we were going to do. when he got home. He was on a home visit when our baby was born, and something new sparked in me as he held my hand. I fell in love. He could say anything, do anything, and I would just fall for it. I would go for it because I was excited about now we're going to have a family again. So I forgot about everything else in that past, and I decided to move on with him. Well, he came home and things just went downhill. We fought, we argued. He wanted to tell me what to do, what not to do, where to go, how to walk, how to look. You know, I nursed my baby because I was excited about this new little life that I had, and he wanted to tell me not to do that. And all of a sudden, I had all these other people deciding they want to stick their 2 cents in. Don't do this. Don't hold your baby too much. You're going to spoil her. Those things were frustrating in my life. I wanted them to leave me alone and let me love my baby like I was supposed to and be who I was. But no, everybody wanted to do these things. After a bad blow up, me and my boyfriend decided, you know what? We got to call it in. I'm done. I was so frustrated and irritated. I didn't know which way to go. And the last thing he said to me before I walked away was, be careful. Now I'm mad. Be careful for what? He said, because you're pregnant. I walked away. Oh my God, completely defeated. But I was pregnant with our second child. Now that part of the story was a lot of drama. There's a lot of drama that was coming out of it. So in people's lives or in the stories, you have a portion of it that has some drama in it that gets everybody emotional about the story that they're reading, and they want to continue to read on. So we have chapters that we just break down, and in each chapter, it has a different segment of the story. So as you put your story together, you put together the different segments of the story and different chapters. And in some areas of your chapters, as you're putting it in, some of them might be a really short chapter, and that's okay. You have that little short chapter because it's a snippet of a portion of the story in its whole self. You know, not a lot of it, not a lot of information, but just enough that the audience is engaged and they want to continue to know more of the story. Of course, you know, that wasn't the end of my story, but I want to make sure I give you all the tools you need to help you with you writing your story. So you heard a bunch of little pieces and some little bit of lessons in there. But also the cool thing about this is this story has been scripted out as well. So just a little bit, I'm gonna shift gears and go into the scripting of that same story, of that little snippet that you just heard, okay? So first we've seen it as a book, and now we're gonna see it as a script. All right, so with a script, there's a little bit of a difference that happens with a script. It's not written in chapters, it's written in screens. And what that means is, like we did chapter 1 for the book, in the a script, we do a scene, and the scene is scene 1. So similar to the book, you see, I write out a heading, and what the heading is teaching you where the person is, where the location is. So example, exterior parking lot of a community center. So that tells the person who's reading the script and the person who's filming it where we're located at a community center. And then you have the actions. And in the actions, it tells the character, which I'm just going to use me, Keyshawn. I'm the character in the story. It tells you where the character is. So at a community center parking lot is where the setting is taking place. The character is standing in the parking lot and she's waiting for a bus to arrive. She's twiddling her finger, just thinking, you know, about what her day is going to look like. So that is the action. And then you give the character name. The character's name, Keyshawn, as before. And then right up under her name, you give the dialogue, what the character is going to be saying. And this is a little example. If you can see it, give you a little example of the heading, the action, and then the character down here. Okay? And so what you've now set up is what the character is going to be saying. And so let's go back with the story. You know, Keyshawn just figured out that her boyfriend has another girlfriend. So she's talking to Shalonda on the phone. So Shalonda's called her on the phone and Keyshawn says, hello. And Shalonda says, hey, is this Keyshawn? I need you to stop talking to my man. Okay, so now that there's the difference between the script and the book. This is actually characters portraying them out. Also in the script, you're giving enough description for the actor or the actresses to be able to become that character. So they have to not portray themselves anymore, but they have to portray a character. And so when you're writing it out, you're giving them enough information so that when they sit down and they read the script, they're able to come to a conclusion of who this person is, what this person's feeling, how this person is going to respond to a situation. So let's say you have one character that snaps their fingers, in the mist. That person will build that up because that person's got an attitude and is mad. And so that the audience, when they're looking at it, can feel that. Now, my story is what you've heard in the beginning. That's my story. And there's more to the story because I'm sitting here right now with you. If you want to know more about it, you can find my story on Amazon, and it's called Lightning Strikes Twice. And throughout the snippet times, I'm going to read, as you've heard snippets of my story as a visionary, in your mind, you can see the streets, possibly the buildings, the surroundings, even in the script that I've written, you can see the different places because you are handling the dialogue between characters and actors who have associated themselves with the character. Basically, you have become part of that character. So when you write a script, there's no one chapter, it's scenes which is counted. I went through a lot of information in a short period of time, but I want to speak to you, Black woman, for the struggles that we've gone through. I've been through hurt. I've been through pain. I've been through a moment of where I was going to get divorced and ended up staying married. I've seen some of the hardships that it is as we try to move forward with any of our goals and dreams. I've been poor. I've been through so much, and I know you have too. But I'm here to encourage you, to let you know that you can do it, that you can do. You just have to be willing to step out and to do it, to let your voice be heard, let your story be heard. Sometimes we get so wrapped up and so nervous that we can't talk to anybody about what we've gone through because people are out there judging us. You got their noses tooted up at you saying, look at what she went through. No, because there's more of us out there who've gone through some things and who need to hear the stories. We need to hear the stories of the trials, and we need to hear the stories of triumph. It is so important to get your story out there. I'm ideas of what to do to get your story started. As those things come to mind, get a notebook, start writing it down. Get that information down and written down so that you don't forget it. Put an app on your phone where you can speak it into the phone so that you can begin to write it or type it out so your story can be shared with others because it can help. I promise it can help. Clipboards, notebooks. I usually keep one beside my nightstand of my bed. And the reason I do that is because sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night from a dream and I have to jot those notes down. Those things are important to help you on the journey of writing your story or getting it out or your script. In conclusion, I want to encourage you. In my story, you only seen a little snippets, just little snippets of the story of my life. And you've seen some of the hard parts. I shared some of the harder things that I had gone through. And, I might get judged for it, but that's okay. At least somebody out there will take my story and say, I can do this too, or I can make it through, or I can be successful, or I can write this story. Black woman, you can do it. I'm here to encourage you. All those obstacles and all those challenges we have, you know what? We got these legs, we can jump those hurdles. We got a voice and we got to shine bright. A little bit more of my story is that same man that treated me so bad before, I'm still married to. And we've been married 33 years. Over the time, we've raised over 40 children. We're giving back to what was given to us. Somebody helped us and stepped up and showed us a different way, the same way I want to do for you. And in that, our lives changed and transformed. The 40 kids, we had 5 birth children. We adopted 15. So my home is very busy all the time, still to this day. Our youngest in the house is 1. 50 years old, I'm still chasing a 1-year-old around. So yes, I get tired, but I still write. So no matter what obstacles you have, the beeping sounds in the background, the kids coming in from school, books being thrown at you, if you could see my table, you'll be like, oh my gosh, you can do it no matter what. You're strong, you're powerful and motivated. If you want to know more about the rest of my story, the in-betweens that I spoke about, there's so much more. All my books are available on Amazon. I encourage people to forgive, to go through spiritual journeys. I encourage people with hardships in their marriage. I encourage you in my story, my testimony itself. Those are different stories, and they're all available on Amazon, and you can look those up. I'm now a motivational speaker, and I'm excited about doing that because I feel like my story can help resonate and help somebody else, like you and like me. The little girls that we are raising that are coming up to become women, giving them a foundation of hope that they can be vice president, or better yet, they can be president. Why not? If you want to reach me and communicate with me, you can use the link below to tap in and reach right out to me, and I'll respond. I want to help you create your story as a visionary, as a creator. My website, you'll see below. And maybe you don't know where to start in your story. Send me a message and I can tell you. All you have to do is say a couple of words and I'll help you write it out and create it. So with that being said, Black woman, what's your story? I'm Keyshawn.
In the midst of.
Did you catch what that was? If you know what the secret was in the midst of, drop it in the chat. And what you thought about it. How'd you feel?
You may give somebody an extra prize. This could be a prize moment. We could pick somebody out of the people. If you caught the secret in the midst of, drop it below. Drop it.
Your credit.
So what's coming up now, though? I swear these panels, though, blow me because you get a lot of vantage points from a number of people on the same topic.
Yes, and you all, this one I know is going to be phenomenal. We are going to hear about the power in your story, but only if you tell it. Led by my soar, Nina Abdul Wakil. And then we have Erica Lane following up with how to take your power back. 4 secrets to budget a new you. The secret freedom of middle life transitions with Shalicia McNeil Burgess. Listen, I need that. We're on the same page. And then we're gonna round it out with Vivian Grafton and the secret to living a life that is FREE free.
This event is none like any other that I've attended, and we're not even quite halfway through yet. So I'm ready to get started. Let's see what the panel has to bring.
On Friday, October 16, 2009, the day before my grandmother's funeral, I was standing at my front door when my cell phone rang. It was the woman from the bariatric center telling me that insurance would not cover my weight loss surgery. She asked if I had a moment to talk about alternatives. Really, I thought? She had no clue. that I was in the midst of falling apart. The woman who was my hero had died. I was still in disbelief because was just sitting at her kitchen table 3 days ago, having the best conversation. My response to the lady on the other end of the phone was, "No, I can't talk to you now. I'm getting ready for my grandmother's funeral." 17 days later, my mother died of a massive heart attack. I could have used that as an excuse to quit, but something inside of me wouldn't allow it. Oftentimes, too many times, the pains and trials of life, coupled with other people's definition of who they think we are, causes us to view ourselves in a negative way. However, when we get in touch with who we are and begin to love ourselves, the way others view us become less and less important. Then we have the power to rise above our own walking limitations. When we love ourselves, we are better equipped to truly understand how to love others. How can you properly love anyone else without knowing who you are and without taking the time to love yourself first? Sometimes it's necessary to do a self-love checkup. Truly loving yourself means taking personal responsibility for who you are and how you allow people to treat you, or what limitations you allow them to put on you. How often do you look in the mirror and do a love self checkup? I mean, really look in the mirror. I mean, take this and really look in the mirror. Once you read and look at who you are, then you'll start treating yourself differently, and the way that you allow others to treat you will change. That was an excerpt from my book, Walking Limitation by Other People's Definition. Walking Limitations is my story. It's my true story. So who am I? Well, my name is Laquita Parks, and I am the owner and founder of PayProV Publishing. PayProV means pain, progress, victory, because I believe that without pain, there is no progress, and without progress, there can be no victory. So PayProV Publishing Company, we simply help people take their stories from a thought to a realization. So let me share my story with you. When I was 4 years old, so first of all, let me go back and say my walking limitation started way before I was even born. I was born to a teenage mother who already had a child. So my mother was 16 when she had my sister and 17 when she had me. And then she was 21 years old with 3 children under the age of 5. I kept having all these sore throats, sore throats, sore throats. Nobody knew why. So my mother took me to the doctor. The doctor said, "Hey, it's her tonsils. The tonsils have to come out." It was only supposed to be a simple procedure. I went to the hospital, had my tonsils removed. Tonsillectomy was a success. The doctors told my mom I could have ice cream. And my mom went home. She remember, she had 2 kids at home. So she went home to take care of my sisters and to give me ice cream. She left me there with my teenage aunt, who was there at the hospital with me while my mom went to check on my sisters and get me ice cream. In the middle of the night, a nurse came into my room. She took a needle filled with penicillin and she jabbed the needle into my thigh. I was not the right patient. I was not supposed to get the shot, and she wasn't even authorized to give shots. Before you knew it, as a 4-year-old little girl, my leg was about this big, but it swollen to this big. The doctors rushed in. By this time, my mom was back at the hospital. She opened up the doors to the elevator, mass chaos, had no idea that the chaos was me. They rushed past her with me on the gurney, and they said, if we do not get her to surgery, her leg is gonna burst and she's gonna die. My mom was blindsided. She had no idea what was going on. All she knew is when she left, I was fine. She was going to get me ice cream. But in the midst of all that, all of this mass chaos happened. Somebody had loaded another set of walking limitations on me. My first set of walking limitations was when I was born to a teenage mother. The second set was when I went to get my tonsils removed and a nurse who was not authorized to give shots jabbed me in my thigh. Well, they told my mom, they had me in surgery. After 8 hours, they found that they could relieve the pressure off of my leg instead of amputating it. But they told my mom I'd never walk again. And guess what? I didn't. So after 2 months in the hospital, they sent this little girl home with her leg open, no bone on the side, to drip and drain. And for months, my position was, I moaned and I cried because I was in pain. I couldn't walk. And all I wanted was my sister, who was 15 months older than me, walking limitations. When I was 11 years old, after 14 surgeries, so I had surgeries every year on my leg from the age of 4 till I was 14 years old. But when I was 11 years old, the doctors diagnosed me with rheumatoid arthritis. So they said I had to go and see a rheumatologist. Went to see the rheumatologist. The rheumatologist said, "Hey, do I know you?" My mom said, "No, we've never been here before." After about 30 minutes, the doctor said, "I know you." She told my mother a story that I will never forget. She said when I was in the hospital and they were doing all the surgeries on my leg, they called all of the doctors into a meeting and said, "Hey, if anybody spoke about what happened to that little girl who the nurse came in and jabbed her in the thigh with the needle that caused her to be crippled for life, we'll make sure you never practice medicine in the state ever again." Now, I know some of you might think that that story is unbelievable, but it's true. It is my true story. So I'm talking to you. I want to talk to you about how I have the ability to outrun my walking limitations. So remember, my walking limitations started when I was born to a teenage mother. And here's the fun part. Not only was I born to a teenage mother, she still lived at home with her mother, and she was the oldest of 5 children. So that means my mother was there. Her 4 brothers and sisters were there, my grandmother, my great grandmother, and then 3 children. So that's 10 people in a 2-bedroom house, 1 bath. Walking limitations. Then my next set of walking limitations was I was given a shot of penicillin in my sciatic nerve that poisoned the bone in my leg that caused me to be crippled for life. My third set of walking limitations was I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis at the age of 11. So from the age of 11 until I was 18 years old, I saw a rheumatologist who gave me the best care as a minor that I ever knew. Walking limitations piled on me. And some people would say, "Laquita, you don't even have any business sitting where you are, doing what you're doing, talking to people because of everything that you've gone through." That isn't the rest of the story. As those walking limitations that I didn't have any control over were piled on me, guess what? I then started piling limitations on myself. So walking limitations by other people's definition is all about the limitations that people put on me, and then about the limitations that I put on myself. So what happened? I was the crippled child. So as the crippled child, because although I learned how to walk again, I wore braces. So talk about Forrest Gump. I was the first Forrest Gump. Click, clack, click, clack. I had those ugly steel braces. They were not like they are now, the plastic braces that fit in the shoe. These were real Forrest Gump braces. One shoe was brown with the ankle boot shoe, and then the steel braces that you had to screw on and tie the belt around the top of the leg. That was me. I couldn't run. I couldn't go outside and play like the other kids. And every time I did, I was picked out to be picked on. Walking limitations. So in the midst of that, I was a victim. I was a victim when the nurse came in and stuck me in the leg with the needle. I was a victim when I was born to a teenage mother, the second child to a teenage mother. And then guess what? My mother was a teenager and she never finished high school. So doesn't that sound like another walking limitation? What was it? College degree? What was that? Nobody in my family had been to college. Nobody. My grandmother, my mother didn't even have a high school diploma. So I was born into a situation of walking limitation after walking limitation after walking limitation. There had to be another way. So instead of figuring out how to get outside of those walking limitations, guess what? I started piling them on myself. So because I was the crippled child and I was picked out to be picked on, I was looking for somebody to love me. I was looking for somebody to say it didn't matter that I was a crippled girl. I was looking for somebody to say it didn't matter that one leg was bigger than the other. I was looking for somebody to say that they would love me for who I was. So the first person that said, "Hey, pretty girl, hey, lady," the first person that showed me some love and affection, the first man that showed me some love and affection, that's what I gravitated to. So I was in love. So I got married at 19 years old and I started having babies. Well, my husband at the time, he had walking limitations of his own, but I didn't know how to recognize that because I was trying to deal with my own walking limitations. Then I started having babies and I was responsible for those babies. So here it is, I have my walking limitations, and then I got married to an immature person, and then I started having babies. And guess what? What I did not mention is that a part of the walking limitations that I received was one of the side effects from being jabbed in the thigh with a needle and having the bone in my leg poisoned and having that leg to be removed. And out of the 14 surgeries that I had, or 15 surgeries that I've had, and them taking bone out of one part of my body and putting it in another part and doing skin grafts and taking bone out of my pelvic and put it in my foot, there were side effects to that. One of the side effects was pain, chronic pain. So from the age of 4, and I'm 51 years old right now. So from the age of 4 years old to 51, I don't know a day without pain. So let me just kind of walk you through that. So my life is, I wake up in the morning in pain. I get up in pain. I take a shower in pain. So I don't take nice long showers that's 10 minutes like a lot of people. I take 45-minute showers because in order for me to start my bones and my body to do some of what I needed to do, I have to sit in the water for 45 minutes. And then I can start moving around and start getting dressed, but I do that in pain. So I get dressed in pain. So 24 hours a day, there is not 1 hour out of any day for the last 47 years that I haven't had pain. As I'm sitting right here talking to you right now, I'm in pain. My legs don't work like they should. There's pain. So I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, diagnosed with lupus. So 3 years ago, diagnosed with lupus. So what's my point, Laquita? What's the point of all these walking limitations? How did I get from there as a child born to a mother, a teenage mother who had her own walking limitations, to put these on me, to the nurses and the doctors putting these limitations on me, to me putting limitations on myself, to where I am right now? What happened? How did I get here? Because I started trying to realize that there had to be a way out from under these walking limitations. Now, I didn't have any control about the walking limitations that other people put on me. There wasn't anything I could do about that because I was a victim. And when you're a victim, you get comfortable being the victim. Not only do you get comfortable, but people start to treat you as the victim. And I just wanted more for my life. I was a victim from the nurses, the doctors, from my family, my husband, that I can control. My children, that I could control. I didn't want their life to be like my life. So I started finding the fight within. I started digging through and started realizing that I controlled the walking limitations that I put on myself. So I started climbing, and getting out from under those walking limitations. So I started going to school. The first thing I did was I need to educate myself. Now, let me say this. I think I'm pretty smart. I think I was pretty smart when I was 4 years old and I went into the hospital and I had the nurse jab me in my leg, and I was pretty smart. So, but I needed to educate myself. and needed to level my own playing field. So what did I do? I decided after 20 years being out of high school to go back to school. I went back to college because I had children now and I needed to be the example that they needed to see. So I went back to school. I made the decision to get my college degree. And then I realized when I was in college, I realized that, hey, I have a voice. I don't have to be the victim. I don't have to be the quiet person that shied away in the corner because I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want anybody to look at my legs. I didn't want anybody to bring attention to me, so I wouldn't bring attention to myself. So I let people treat me the way they wanted to treat me. My husband treated me disrespectfully. He was mean to me. He was abusive, physically and mentally abusive. I'll never forget one year on Mother's Day, he told me, I'm not your mama. You're not my mama. You know, I'm not giving you anything. You're not my mama. And as we pulled up to my family's house, he said, I wish I never married you. He treated me like he took me off of, like I was a dog off the street. But what did I do? I cried because I was a victim and I didn't know what else to do. But I changed the way that I thought about myself. So when you're a victim, people treat you again like a victim. But when you start thinking about who you are and you start climbing out of that victimhood or that victimship, then the way you look at yourself and the way you think about yourself starts to change. And then you stop allowing people to treat you how they want to treat you, and you start teaching them how to treat you. So I went back to school. I got my college degree. And then I said, okay, I needed more. So I realized that I enjoyed writing in school. I've always liked reading, hence pay-per-view publishing. But I realized that I like to read and I like to write. So I started writing. I started keeping a journal. I started taking notes. I started notating things about myself. I started writing about my day. And guess what? I found that it became therapeutic for me. So I started changing the way that I viewed myself. And then I started learning how to love myself. So what did I do? I started growing. I started encouraging myself. I started putting myself in situations and with people who could encourage me. I started formulating a circle of strong people, strong women who could help me when I couldn't help myself. I started praying. I became saved. I obeyed the gospel of Jesus Christ, and that changed my life tremendously. In the midst of all that, the pain didn't stop. The pain didn't go away. So yes, I raised my children in pain. I couldn't have my babies vaginally because one of the surgeries, they took bone out of my pelvic and put it in my foot. So I wasn't able to have my babies vaginally. So I was in pain raising my 3 children. I went through a horrible, horrible, ugly, nasty divorce in the midst of my pain. I went back to college and got my college degree and was on the dean's list my entire time there in pain, in pain. Every year, something different happened. I broke a bone. I would walk outside, trip over a rock, break my ankle. I would get in the car, hit my leg on something, break my ankle. My ankle has been broken so many times, it's been fused that I can't even move it. I have no range of motion. So for those of you who are wondering, yes, I am crippled. My one leg is bigger than the other. I walk with a limp. Some days I walk with a walker. Some days I walk with a cane. I can't run. I can't do a whole lot of things. So I don't focus on what I can't do. I focus on what I can do. I can articulate. I can speak to people. I can encourage people. And some people say, you know what, LaQuita, you have the audacity or the tenacity of a pit bull. So I love that because that means that people are listening. That means that I can say something or do something to inspire another human being to be better. So if I can overcome or outrun my walking limitations, you can too. So let me give you a couple of tips on how to do that. I said I started writing. So this is my story. This is my true story. So I wrote my story and published my story because it was therapeutic for me. So I decided that pay-per-view publishing, people needed me. People needed me to help them take their story from a thought to a realization. They needed me to help them do like I did, go from pain to progress to victory. So all of the things that I've gone through in my life was my pain. Here's my victory. Let me share with you what you can do to start your story and heal from your story. So I call it Just Start. How do I just start writing my story? Well, you just start. You simply just start. You set goals, set realistic goals, and have an end game in mind. And then you think positively. Change the way you think. If you say I can't, start thinking I can. Acknowledge your why. Why am I doing this? For me, it was to heal. It was to heal from my pain. It was to heal and to take my mind off of my chronic pain and refocus that and help other people. And then I had to retrain my brain. I had to change the way how I see things and then take baby steps, one step at a time. You can only do what you can do. God only expects us to do what we can do, not what we can't. So I want you to know that you do have the audacity to outrun your walking limitations and heal from your pain. Tell your story, share your story. And if you want to reach out to me, you can, payprovpublishing.com, and I can help you take your stories from a thought to a realization.
Hello. I am Miss Nina B. Welcome to Black Women Confidential. And tonight and today and this afternoon, whichever time you're listening to this, you're going to be a part of a conversation with a phenomenal group of women. And we're going to be talking about there is power in your story, but only if you tell it. There is power in your story, but only if you tell it. So join the conversation, listen in. So before I get started, I want to introduce some of my sisters who are sitting here with me and allow them to introduce themselves to you. So I'll start with Miss Belinda.
Thank you so much. Yes, hello everyone. I am Belinda Wright Jones, also known as Coach B. Wright Jones, and I am a published author, inspirational speaker, blogger, online life coach, and publisher dedicated to serving women 35 and older who are stuck and desire to get unstuck and sexy. Sexy is the acronym for self-confidence, excitement, extra, and yes, I can. Hello, everybody.
Wow, sexy.
Yeah.
So, Miss Dahlia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dahlia Ferguson, and I am a master life coach and a self-love life strategist. And I teach women how to live, love, and eat better through holistic Christian coaching and counseling. And I love what I do, and I'm excited to be here. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
And next we have my friend, Miss Foster.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miss Foster, and I'm an educator by calling, and my passion is supporting and facilitating healing and empowerment. I use an interdisciplinary approach to teaching about our history and our culture, as well as promoting and encouraging holistic health and healthy living. I believe that food and herbs are the best medicine and that we should all live in our purpose on purpose. And I too am very grateful to be here with my sisters tonight.
Yes.
Excellent. And last but definitely not least, we have Dr. Shantae. Dr. Tay.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Tay. I am an Emmy Award-winning naturopathic physician and cognitive behavior therapist. I'm also the host of New Day with Dr. Tay, And I am so happy to be here. I'm all about helping women walk in unapologetic living and to make sure they are prioritizing themselves and putting them first, because you're no good to anyone else if you're not good to yourself.
Yes.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent.
Yes.
Now, before I actually start the first question that we're going to be talking about, let me share just a little bit about who I am. Miss Nina B. Abdul Wakil. I am the founder of the Social Media Success Network, and I specialize in supporting people on LinkedIn. It's all about bringing your own spotlight, stepping into the spotlight, and making your presence known. So, let's get started, ladies. Our conversation is all about the power in your story. So I'll start with Dr. Tay. So tell me, what is the phrase "your story" mean?
To me, your story just means overcoming all of life's trials. We all have a life to live, and there are challenges that are waiting for all of us. And it's not really about the challenges, it's how you overcome them. And so that's what that means to me about my story.
Excellent, excellent. And so, if everyone could agree with that, Ms. Foster, why do you think it's important to tell your story?
Well, I do agree with Dr. Tay, and it is very important to tell your story for several reasons. One is that it's not just your story, it's my story, it's our story.
Yes.
How many times has someone else spoke your truth or struck a chord or resonated in your heart and soul? It happens to me so much, like it's divine. And so telling your story, it activates, it inspires another sister to heal, to take action, to overcome. It's an opportunity not just to recount events, but to speak a testimony about how you persevered and that you're still here. It proves that you made it through, and it conveys hope to another woman that she can make it through too.
That's right.
Oh, excellent. You said some powerful words there.
Yes.
You know, it's not just your story, it's our story. So many things happen to us individually, but so many other people can relate. Yes. I remember when I lost my husband and how people were surprised that I was able to communicate to other people, because I knew that if I held it to myself, then I couldn't heal. And I couldn't be in a position to help other people when they walk this part of their journey. So grief is a common thing. And so many of us, that's a thread that connects us. But I find that people struggle sometimes in figuring out, how do I tell my story? Yeah. So Miss Belinda, do you have any thoughts on how someone could go about telling their story?
You mean as far as how they can share it with other people, different ways they can share? Is that what you mean? Okay.
Exactly.
So for me in the beginning, it was really hard because I was carrying a lot of guilt at one time and shame. But, it's funny, God showed me a way to share my story through writing. And I actually started by doing a blog. And that was what helped me. And then from there, I went on and I began to write books. So there's so many different ways that you can share your story. You can do a blog, you can write a book, you can do a Facebook Live and invite some other women to come on, and you come together and share your stories. There's so many different ways that you can share your story, to be a blessing to other people. There's so many different techniques out here today. You have people sharing on podcast. There's just so many different things that you could do. So, I just want to say, don't hold it to yourself. There's somebody out there that needs to hear your story and to hear how you overcame so that it can help them.
So true. Yes.
So true. So for me, the first way I shared my story was being a part of an anthology and sharing it in a book, right? So I had my in a book is called My Grief Tunnel. So, it is very helpful and therapeutic for you, and it really helped other people. But, it's interesting because we have so many common stories. Mm-hmm. And yet some of us stay silent.
Mm-hmm. So, Miss Dahlia, why do you think some of us stay silent? Some of us don't tell our stories.
Some of us stay silent because we don't really understand that someone else is going through the same thing that we may have gone through or is currently going through. And there seems to be a lack of confidence and self-worth when we don't tell our story. And all of these things are narratives that we write in our own minds and our own heads. And so understanding what the power is in the story, it's actually a survival tool for your toolbox and for someone else's toolbox. It's your life, and your story is a blueprint. Your story has a lot of different pain points in there, and that's where you're going to write your book. That's where you're going to host your show. That's where you're going to be on something like BlackWoman Confidential, so that you can tell these secrets to it, because there's so much power behind our voice. It's a voice of hope and a voice of confidence. And our voice just has so much meaning behind it. So we have to be able to tell our stories and not let our power in our voice be stifled.
Yes.
Very true. Very true. You know, speaking of shows, Dr. Tay has a show, right? Yes. So Dr. Tay, you know, how do you like encourage women to come on your show or through your show to share their stories? What things do you say or do to help that process happen?
Awesome. Well, we have a lot of, thank you for asking me that. And thank you for that shameless plug. And so on the show, we have a variety of things that I map out that I want to talk about. And I ask those questions that I think that other people want to know. For example, we're talking about toxic mother-daughter relationships. A lot of times what's very common in society is, you know, we hear a lot about deadbeat dads, but we never really talk about that there can be toxic mothers because there's so much shame. There's so much shame. And, you know, when people say, that's your mom, you should never say anything about your mom. But after being, you know, I've been a therapist for 12 years, I see a lot of people that are hurting because unfortunately they did have, you know, toxic relationship with their mother, and they even want to start to rebuild it. And that's the beauty of this job too. It's like, okay, it started off toxic, but there is a way that we can build a bridge to start to have a better relationship, like recognizing it for what it was, setting appropriate boundaries, and then rebuilding. And so that's one way that I really get women to share their story, is asking those difficult questions that just bring so much power once we get the answer.
That's
wonderful.
Awesome. That's wonderful. Yeah, because sometimes I agree. If there's a level of shame, you feel like, well, it's just me, or, you know, I don't want anyone to know that I had a challenging relationship with my mother, or I have a challenging relationship with my father, or, you know, I'm not connected and integrated with my family for whatever reasons. And so we kind of like try to put it in our back pocket that nobody can see. But when we bring it out and we heal from it, then we get empowered to do so much more. So it's great to do that. And one of the things I've discovered as I pull things out of the back pocket or the trunk that I stuck it in, that I realized that I'm a better mother, I'm a better sister, I'm a better friend. Right? So has anyone discovered that as you share your story, you become more confident, you become a better version of you? Yes. So Ms. Dahlia, share some of your thoughts and some of your stories and how that transformation, what it led you to.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many things that we have that are trauma triggers. And in learning how to heal, I've learned what my trauma triggers are and the decisions about the things that I've made around that. So in learning all of that and getting to a point of healing, it has helped me to go on not only a path of healing for myself, but a path of healing for other women, a path of healing for my own siblings, sisters, a path of healing for my daughter. And it's helped me on an educational path as well. because right now I'm working on my doctorate degree because I see that there is power in caring for our community, and especially with trauma. Dr. Tay, I want to piggyback on what she said about the toxic relationship between mothers and daughters. And there's so much in what you said, because a lot of what I believe is that we as women hold the trauma in our DNA. And when we understand what the triggers are, we can then rewrite the DNA and break generational curses. And I wholeheartedly believe that. And that has led me to open up my practice, Bit of Hope Counseling and Healing Center, and also my radio show on Hope Inspirations Radio. So it has just opened up all of the things within my purpose. So healing is important. It's important to tell our story. It's an amazing thing.
Yes.
Well said.
Yes. Well said. So, Ms. Foster, what do you think? Do you see that how healing, sharing our story is a part of our path to healing? What would you say to other women about that?
I definitely agree wholeheartedly with my sisters on this panel discussion. It is very healing to tell your story. And for me, it's an opportunity to honor the journey, to honor yourself, and to honor other women by sharing your story. So when we keep silent, it doesn't give us an opportunity to honor the victory and to celebrate, the small victories, big and small, being in that moment. We have an opportunity to activate each other. And I oftentimes get that experience from when women tell their stories to me. I feel activated, I get more motivated, inspired, encouraged, and there's a reciprocity there. It has to be a give and take. And so when you are telling your story, not only are you giving a part of yourself, but you are allowing another woman to receive a gift as well, too.
I love it. Okay, I'm going to take it to another side. I'm going to take another dimension.
Okay.
So what about the people who just tell their story, tell the story again, tell the story again, tell the story again, tell the story again? They just want to bend your ear. Well, my life is so bad because and if so and so hadn't done that to me when I was a child, or if we had lived in a certain place. And so tell me your thoughts about that when it comes to your story. Is that powerful?
Point. Well, when we first started out this discussion, there was a definition given of story. So there's a difference between using your story to inspire and activate. You're just telling a story just to inform someone is different. If you're telling it from a place of empowerment, and it all starts with your intention. Yeah. What is your intention? Are you here to inform me? Are you here to inspire me and activate me? And so when we play the victim, and that's what it sounded like, that description, that is not telling your story. That's replaying the same program over and over again. We have to change our story and go from victim to victor. And so when we're talking about telling your story in Black Women Confidential, we're not talking about it from a victim standpoint. We're talking about it from an empowerment standpoint, that it is an opportunity for us to witness and be a testimony for other women, and not to wallow in stuff that has us stuck, but showing another woman steps, as Dr. Tay said, setting boundaries, talking about victory. It's an opportunity to pass it on in a way so other women can know that they're not alone, and perhaps they may not have to even go through some of the other things that we have gone through, because we're willing to be transparent and authentic.
Dr. Tay, let me ask you, so there's a woman out there who is hearing this and saying, they're right. I need to be telling my story, but where do I start? What would you say to her?
I would say first she needs to go over the story alone and not share it And the reason why I say not share with other people yet is because it can be very triggering. There are people that you want an apology from that you may never get it from. And you have to accept the fact that you may never get an apology. There are some people that may not believe you. So you have to accept the fact first that some people may not believe your story. And so I want her to be able to be in a safe space, a confident place first before she decides to share it with people. My very first book I wrote in 2014, and I spoke about how I was molested at the age of 4 by a family member. I talked about my physical abuse and how I went to school, and I told them, I showed them my cuts, and I asked the counselor to, take me to another place. And she said, well, I'll talk to your dad. And he said, he'll talk to you when you get home. And so, to reveal to people that I actually sought help, that I was suicidal when I was in middle school. A lot of people, they see me now and they're like, what? I don't believe that, or I even have family members like, I don't believe that person touched you, and I don't believe they beat you and things. But I was already confident in myself that I was going to share my story no matter what, no matter who believed it, no matter who supported me. I wasn't looking for anyone to say, oh, there, I'm so sorry that happened for you. No, I was there to say, hey, I'm going to be there for other people and support other women if they need that support, because I've been there and I know what it's like to go through something so traumatic and not have the support. And so I said, I'm going to be the difference. I'm going to be there to support and help. And so I would say do that first, and then figure out what your vehicle is. Once you're confident enough in your story and you've accepted that this is what happened and you are, like Ms. Foster said, a victor and not a victim, then you decide, how do I want to share it? Do I want it to be, like Ms. Belinda said, a podcast or, Facebook Live or a book? How do I want to get my story out to the world? And what do I want from that? Do I want it just for attention? Do I want people to feel sorry for me? Or do I want it to empower and support others? Neither way is wrong. If you want it for attention, fine, get your attention. It's not wrong.
I like that.
Just know what it is that you want and accept yourself for what it is that you want out of this journey.
Yes. Thank you. I like that. Yeah. Let's be clear and be real with yourself, right? Yes. And it's okay. No answer is wrong. So that's, the thing I'm loving about this conversation is it's really about just being and opening up yourself, whether it's just for yourself or for someone else, but being willing to open up yourself to look into those hidden places and just reveal them. Now, it's interesting because a lot of times when we talk about sharing our story, we're often thinking about those negative things that may have occurred in our lives. But sometimes we also need to be, all the time, we also need to be willing to share the positive things, because so many women can't see the possibilities because they never knew that someone did that or did that. So can we share, just to give some examples to women on some positive elements that you may have done in your life? Like for me, I'll start and say, when I mentioned that I was in an anthology, but at the same time I was in an anthology, I published a devotional book. So for me, being a first-time author, I was a double author at my launch. So that was amazing feeling to say, and especially since I had a whole self-talk about I don't like to write. So to come out the gate as an author, as a double author, and it's done. And it's, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, be a triple author at the first time, So that's an example of sharing your story. And I can talk about how I navigated and did that. So Miss Belinda, share something from your journey that is a positive storyline.
Well, I can relate with you. I didn't like to write myself. It's so funny, but it started in 2017. Since then, I've, including anthologies and my own books, I've done 7 books since 2017.
Wonderful.
And for a person that didn't like to write, and I'm like, wow, look at you, God, what are you doing? So, I mean, you just have to just trust. You have to stay in faith. Leave yourself open, to opportunities, and, just take risks. don't be afraid and just step out there. And I mean, the sky is the limit. I mean, come on, there's so many things that can happen with your life if you just stay open. And it's funny, I do want to share this, um, because a lot of good things have been happening in my life. But I will be honest and say, after my divorce, I didn't think that was going to happen. But so many things have been happening, and I know, because I didn't allow myself to stay a victim. I didn't allow myself to stay broken. I didn't allow myself to stay in shame. I allowed God to do things in my life and to help other people. So things have been happening, one thing after the other. So many speaking opportunities, opportunities to share my story. So you know what? Just stay open, stay loving, and just stay available, and just share. We have to stop being afraid. I was so fearful at one time in my life, just bound in fear, of what people would think or what people would say about me because of my past and different things. But I'm so glad I let go of that stuff. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. Be free. Allow yourself to get the healing that you need. A lot of times we're so hard on ourselves. We have to give ourselves grace. And my last book I just did, it was called the self-love challenge. And we have to learn how to give ourselves love and make ourselves a priority. It's okay to do that. So many times we're so looking to take care of other things and other people, we neglect ourselves. But it has to start here first. And then when we start with ourselves, then we have so much more to give.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
So, Miss Dahlia, share some positive parts of your journey, part of your story.
Wow, I can resonate with Miss Belinda about being open. I will say I have been in transition, for a long period of my life. And when God said, you need to move from here to here, I had to do it. I had to stay open to it. I had to be obedient. I had to be available. I sold all my furniture, packed everything up, and I moved across the country. I said, I got to do it. And once I did that, because it's the thing about us is the decisions that we make, they either propel us forward or they hinder us.
Yeah.
And so which one do you want? Anything that you want in your life, it starts with the word I decided. So I decided to move.
Okay.
So when I decided, I was open and I was available. And then everything started to come into play. So in telling your story and understanding the positives in it, understand that sometimes you have to cast your net in another ocean. It don't have to be that one, but there is movement. And when there is movement, possibilities are endless. They are endless.
So true.
Yes.
So true.
So I'm going to toss this question over to Dr. Tay, and then I'm going to round it out with Ms. Foster, because I want to hear something from each one of you on the positive part of your journey.
Oh, the positive part of my journey. Oh man, this is awesome. I have so many positives on my journey. But I will not wear everybody out. I would brag, but I'm gonna brag on my God because this is incredible. I'll start at the end because I'll start with current times. That's all I can remember right now. Winning an Emmy. That is one of the most incredible things happening.
Awesome. Yes. Congratulations.
I went for those opportunities, like now being on BlackWoman Confidential, Oprah Winfrey Network, they put out, about the women own the conversation. And when I saw that go out, I jumped right on it. I'm glad I did. Was able to get that Emmy. I would say all the people I'm able to impact, I don't mind sharing it, but I had a tragic experience recently at a school. There was a race fight, and I used to be a teacher / therapist in a school. And so because of that, I said, okay, I don't want to be in the schools anymore. And the Lord really told me, he said, go be a therapist. And I'm like, just do it full time. And that was really nerve wracking because I'm a worker bee. I don't work for myself. I work for other people. Okay, Lord, you want me to work for myself? And, starting with, no clients to now I have 5,000
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's awesome. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, I have a contract with Selfie. I'm their corporate therapist, also with the company Twitch. And I'm working with a fabulous company, eTherapy Pro, where I'm able to text message many people that are in need of services. And I think at this point, I'm glad God called me to do it. At 12 years, I have learned how to compartmentalize. So even though I have 5,000 clients and I have people that are texting me on this other platform, I know how to say, hey, okay, I'm done with you all, and now my children need my attention, my husband, myself. I know how to recognize all of our needs and make sure they're being met. And so that's one of the great positives. And the biggest and the greatest one is doesn't have to do with anything materialistic, is forgiveness.
Yes. Speak on it.
I was able to forgive, and I don't know why that may make me emotional, but I don't care. I don't apologize for it. I was able to forgive the person who raped me. I was able to forgive the people who beat me, who said that I would be nothing, that called me ugly, that called me stupid. And it's not because I can say, hey, look at me, I have 3 doctorates and I got all of this stuff and I'm rich now. It's not about, I was able to just forgive, for myself. And this is going to be down, but I'm going to say it for the women that are listening. I was even able to forgive God, not that God needed my forgiveness, but because I know that he is omniscient and he can see everything and he knows everything. And because he saw and knew everything and he saw what they did to me and didn't intervene before it happened, I knew that I harbored unforgiveness. Like, God, why me? Why did you allow them to hurt me? And it was really, when those things were happening to my body, God was keeping my mind.
Yeah.
And so I was able to get out of my situation. And God was able, because it's a sin thing, it wasn't like a God. So people have a choice. And so I was able to understand through forgiveness, like people have a choice to make. God, they're not robotic. So God doesn't control everyone and people make mistakes. But what the enemy meant for evil, God meant it for my good. So I'm able to impact thousands of people all over the world and be able to help other women heal from, those traumas. And so I'm just so grateful.
That's awesome.
That is.
Yes,
okay, thank you so much.
Hey.
All right, Dr. Tay. Okay, Miss Foster, it's your turn. You got the virtual mic.
All right.
Positive journey points.
Well, I am constantly feeling that I'm in a state of miracles and blessings, those that I expect and those that are unexpected. And so I chose to walk away from my career to homeschool my children and to continue that journey on being a support to other families. I found myself being a single mom, didn't anticipate doing so. And I knew that a 9-to-5 was not going to work for me. I came from a 2-parent, very family oriented, hands-on type of parenting situation. So I didn't want to feel like I had to work a job. My first job are my sons. And so I've been able to sustain with working my part-time jobs. I'm also an editor, and I always ask the creator to send me the clients who I need, who I'm supposed to work with. The right people always show up. I only want to work with people who have a message to share to the world, who want to do something to change and make an impact. And those are the type of clients that I get. And then on the other side, I do technical writing as well as teaching. And again, because I operate in joy and I operate in gratitude, I'm always a half full, never half empty. The light of God, I believe, because it shines in me, people come to me and ask me. So I never have, like scripture says, the righteous will never see their seed or their children begging for bread. I've never had any want. I have not reached my goal financially for generational wealth as of yet, but I feel extremely wealthy in abundance, not in just a financial sense, but spiritually, and in my relationships. I just feel really abundantly wealthy. And I keep getting these blessings like Black Women Confidential. I've had contracts that were recently offered to me as of today, moving forward with my curriculums. And when I say that I want something and I ask for it, and my heart stays pure, it shows up for me. It's really uncanny when you speak about spirit and how the divine shows up and gives you what you need. Walking in faith and maintaining joy and spreading love has been the key to my success. And I haven't arrived yet. I am still a work in progress, as we all are, but it's an exciting journey because every day I wake up and I'm like, okay, what's next? But the goal is always to be in service and always to be a light in the world so that I can be about working for the creator. And that's how I was even when I was in education, whether it was when I was teaching on the college level, middle school, or high school level. I said, I work for the creator. I don't work for anyone but the creator. So if you can continue to work in spirit and work for whatever you call your higher power, things will unfold even in the nick of time.
Amen.
Oh my God. You guys.
Awesome.
Oh my goodness. This conversation has been amazing. Just simply amazing. So rich in so many different things.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to bring it to a close.
This was so good.
I know, right?
Oh, it's so good. Oh my God.
But before we go, what I would like to do is just do a quick round robin, give you guys, like a minute to share a final thought, and then we'll close it out. So, Ms. Belinda, let's start with you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to say, don't be afraid to share your story. Know that your story maybe could save somebody else's life. You never know. Don't allow guilt or shame to hold you back. Don't allow thoughts of worrying about what other people may think or what people may say. Just be a light to the world and know that your story can make a difference, but it can only make a difference if you tell it.
How about that? Miss Dahlia, your final words?
Yes. So as long as you're breathing, you are not defeated. On the other side of your breath, there is hope. Your story, it does more than give hope. There's power behind it and power in your voice. Own it because it's your story. Tell it because God's going to allow you to tell it in a way that is going to heal others. So there's healing behind your story, and keep pushing and doing the things that God has you to do.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Dr. Tay?
Remember that you are the greatest benefactor of your story. Even if no one else hears it, you know it. It is your story. You have had a front row seat at this incredible journey and incredible story. Remind yourself daily that you have overcome, you will continue to overcome, and everyone else is just a great, if they have an opportunity to hear your story, that's just a great plus. But you are the first benefactor and the greatest benefactor of your story. So tell it to yourself first, and then share.
Yeah, I love that. Miss Foster?
Okay, so my message is that it is our birthright. It is our birthright to walk in love and joy and to have abundance. And that means health, wealth in every area of your life. And as you tell your story, know that you were born to live in greatness. And how do you do that? You walk the walk, you just don't talk the talk. So as you tell your story, you're walking in the victory. So walk in victory, walk in confidence, and always remember to walk in love and joy, attitude of gratitude, and just know that it is your divine birthright to have all the love and joy you can stand. And it starts with yourself. When we heal ourselves as women, we can help heal each other. So continue to love yourself so that you will be able to love me and other sisters too.
I love it. Yes. Yes. So Black Women Confidential, there's no secret in the fact that telling your story is healing, it's confidence building, it's empowering, and is powerful, not only for you, but for others, for the rest of your sisters. So take your moment, tell your story to yourself, and then when you're ready, share with others. But don't hide it, don't let it fester, don't let it hold you back. That's right. So,
that's right.
There is power in your story, but only if you tell it.
Yes.
What's going on? Confidential, what's going on? It's time for everybody to get up out of your seat, get up out of your seats. I know you've been having an absolutely amazing time up in here, just learning how, trying to get your body together, trying to get your business together, relationships, and build your bank. This is your wellologist. This is Candace Camille coming in saying it's time to move. It's time to move. One of the things about learning, and learning takes place in the soul, you got to get up and move. So I want everybody to get up, push their chair back, and let's get this party started right here, right? Let's get this party started. So right here, come on, here we go, right here. Come on. Thank you, Spalding, for giving me the opportunity to come in here and dance for a few minutes, right? Just to get the juices flowing as we get up and start moving up and down, up and down. I want everybody to repeat after me. Come on. I'm sexy, fit, well. That's what I am, right? Say, I am sexy, fit, and well. I am one sexy woman. But here's what I really want you to say, right? My health is the first thing, and everything else is the next thing. Say it again. My health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. Come on, y'all. Let's go. You should be ready now. Here we go. Let's get it. 1, come on. 2, 3, come on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more. Come on. 1. Dance with it. 3, 4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right here. Kick. 1. Come on. 2, 3. Come on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again. 1. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cross it up. Come on. Get sexy with it. Come on. Here we go. 2. Here we go. 3. Come on. 4, 5, 6. Come on. 7. Come on, y'all. 8, 9, 10. Again. Come on. 10, 9, woo, 8, 7, 6. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to cross it up now. Here we go. Come on. 1. Come on. You can do it. 2, 3. Come on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more. Come on. You got this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right here. Come on. Right here. Up and down. Hands out. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. 8, 7, 6. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get with it. Come on. Here we go. 1. Come on. 2. Twist. 3, 4. Come on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Right here. Come on. Just to get y'all started. Right here. Come on. Run it out. Here we go. Listen. In my fitness class, this is how we start. We get this party started. Just get your juices going. You know, one of the things about the Sexy Fit Well movement, we're on a mission to change Black women's statistics, right? We're going to change the statistics of us. We are getting rid of obesity. We are getting rid of diabetes. We are getting rid of heart disease, right? But in order to do that, you got to be in alignment for your assignment, right? So what I want you to do is get the girls up, pull the stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks, come right here and breathe. Inhale and exhale. Come on. Girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks. Here we go. Inhale, exhale. Let's come on back down. Get y'all ready to get back to work. Inhale, push down, exhale. This time go all the way around. Inhale, exhale. One more. Inhale, exhale. Now go the other way. Inhale, exhale, inhale, right here, exhale, lean right here, pull, right there. Other side. Remember, my health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. All right, one deep in, fly out, stretch out. Right here. Now it's time to get back to work, y'all. It's time to get back to work. But I know you got all this energy. So listen, I want to stay connected to each and every one of you. Connect with me at The Wellologist, across social media sites. DM me. I'm Candace Camille, The Wellologist. Go check out our programs at Sexy Fit Well, sexyfitandwellprograms.com, and come and join me in this movement, in this mission to change the statistics of Black women. I'll see y'all again later. Have an absolutely amazing conference. Here we go.
BlackWoman Confidential, and thank you for having me. My name is Erica Lane, and before I get started on the topic, 4 secrets to prepare to budget a new you, I want to give you a little peek inside of who I am, because I believe before you can receive information from someone, you should know a little bit about the perspective that they have, right? So I grew up in the financial capital of the world, New York City, and they taught us how to get money, but never how to keep any of that money, right? And so I had 2 loving parents who they worked very hard. They worked with most people called good jobs, worked hard to keep us straight, right? But they were exhausted every time they came home from work. They were tired. They were upset and just frustrated with their place of employment. And so I looked at them and I said to myself, if that's what a good job is, I knew I wanted better. And so I got bit by the entrepreneur bug at the tender age of 21. I have built businesses in tech, entertainment, education, financial wellness, health and wellness, and so much more. And so I did all of that in my early 20s. But what I wanted to tell you is, we all have moments when we think that we're on top of the world. And so I'm just going to share mine with you. I was making great money. I had a business. We were grossing $750,000 annually. And in your 20s, that's a lot of money. I mean, it's a lot of money, period, right? But we were grossing $750,000, and we thought it would never, ever end. Right. And so I was taking lavish vacations, shopping all the time. I mean, I used to go into the stores where they knew my name and they were always glad I came, right? Because they knew my spending habits. I was basically spending money like it was going out of style. And one day it did, because the person who was managing my money, as I was making lots of it, the person who was managing my money was mismanaging my money. And not only that, the school district who had 70% of our contracts, well, they lost their funding, right? And the love that I had at home, well, he didn't want to live there anymore either, right? And so all of these things were happening to me simultaneously. And so I ended up becoming broke and broken, right? And that's a space where a lot of us have found ourselves in one time or another. That lesson turned into a blessing because it helped me to go back to the basics. And I think sometimes we don't go back to the basics because we think we're so far ahead, but going back to the basics are critical. And so I did just that, rebuilding my credit, rebuilding my finances, right? Learning how to coupon, learning how to invest, all of these things, what is now my money management system. And so I learned how to build and restore my money once again. And so through money coaching and speaking and writing books, I often share with women how to take the reins from whomever has the reins of their money to themselves, obviously, so they can build, restore, and elevate their money. And so that I know that I'm making an impact when I do that. So that's a little bit about who I am. Where I've been around the world. But just let's dive right into this, right? So growing up, many of us gained a relationship with budgeting, watching the adults around us, right? And so just as I learned my relationship with job by watching my parents, your relationship with budgeting is just that. It's a relationship, right? And so you have to build it, you have to nurture it, you have to grow it, right? And so just understand that your relationship with budgeting is still a relationship. So somebody do me a favor, type in the chat the word relationship, because I don't think that we make that correlation when we think about money, that it is a relationship and you have to treat it the same way that you treat your emotional relationships, right? Or your people relationships, right? So I'll tell you what it was like growing up in my house. In my house, and you tell me if this was anything similar. In my house, my father had a time of the month where he paid all of the bills, right? He paid all of the bills. And when he paid these bills, you couldn't say a word. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't, tread lightly, as dad was paying those bills, because you knew he was angry, he was frustrated. And now the real adults, we know that he was probably trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, right? And so I grew up watching my dad, pay bills. And so what I learned from that is money, paying bills is bad. It is a bad experience. And so growing up or as I got older, I actually was like, no, paying bills is evil. That's bad. It's something that made me uncomfortable. And which means that eventually credit got bad. Not because I didn't have the money, because it did, but because of the way that relationship was nurtured and the way that it was built from watching my father. So make sure that we're giving, as we're raising children, that we're giving them the right relationship from the start. What are they watching us do when it comes to money? That we're being mindful of how we're impacting them by the things that we do when we deal with money. Are we excited when we deal with money? Are we stressed? Are we angry? Are we pushing them away? Like, what are we doing? Because as you are doing these things, your children are building their relationship with money, right? So you have to be clear on what the relationship of money will look like. Okay. Recognize where you are. Let's assess where you can improve. Disregard what doesn't serve you. And I want you to underline that. Disregard what doesn't serve you. And there's a side note. Side note is whether we're talking about money, we're talking about life, we're talking about anything, disregard what doesn't serve you and embrace the changes. Let me be clear on what budgeting is, because I think there is some misconception in the world about what budgeting is. Budgeting is quite simple, actually. It is the balancing of your revenue, what you bring in, and your expenses, what you spend. That's it. That's all. But that is going to tell you what you can do in the other parts of your money, right? So budgeting is going to be your fundamentals. Before you can do anything, whether that is invest, whether that's save, whether that's improve your credit, you need to learn what your budget is, what your expenses are, and what kind of income you're bringing in. Trust me when I say it is possible to budget a new you. Why? Because I did it. Remember the story earlier? I told you I was broken, and I had to rebuild everything back up from the ground up. There was no help. There was no, someone who fairy godmother who just waved a wand and made things happen. I had to build it step by step by step. But I started with the fundamentals of money, which is actually budgeting. So creating a budget is the first step towards alleviating any money related issues. Because, like I said, it is the foundation. Before you can save, before you can pay down credit, before you can invest, before you can do any of those things, you have to know exactly how much money you have left over in your budget, right? To do that, but here's what I want from you. Be realistic. And I think you should be realistic in anything, but most importantly in budgeting, be realistic. I had a client who said to me, okay, well, I see where I'm having the issues at. I'm spending, $800 a month on food. So this month I'm only going to spend $100. Well, that's not realistic, right? And so what was going to happen is he's going to have challenges, because it happened to be a he, but he's going to have challenges. Why? Because he's going to get frustrated, because going from $800 to $100 in spending is quite a lot, right? And so what I would say to you is make sure when you're budgeting, when you're filling out your information, you are realistic about the changes that you can make. Okay. Now, I'm not sure, why budgeting is perceived as something complicated, because the fact of the matter is that it's not. It's actually quite simple. When you start uncomplicating your life, when you identify your spending patterns, expensive money habits, and find room for improvement. And yes, we all have money habits, right? And sometimes they're expensive, sometimes not so much, but we all have those habits. So one of my expensive money habits, I absolutely used to go to and shop, and I used to shop up and down one specific street. And I'm a little bit, now that I look back on it, I'm like, oh my God, why did you do that? But Fifth Avenue in New York City was my spot. I loved Fifth Avenue. And I used to spend money up and down. I used to have some favorite stores. And when I went into those stores, the young ladies who were working in them, they were always excited. They go, "Oh, Erica, we just got this in." And so when the retail saleswomen know you by name and know the things that's in your closet, you might have a little bit of a problem. It's okay, right? But you just have to figure out and make sure that it's within your budget. Because if it's in your budget to spend, well, then spend. But be quite honest, at the time, I didn't have life insurance. I didn't have a savings account. I didn't have a retirement account. I didn't have any of those accounts, but I was spending like it was going out of style. So the bare minimum, I want you to get those things like life insurance, retirement accounts, all of those things, because I have a daughter. And at the time I was spending like it was going out of style, to be quite honest. I didn't have the bare necessities, no real assets to leave for my daughter in case something happened. All she was going to get at that point was clothes. And while that's pretty, I guess, it's not what she's going to need, right? So we have to think about those things. So she was going to inherit the clothes plus the memories of the dinners and the vacations that we went on. And that's not what we wanted to show her, right? I had no idea that was the legacy that I would have left her. And so I wanted to make sure that I could definitely do that. But I'm honestly and truthfully, I end up finding a financial coach, and she blatantly told me outright, Erica, your financial life is a mess. It just is, right? And so I had turned all my financial power over to the things and not the assets. Things spend money. Assets appreciate and give you money later on, accumulate generational wealth. So don't turn your finances over to the things, right? And so budgeting doesn't have to be difficult. As I said, the primary intent behind creating a budget is to identify how much money you're taking home. As entrepreneurs, that may differ depending on, from time to time, depending on how much sales you have, what season it is, and all of those different things. So when you're doing your budget, if you are an entrepreneur, do it from a perspective of an average. Like, on average, how much do you bring in? Like, and it also is how you're spending your money and how much money you are setting apart for your money goals, right? Because whether you're dealing with this from a personal perspective or whether you're dealing with this from a business perspective, you should absolutely have money goals. My entrepreneur clients, for them, I do a money goal every year. So every year we go through this whole system of what their money is going to look like for the following year. How much are they going to make? How much are they going to invest? How much are they going to save? What kind of investments they're going to make. All of these different things goes into their money goals. And even if you're doing it from a personal perspective, you should absolutely have those money goals. So things like short-term, goals, vacation, maybe entrepreneurs, if you're hiring staff, a new staff member, maybe a virtual assistant, something like that. Long-term money goals, things like retirement, right? Because no matter how young you are, you should absolutely be thinking about retirement. I have a 20-year-old daughter, as I mentioned before, and she and I were just talking about, and this morning at breakfast, her retirement. Now she's 20 years old, long before most people are thinking about retirement, right? Long before that, but you have those money conversations with young people, very young, hint, hint, right? But then also, it's never too early to start looking at retirement and how to fund that retirement. And it's also never too late, right? So you want to make sure you're doing that. But there are obviously different things you're going to need to do in order to retire, depending on your age, and so on and so forth. So I think make sure that you do that. But you need to make sure that it's retirement, or if it's selling your business as an entrepreneur, maybe you're selling your business or wherever your in-game strategy is. And that's another hint. There should be an in-game strategy to any business that you have, right? But we can talk about that all later at another time. So it doesn't mean that you have to create some complex system that confuses you more than helps, right? Budgeting should not be that. You can start with something as simple as pen and paper. Like again, when I said I took it back to the fundamentals, that's exactly what I did. I took it back to the fundamentals, pen and paper, especially if this is your first time. Like I see some of the gurus, they have all of these, extravagant systems and all of that wonderful stuff. But the reality of the matter is that when something is complex, we are less likely to do it. Right? When something confuses you or something brings a source of pain to you, you're less likely to do it. Think about the things you do on a daily basis. When you wake up in the morning and you get dressed, you do all this stuff, you want to do all the fun stuff first. You really don't want to do the heart-wrenching, really the stuff that's going to pull out of you. I mean, I know I don't. I know I have to force myself to do that in the morning so that I can get all that stuff and knock it out. But we like to do the things that we like to do. So make sure that your budget is not complex. I honestly prefer pen and paper and writing it down because I believe what gets written down gets tended to. right? There's a power in writing something down. And so I want to give you access to my Savvy Money Manager. Okay. And the Savvy Money Manager is just a budget. It's a fundamental budget. Okay. You can download it and you can go to savvymoneymanager.com. Again, that's savvymoneymanager, one word.com. And you can get that right now. And you'll be able to download it and really just fill out your budget. In fact, what I do personally is I honestly, each and every month, I print it out and I write it down and I put it in an envelope and in a folder, just kind of just like this one, and has everything for me. So I know when I'm looking at my budget from month to month, when I'm doing those exercises and I go through my budget, I know exactly what I spent last month, the month before that, and the month before that. And if I start to look and see, something's going up and up and up, let's figure out what's happening. It just happened to me with a cell phone. I was paying one amount, and then it seems like every month it starts to go up a couple of dollars, and so now I'm like, wait a minute, I'm paying a whole $20 extra for a cell phone. And to be quite honest, I don't know how much of it I'm really using. I'm not using it any more than I was before. So now I'm calling the company like, hey, what's going on? What's changing? So that's one of the great things about budgeting. Now, the thing is, this is something that should take maybe 15 minutes out of your day, your week, your month. Now, full transparency, because I believe in being transparent. The first time that you do it, it might take you 30 to 45 minutes. Why? Because you're probably going to need to find, all of your expenses and accounts and all of that good stuff. But regardless to how much time it takes, you are absolutely worth it. Right? Oftentimes I find that women specifically, we give our power away and without even a second thought. And so understand that in order to take that power back, you have to know that you are worth it and you are absolutely worth carving out time to understand your money, carving out time to get things done. So we're going to quickly jump into the 4 strategies. Those are the things that I wanted to get to you, just to give you the fundamentals and give you the information about budgeting. But here are the 4 strategies on what to do and what we need to do. Okay. Secret number 1, identify your income sources. Okay. Most people believe it's just your salaries of anyone in the household. But what most people do forget is things like rental income, spousal benefits, child support, freelance income. All of that should go into your income sources. Okay, anything that's going to bring in money, and many of us are entrepreneurs. In fact, Black women are the highest number of entrepreneurs. So clap it up for us. We are absolutely doing the thing and creating wonderful businesses. Okay, and if that's you, you have to have a separate budget for your business. Yes, a separate budget for your business. So if you are an entrepreneur, you're going to have 2 budgets like I do, one for my personal life and then one for my business. As someone who has been responsible for a huge corporate budget, and when I say it was huge, a huge corporate budget, I can tell you every year around about October, they send out the new year budgets to each department because they already identified their income for the next year. Okay. And so should you. I help my clients create what I like to call the Savvy Money Plan. Why? Because we are not small businesses. We're big business in its fiscal startup stage. You can keep that. That's one I give to everybody. Yes, you are not a small business. You are a big business in its fiscal startup stage. Say that, it'll definitely make everyone smile. Now, it doesn't have to be an elaborate budget. It doesn't have to be something elaborate, but you need to know where the money is going to come in from in your business, and revenue minus expenses. That's where your profit lies. Revenue minus expenses equals profit. That's it, right? So you need to make sure that you have a business budget. Here's the warning. Sirens are going off, the warning symbols, all of that, everything's flashing around you. Like, so warning, warning, warning. Remember, personal money and business money should never intermingle. I'm going to say it again. Personal money and business money should never intermingle. That is asking the IRS to come for you, like begging, pleading. And the thing is, You don't want the IRS to come for you. Trust me, I had to help someone get out of a situation like that. And when they come for you, they're going to come for you with the full authority of the IRS. So make sure you're clear that your business money is in one account, and using, making accounts and credit cards and all that stuff are business lines. And then your personal is in another separate account. Because if you intermingle, I'm telling you, the IRS will come for you. That's a whole other conversation. We can do a whole topic on that by itself. And one you need to have, right? Just to be honest. But the damage of commingling funds can be lethal to your business and to your personal life as well. Last time I taught this topic, someone asked, what if you pay yourself as an employee from your business, right? The moment you made that money personal income, that is what it is, personal money. Okay. And so you need to be very clear about how you distribute your funds. Definitely talk with a CPA. They'll be able to help and get that kind of situated, but definitely just understand your personal money is one thing, your business's money is something totally different. So please be clear about that. The second secret is create a list of expenses. Now it's time to list your expenses, and it's quite simple, right? FC equals full control. These are items that you spend money on. They're not usually needs based. Like, you usually spend money on them, and you have control of whether you do it or you don't. An example of an FC is like entertainment, right? If you're going to go to the movies when the world opens up again, right? You go to the movies or you don't, you kind of decide that. That is not something that's a needs-based thing. UC, or what I call usage control, these are items that, depending on how much you use, will depend on the bill. Things like electricity, right? When I was young, my father used to say to us all the time, "Cut those lights off. We're not related to Con Edison." Anybody else, right? And he used to say that because Con Ed is usage control. So depending on how much you use it, will depend on how much that bill is, right? And then steady necessity. Steady necessity are items that are every month. They're the same amount each and every month, and they are necessities. We're talking about things like rent, mortgage. Those things are usually steady necessities and are needs based, right? And so you can definitely use that as your tell for how you can look at your budget. Okay. The next thing that you need to know, that's the third secret. So the first secret was what? Identify the income sources. The second secret was create a list of your expenses. The third secret is find room for improvement. Yep. Find room for improvement. Now that you've done the work, you have the budget, and you know what type of expenses each thing is. Well, now we got to find some room for improvement so that there is more money than month. Because oftentimes what I find with clients is they say, you know what, Eric, I just don't make enough money. Like I've got to figure out a way to make more money. And the reality is it's not about making more money. It's about making better choices with the funds that we have, right? And so and give you an example, I have a client who is making $65,000 a year, and I also have a client who's making $105,000 a year. And on paper, just pure numbers, you're thinking to yourself, well, the person making $105,000 a year has more money. Well, that would be true, except for when you deep dive into it, what you realize is the person making $65,000 a year is only spending $40,000. Right? The person who's making $105,000 a year, they're spending $115 when you add the credit cards, right? And so, you have to be mindful of that spending. So let's find some room for improvement. Okay. Ideally, your expenses should be below your income, right? Thereby leaving money for other money goals, right? We talked about those money goals earlier. However, if that's not the case, you need to go through the full control expenses and identify items that you can eliminate. Now, again, I talked to you earlier about the guy who's going to take $800 of his budget from food shopping and try to put it down to $100. What did I say? Be realistic, which that is not. But start to eliminate little by little. It's going to be difficult, yes, because you're accustomed to living on a certain lifestyle, but it's going to be rewarding if you do it right. But removing a portion of this spending instead of eliminating altogether is going to make it even better, right? So do little by little, come down each and every month. So for instance, with the guy who had the $800 spending habit, what I would say to him is, okay, let's look at $650 this month. Let's see how that works, right? We're going to make adjustments and let's see how that works. And then let's take it down to $450, right? Just being realistic about where it is. Because again, budget that you don't like, you're not going to do. Remember, you are more likely to follow a budget when you feel good about it, right? And so being realistic helps you feel good about it, right? Remember that word. I'm going to say it again, realistic, right? The idea here is to have some money left for your short term as well as your long term goals, right? Now, if we find like, okay, we have done all of this shaving and we've gotten all of this together, and maybe you still don't have money for short term and long term goals, well, then we have to have a conversation about figuring out how we can help you make money. That's a different conversation. But for the most part, most people are making enough money to suffice. It's just about how you're spending, right? And where you're spending it. The fourth secret is start implementing your budget. Now that your budget is ready, because you've done all the hard work, the most critical portion of this is to start using it, right? Because if you fail to implement your budget, it was all for nothing. And honestly, you did all the hard work in secrets 2 and 3, right? Those were the hard work, making sure that you can finding room for improvement and creating, your list of expenses. That's usually the painful work. But honestly, now that you've done that, execute, implement your budget, because a budget, just a fantastic budget that is just sitting there, is useless to you, right? And so definitely start to implement your budget. Bottom line is this: one of the best feelings in the world I've had is when budgeting for the first time was the greatest control of my life, right? Because what I realized is I now had control over what I spent, with whom I spent it with, and how I spent it. And to me, that is a powerful, powerful thing. I was able to relieve myself of any money stress, both personally and in my entrepreneur journey. Why? Because I knew what was coming in, I knew what was coming out, and I was able to dictate my money instead of having my money dictate to me, right? The good news is you can do it too. It's not hard. You just have to start, okay? All you have to do is decide to do the work and just do it. It's all about taking baby steps to make great impact. You won't even realize how soon you'll start running money marathons, and that's what you want to do. But the key is taking the first step, and be sure to give yourself small, reasonable incentives for a job well done along the way. Small, reasonable incentives. Something small. So let me give you an example of something small. I purchased for my desk, there is a holder on my desk. It has my name and it's kind of weighted, and it was like $20. But it was so cute and it was adorable. And that was my incentive when I did something well. I gave myself little things like that. Nothing extravagant. I wasn't going back to Fifth Avenue, but small, reasonable incentives that, for a job well done, so that you can see, yes, I did that. Yes, I fixed this portion of my budget. Yes, I lowered this amount of spending. Yes, I put money into a savings account. Yes, I made some investments. I did those things, right? And speaking of incentives, go to savvymoneymanager.com and you'll be able to download the Savvy Bills Manager and the 5 strategies to successful budgeting. Remember, go to savvymoneymanager.com. I'll leave you with this. Never budget so tight that you forget how to live and enjoy what you worked so hard for. It's not about how much money you make. It's all about how much you keep. Be amazing on purpose. Thank you, Black Women Confidential, for this amazing opportunity to allow me to share here. This platform is absolutely amazing and necessary. So I thank you. Have a wonderful day. Again, my name is Erica Lane. I am the Money Elevation Strategist. Have an amazing day. Bye.
Thank you so very much for giving me an opportunity to share my message with you today. I have a question that I want to start with. Who do you think you are at this juncture in your life? I just want y'all to bear with me for a minute. I'm going to get to the title of my talk, but I got a little build up going first, okay? So tell me this. Are you defined within by your own sense of self, full knowing your value and purpose has not been diminished by your maturity, or AKA your age? Or are you influenced by that chorus of they-sayers who whisper overt and subliminal messages through images and media influences that say you're now less than as a woman of a certain age, and so is your worth to the universe at large? Are you defined by your transition labels? For example, first you were a teen or a child and a young adult, and because of your youth, the world was your oyster. And if you recall, at that time, everybody wanted what your youth represented, which was the illusion of infinite possibilities. Then you transitioned again to a full-fledged, obligation-having adult, where you took on new roles like college grad or career professional, employee, mom, wife, partner, chief cook and bottle washer, every woman, superwoman, and that became your definition of self, even though they were descriptions of what you did, but not even scratching the surface of who you are. For decades, that definition and those roles ruled everything about you, how you viewed your value and your existence, until the tasks associated with those roles also began to transition. Maybe you went from dynamic go-getter in your professional pursuits to a stable, reliable employee seeking an end game to your work life with some level of post-work security because it was the safe thing to do. Or the role of mom that started out requiring 110% of your time and energy and participation, and it waned because those many yous grew up and they needed you less, or wanted less of your intervention in their everyday lives, because that's what happens when they grow up. How about having that role of wife be replaced by the role of ex-wife, representing yet another transition requiring redefining of self? Now, you can tell we're talking about life transitions. So hold on, still getting to the point here. What about the day when you looked at yourself in the mirror and saw you as your roles, you as your transitions, and then you flesh, but you couldn't see you at the core of you because you've been defined by the above so long that your vision was blurred between transition you and core you? Were you shocked? Did you ask the person in the mirror, who am I now? My name didn't change, but I sure have. And so has this next chapter with this person in the mirror who's looking back at me. How am I redefining me? And I don't even know me. So I'm here today, ladies, to tell you that you have reached a new level. And it is a new transition, but it's not something to dread. And it's called freedom. You're like, freedom? What's wrong with you? What are you talking about? You just told us about all this gloom and doom. And honestly, it's not really gloom and doom. And it seemed like it's been a secret that's been guarded by, the warriors of the ages themselves. But the truth is, again, it's not a secret. We just didn't know that this transition at this stage of life is actually called freedom, because it feels like anything but that. So why do I say freedom? I say that because you no longer have to make life decisions that are skewed to the best interest of anyone else but you from here on out if you want to. And I am encouraging you to want to. If you've ever had any aspirations of starting a business, which I am positive that this crowd who is viewing this video right now can relate to, nothing stands in your way but you. You and your ability to put you first, maybe for the first time in your life. And yes, it will be hard, but it will be worth it. As Black people, and Black women in particular, we're not strangers to hard things. As a matter of fact, hard things have learned that we are a force to be reckoned with. And yes, you may hear a chorus of reasons why you shouldn't, do whatever it is you want to do at this stage of your life from those people who think they know what's best for you. Don't let that deter you either. Their lack of enthusiasm probably comes from a place of unintended or maybe even intended selfishness. But if you put you first, how can you still be there for them? Ignore them too, at all costs. When you're in your circles of people and expect help or support that may or may not come, because it takes real bravery to step into the deep when many of us settle for the safety of the shallows. Just remember, their journey isn't your journey. Keep going, even if you got to go without them, but do it in love. Do everything with love, especially love for yourself. So when you start hearing it's too late, you're too old, you're no longer relevant, you're not beautiful enough, you're not intelligent enough, you're not enough, look them straight in the face and tell them, those are lies straight from the pit of hell, and I do not receive not one word of that, because you're still in your dash and your story isn't over. Ladies, my message from one entrepreneur to another who decided to pursue my endeavor after 50, it's never too late. And yes, you can. And as my mom used to say, nothing beats a failure but a try. So do it, whatever it is, and do it afraid, even if that's the only way you can. Transitions are meant to take us from one state of life's paradigms to the next, but they aren't limiting unless you allow them to be. You get to decide what limits you. And it's okay to not always know what the next chapter holds. As long as you're breathing, the next chapter is still being written. I too am currently in a transition. I'm no longer an employee, but I could be if that's what I really want it to be. I have the experience, I have the intellect, I have the wisdom, and I have the ability to add value to any organization I'm a part of. And so if that's what you decide you want to do, do it. And don't let anyone make you take less than your worth. I decided to build an empire at this particular age, which is 55, and decided also that I'm brave enough to tread the deep. You can too. If you pursue excellence, and keep in mind, I said excellence, not perfection. Do the work. You'll find out there's a viable market for what you have to offer. And you can still be mom and grandma and wife and partner. Just don't be afraid to define the parameters of those roles based on what is or is not acceptable to you. It's finally your turn. You are enough. Let me say that again. You are enough. We are dynamic geniuses. Some of us with silver hair and laugh lines that go with our cocoa brown sun-kissed skin, and that makes us badass. So own it. Freedom is something that we've been seeking for centuries. Attaining it seems to be a secret, but there are many different facets to that definition. But it's not a secret, and freedom is yours to define. Take your power back and define it from your point of view. We were created by greatness to be and do great things. Do them, be them, and don't let anyone or anything outside of you, but especially inside of you, stop you. This is your dash. It's your turn. It's your story. Live it. Thank you. My name is Shalisa McNeil Burgess. I'm the founder and CEO of FREIA, and you can check us out at myfreia.com. That's again, myfreia.com. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vivian Grafton, and I am a wife, a mother, a nana, a conference speaker. I am a best-selling author, an owner of a travel business, and most of all, I love God. As well, I love serving the people of God. So my topic today is the secrets to living a life that is free. So when I say living a life that is free, what do I mean? The first thing that I always like to do is take a look at the definitions of words. And so free is my main topic here, living free. So let's talk about what free actually means. Free is not or no longer confined or imprisoned. It also means not subject to or affected by a specified thing, typically an undesirable one. Now, when I look at living free as it relates to me, when I got really the revelation of what living free actually means, it gave me the ability to really take control of my own life. I was free from man's expectations, regardless if it came from my family, if it came from the culture that I was raised in, the environment that I was raised in, or even from my friends, maybe even from leaders in the church community. I will say it has and it is not an easy task, and it honestly took a while for me to realize that I was not living my life free. Growing up as an only child of a retired military father, he thought it best that I go in the Navy. And it was like, no, I don't think I want to do that, Dad. So when I rejected that, he thought a little bit more and came back and said, well, you know what, Vivian, I think the best thing for you to be is a stewardess. He thought that I would love traveling, the benefits that you get with being a stewardess. But it was like, Dad, you know what? I don't think I want to do that either. And so to his disappointment, with the Navy, with him suggesting that I wanted to be, or that I should become a stewardess, he was just a little bit disappointed with that. But to be honest with you guys, I really didn't have a plan of my own, but I knew that those were two things that my dad suggested that I just really was not interested in. And so graduating from high school, I had jobs that I thought were good jobs, but often I would always feel like there has to be more. Like I wanted so much more out of life, but I did not know what it was. So there was a gnawing. What I realized that there was a gnawing on the inside of me that would never go away. It was like I was supposed to be doing something more or something different, but finding what that more or different was, or even knowing how to search it out, I didn't know. Looking at it now, hindsight, there was a feeling of fulfillment that was lacking in my life. So to give it a biblical reference, in John 8:31 and 32, one translation states, if you stick with this, living out what I tell you, now again, this is Jesus speaking, living out what I tell you, you are my disciples for sure. Then you will experience for yourselves the truth, and the truth will free you. Now, another translation states that then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him, if ye continue in my word, then are ye my disciples indeed, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Isn't it something that knowing the truth is what makes you free? Free to do what though? So let's talk about that. So first I want to go into what is the truth. The truth a lot of times is not necessarily what we have been told by man, by culture, by our environment, what we see on TV, or even what we perceive of our own environment, or even in our own minds. The truth of who we are and what we have been created for is only found by the very one who created us, and that's God. When we are living out others' expectations for us, we end up losing ourselves or silencing our passion, our drive, our vision, or our goals. Now, of course, we have to be wise about this, right? There are different seasons that we go and we grow through. There are times we're learning, we're reevaluating what we should, we're reevaluating what we've been doing, how we've been doing it, if we need to make any changes. What I'm stating here is that we're really never at a standstill, even if it feels like we are not making progress. As long as you are doing something, now the something has to bring about some kind of return at the end of it, but you should never really be at a standstill, even when you feel like you're not making any progress. We were created with purpose, and we have to be free to pursue our purpose, our dream, our vision, and our goals. It is never in the hands of anyone else. My assignment at this moment is to cause you to think about some areas in your own life that you have allowed to be dictated by man's expectation. And so to give some examples about that, in my own life, I realized that I was on a road that I had not really designed for myself. When I was about 25, I was living in the state of Maryland, and I ended up getting a position with a local CPA firm, tax accounting firm. And once they realized that I was really good with numbers and I did not have a plan, I did not have a career goal at that time, they felt like, well, you know what, Vivian's good with numbers, so we're just gonna make her a tax accountant. Now that was at 25, okay? 57, I'm 57 now. I am no longer a tax accountant, but I still work in the tax field. And I just realized well, you know what, actually I've been knowing for a long time, but I just stepped out by faith into something else, because I was waking up constantly like, okay, God, this cannot be it. This what I'm doing right here, this cannot be it. There's so much more. I felt like there was a drive on the inside of me that was pushing me into other areas. I just didn't know what to do, when to do, how to do. And excuse me. And then I had to finally get up enough. Sometimes you go through situations in your life where you just get tired of being sick and tired. I got to that point and I finally stepped out into something that I had never done before. And for me, it was writing a book. God had laid on my heart about 4 years ago to write a book. And I started it and I would stop it. I'd pick it back up and I would add some more chapters to it and I would stop it. Well, ended up running into an opportunity where I could get in with a bunch of other authors on an anthology and be a part of that process, which would give me the tools, it would give me the training, the coaching that I needed to really finish out the book that I was writing about my own life. And I'm proud to say that today I am now a best-selling author. Now, this has only happened in the last 2 years. And along with that as well, I always loved women's ministry. But all along, I was always helping other people build up their women's ministry. And I may have been like an assistant to the president of the ministry or whatever, but it was never something that I would lead. Well, now I have my own nonprofit and it is a women's ministry. So what am I saying to you? Whatever it is that God has originally put down on the inside of you, whether you dreamed about it, you've envisioned it, you've talked about it, you've seen other people do it. And that's the key point. When you see other people doing something that sparks something on the inside of you, that is a sign that that is a passion that you have for that. Okay. So But before I got to the point that I am today, I was so open to any and anything, to anyone and anything that somebody asked me to do. If you asked me to do it, I would do it whether I was good at it or not. But here's the thing. When I realized those areas that I was not good at, where I failed at, was making it known, you know what, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm not good at it. And so I'm going to step out. I would stay in that thing, whatever it was. I would just remain there just because, and would find out, you know, months, years down the line, you know what, that was really not what I wanted to do. But it served purpose for me because, again, I ended up finding out the things that I was good at, as well as the things that I wasn't good at or not so good at. So I have came up with a couple of things. It's 3 items that you can use to get you started to living a life that is free. 3 things that can start you on the road to living a life that is free. First thing is self-examination. And that is something that we never like to do. It's hard to look at ourselves. So if you are not happy about anything in your present state, regardless of what it is, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be career related. It could be health wise, whatever it is. You have to get to the root of why you don't like it and then take responsibility for it. Because at the end of the day, we put too much control in the hands of others for our destiny when we have the ability to control our own destiny. But guess what? It takes work. It takes a lot of work. It takes discipline as well as dedication. And a lot of times that's what we're lacking in. Okay. So self-examination is the first thing. The second thing, which is maybe should have been the very first thing, is you have to believe in you. You have got to believe that you are the only one that can make the change happen to live free. Your freedom to live would never come from another place. It would never come from another person. It would never come from a thing. The freedom to live and to live out your purpose, to live out your dream, your vision, your goal, it exudes from the inside out. And so accepting how God has created you, whatever your passions are, whatever your drives are, whatever your dreams are, and then take all of that and capitalize on those things. And why are you capitalizing? You're capitalizing to inspire, encourage, and serve others. If you don't believe that you can make a difference, you won't make a difference. And the gifts and the talents that are on the inside of you, yes, they do help you, but they really are to serve others. It's not always about me. It's about how can I help others. So the third thing is know it is never too late. It is never too late. Age has nothing whatsoever to do with it. It doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter how old you are to fulfill your God-given purpose, okay? There are men and women that are waiting for you to pursue your purpose, make the dream and vision a reality so that they can be encouraged and inspired to do the same. We set the example and we never know who's actually watching our lives. The gifts and the talents that are on the inside of us, again, it does benefit us, absolutely, but it is always bigger than ourselves. It's for those that will only hear you, for those that will only see you, and for those that will only follow you. So let's get rid of the excuses and just do it. Even if you don't know where to start, you got to start. The littlest thing that you do is progress. We're not looking for big things right off the top, but a little bit of work, a little bit of consistent work pays off in the end. We will never have the full plan. We're always tweaking it. We're always making adjustments to it. But as we step out into the unknown territory of fulfilling our purpose in the earth, miraculously, God brings alongside of us those who we need to help us along the way. I'm a living witness. Had I never stepped out and inquired about writing with a group of 23 other people, this day I would not be a best-selling author. And you know what? We just got that title not even a month ago. We just did our book launch, for a virtual book launch on this past Saturday. So it is obtainable. Whatever you're dreaming, whatever your desire is, whatever your goal is, never give up on it. Know that you can do it. Only you. The reason why you have the goal, the vision, the dream is because it is for you to fulfill it, not anyone else. So you can be free to live a life of purpose, free to pursue your biggest dreams, your biggest visions, and your goals. You can be free, but it all starts in your mind. And let me just tell you that it is the best season that I have experienced in a very long time, because now I'm in control. And the things that I don't want to do, that I know that God did not create for me to do, it doesn't suit the purpose that God has for me, I don't do them. I don't have to do everything that somebody thinks that I may be good at just because they think I may be good at it. My name is Vivian Grafton, and I lead women to live a life that is free.
They've called me bitch, whore, hoe, slut, dyke, butch, tomboy, runner, buster, your crazy ass baby's mama, fat, obese, chubby, skinny, anorexic, ugly, thick chick, trick, tramp, and prostitute, only to stare in awe, amazed that hips that spread centuries to transport God from heaven to earth, peek my full figure lips. The last person who used them said, let there be light, so naturally I'm a divine go-getter. I'm the reason streets be paved with gold. I turn the hood into glitter. I'm a woman, a black woman. Before Jesus died on the cross, he sat 9 months in my womb, skin like bronze, hair like sheep wool. Jesus take after his mama. Before noble Jew Ali conversed with the Lord, he got his nourishment from my umbilical cord. I gave birth to Marcus Garvey to make Malcolm X's blueprint to build a bigger movement. I was created in the image of God, and I got the titties to prove it. I ordered the moon to give birth to the stars, so the sun to align them. Your brain power ain't got the strength to comprehend my assignments. When I made a label with Jupiter, I spit out Pluto just so I can confuse all the sciences. I'm a woman, a mastermind who you undermine, which is natural since your mind is undermined. I'm undefined, mother of earth, sister of a universe that took centuries to create. Once I went to Saturn just to give birth to Saturday, a woman, a written legacy liberated by a heart beating the Congo drum. A psychic read my palm, found the book of Psalms, tangled in Solomon's songs, covered in scriptures of the Quran. You know I cycle generations every 28 days. I got saviors waiting in my fallopian tube for that turn to surface. I am the church and the mosque and the trap house. My Lord self to build those builders. God say my needs will be met, so I'm never hungry, I'm never thirsty. I was built with my own milk. If I say it, then it will manifest. When I gave birth to the son, I gave him his own day to put the week to rest, so every Sunday the week would rest. I'm a woman storing stories of stories in my bras. You know, the closest thing I've ever been to failure was when I gave birth to fall. A woman, descendant of a field Negro, the caged bird who sang, so I put locks in my head to remember those chains. What you know about a woman, a black woman to be exact. Didn't y'all witness Katrina's impact? Random fact. Once I took a nap, I overslept, so time got pushed back an hour. I'm the power of angels, so I be chilling with my wings up. They told me I didn't have any taste, so I spit out 4 seasons just to spice things up. Let me tell you about this skin. This is chocolate covered coated moon. How many licks would it take to get to heaven? Reflection of the nightlight. Daytime didn't come from nightlight. Darkness don't give birth to light, right? So the very next time you decide to hold my equal pay, remember who holds your namesake. The woman, the original woman, from the motherland, Mother Nature, navigating national night storms, no GPS, just me on PMS. I'm a woman. You'll find God in my battle scars. You'll find God in my womb. You'll find God in all of my ruins. So you keep on waiting on your Savior, brother, and I'll continue to give birth to him.
I told you that panel. I told you. They were going to bring it. Anytime you're talking about telling it, it's always going to be something amongst sisters. Hashtag sisters on the rise. Oh yeah. So if you're not using the hashtags, make sure if you have your image, you didn't get your image, you still didn't get your image, BlackWoman image, BlackWoman, let me make sure I enunciate that, BlackWomanImage.com. Get your image. It's not too late. You need your image anyway. You need it as a keepsake. You need it as a remembrance item. You're going to need it to come back up in your feed on all social media platforms next year to remind you of this experience. This is a memorable experience. So make sure you grab your image. When you post it, hashtag Sisters on the Rise, hashtag Black Woman Confidential. But look, we've heard from the voices, and hopefully you all saw the promo with all the voices. Jay, were you a voice?
I was voice.
I was a voice too. There were voices of hope, voices of purpose, and voices of power. And what better way to be a voice is to be a voice in written pen. So we're gonna keep this going on Author Speakers Day. Michelle Van is gonna talk about, through her workshop, the secret to igniting. I told y'all, we setting flames up in this place, igniting your future. And then you can find your voice, find your help with Patrice Sterling, the secret of unapologetically free. Ooh, I like the way that sounds. With Pamela Edwards, Yesenia Gibson, the secret to financial wholeness, not just the budget, not just the credit, but financial wholeness. And then Tabitha Kosterbronick, she is talking to us about the secret to finding your uniqueness during a certain situation that a lot of us, I'm sure, have kept secret, but she's gonna help us talk through it. And then the secrets to redefining your why. We know that they always say, what's your why? Why are you doing this? Keep your why in front of you. She's going to give you the 3 steps to fulfillment, and that's Fiona James. I'm looking forward to this one. I think I'll be taking lots of notes.
For sure. And can we talk about one more why, Stacey?
Sure.
Why we are doing this, so that our voices live on for generations, so that our stories live on for generations, so that the girls that are coming behind us have these secrets and they don't have to struggle to figure it out, right?
Right.
So I don't know about you, but I want my story to live on, and I want my story to be told. And so if you're one of us and you want your story to live on because we want yours to, then we need you to head over to blackwomanwrite.com and apply to become a part of the secret letters of Black women and their stories.
Woo! I know I am ready to become an author in that manner. I've farted around with a few things saying I was going to write a book, but I'm going to be part of this anthology. But let's hear more from the speakers and some of their secrets.
So today I want to share with you the secret to igniting your purpose, your passion, and your praise. My name is Dr. Michelle Van, and I am from Fantastic Solutions. It is time to step into your purpose. It is time to step into your plan. And today we want to help you do that. I want to share with you just a little bit about who I am. Again, I told you that my name is Michelle Van. This is my lovely family, my couple of dogs, and my chickens. Yes, I live in the country and I do have some animals. It is one of the things that during the pandemic I realized was a passion, and that was to be able to be a part of nature, to be able to grow my own food, to be able to spend time with my cute little animals and making sure that my family was taken care of. So let's get into our lesson today. Our time, we don't have a lot of time, but I want to share with you why I can't find my purpose. Well, you know, sometimes the reason why we can't find our purpose is because we've listened to other people's ideas of who we are. Many times we have heard other people tell us who we should be and what they believe that we should be doing and who they believe that we were destined to be. And because of that, we get ourselves in a situation that we are not 100% comfortable with. The other thing that I would say has become a problem sometimes for many of us is we have studied everybody but ourselves. I think it's Eric Thomas, and he talks a lot about how that in the scheme of things and in the way we work our lives, a lot of times we are listening to everybody else. We are studying everybody else. We are trying to figure out what pleases everybody else. And in doing that, we don't find out what we really love. We don't find out what our real true purpose is. And so because of that, we walk away dissatisfied. And because of that, we walk away in situations that where we don't feel comfortable and where we are not living to our best life. The next thing that we have is we have looked at others and we've measured our success against theirs. One of the things that we often find ourselves doing is comparing ourselves, quote unquote, to the Joneses. We find ourselves comparing ourselves to other people. We find ourselves comparing and measuring, not measuring up to what we believe is someone else's strengths or someone else's abilities or someone else's conversation, when in reality, we really don't know what it is that they are or are not doing. We don't know if behind their closed doors that there are things that are happening with their lives. We don't know if they're in debt up to the gills. We don't know what's happening in their life or in their situation, in their marriage. And what may look good on the outside may not truly be good. And so I would really ask us as we look at our purpose and we're looking for our purpose and we're looking for our passion, we're looking for ways in which we can begin to explore who we are and what it is that we do in this world, that we make sure that we are not looking at others, that we're not comparing ourselves to others. Now, I will be the first to tell you that it is easy to compare. It is hard to just live in our own truth. So I would tell you that this is something that I think we all struggle with as we begin to look at who we are and where we are and how we are supposed to function in this world. But it is one of the things that we need to do the most in order to be successful. The other thing that we struggle with, and that many of us struggle with, is we have not discovered what feels important to us. What feels important? You know, as a kid, we think everything is important. We think that everything needs to happen, and it needs to happen right away, and it needs to happen with a vengeance, and it needs to happen with an urgency. But everything is not important. And it is as we become a parent, as we become an entrepreneur, as we grow up, that we realize that there are things that are important and there are things that are not. There are things that are urgent. There are things that require our attention immediately, and there are things that can wait. So I want you to really begin to ask yourself the question, what truly feels important to me? What truly feels like the thing that I should be doing right now? What truly feels like the thing that I should be focusing my attention on? Knowing that I cannot focus my attention on everything. Knowing that everything can't be important. I have to determine what are the things that are truly, truly important. What are the things that truly require my attention right now. The other thing that has, I would say, has been a purpose grabber, and that is the lies about me. The lies that I have been told, the lies that I tell myself, the lies that I have ingested from the community. Now, granted, I don't think that people told us these lies on purpose, but they are things like we're not smart enough, we're not educated enough, we don't come from the right side of the tracks, that we, in our family, we don't do that. We don't necessarily go to college, or we go to college and even if we don't know what we want to do. There are so many lies and so many things that we have been told that have snatched our very being. And because of that, we are paralyzed and believing the lie that I don't measure up, the lie that I'm not good enough, the lie that I'm not rich enough, the lie that I'm too black, too dark, too light, too skinny, too tall, too short, too fat, too what lie? And the other thing that has snatched some of our purpose is that we've just become lazy and we've become comfortable in where we are. And because we're comfortable and because we have become lazy and because we have bought into the lies and because we have lost or have not ever discovered that thing that is important to us, because we have looked at others and we've measured ourselves against their stick, we have used them as a parameter for what is or what isn't. We know everybody else. We know what everybody else is doing. We've listened to the ideals that others have about us. And because of those things, we don't know our purpose. We're not sure as to what we should be doing. So I want to share with you just 5 steps to finding your purpose. 5 steps. Step number 1, what drives you? Step number 2, what energizes you? Step number 3, what are you willing to sacrifice? Step number 4, who and how do you want to help? And 5, what are you afraid of? We're going to talk about these really quickly because, again, we don't have a whole lot of time, but I want you to really begin to think, what drives you? I read a story, or I guess it was actually a web page from Mark Manson, and he has these 7 strange questions that help you find your life purpose. And as I began to really read them and go through them, they are really 7 strange questions. I didn't ask you any of the questions that he asked in there. But this is one thing that I began to look at, and as I really began to discover what is my purpose, as I'm teaching you, I'm rediscovering my purpose. As I'm having these conversations with you, I'm rediscovering my passion. So I looked at these and I began to really say and to ask myself some of the questions. And the first question that I really want to ask you is, what drives you? Now, I'm not talking about your car. I'm not talking about your Mercedes or your Toyota Corolla. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, what is that thing that gets you up in the morning, that makes you stay in that spot a little bit longer than you should? What is that thing? So the thing that I want you to ask, or that Mark asked, is look at the activities that keep you up all night. But look at the cognitive principle behind those activities that enthrall you, because they can easily be applied elsewhere. Now, I began to think about this because he talked about the fact that he was a gamer and he liked video games. And because he liked video games, he would stay playing video games for hours and hours and hours, and realize that time would go by, and realize that as he was doing this, what was the real thing behind it? And he discovered that it was about self-improvement. Now, of course, your thing may not be video games. My thing is not video games, but I can get into research. I can begin to start researching and that whole drive to want to know more and to want to be competent in my area and to want to have the skill sets and to want to have the knowledge and to want to be that resource drives me. And because of it, I continue to push, I continue to find, I continue to research, I continue to look. And so that is what he is asking. And I want to really begin to push that to you today. What drives you? What activity will you do? Will you sit for hours and hours? What activity will you lose time and space in? Is it organizing? Is it helping someone? Is it that you are that person that loves to organize the closets and you have the labels and you are putting everything in order and you are making sure that everything is labeled and everything is in order and everything has its space? Are you that person that loves to organize activities? Right now, I know that we're not doing a lot of activities in person, but there are a lot of online activities. Are you that person that loves to organize those activities and make sure that every I is dotted and every T is crossed, making sure that everyone has exactly what they stand in the need of? What is that thing that drives you? Figure out why you're so passionate about it. And that particular passion can be applied to anything that you do. Let's move on. What energizes you? Oh my goodness. When I saw this picture, I began to just smile. Because if we go back to being that little kid, if we go back to being that little girl, that little boy, and we began to think about what was the thing that we thought of? What was the thing that when we laid in the grass and we looked up at the stars or we looked up at the sun that we believed that we could do? We were unconquerable when we were a little kid because no one had told us that we couldn't. We believed that we could be anything we wanted to be. We could be whatever. We could be a princess, we could be a queen, we could be whatever it is that we wanted to be. There was nothing that was stopping us. What energized us? Now, I want to go back and I want to really ask you, what is it now as an adult? If we put away all of the parameters, if we take away all of the things that other adults have told us that we couldn't do, if we take away all of the things that have been a hindrance to us, if we take away all of the barriers, what gives you energy? What is it that thing that makes your heart begin to race? What is it that puts that purpose and that passion in you? If you listen to my talk, one of the things that I talked about was that there is this idea that inside of us is this burning fire. Jeremiah talked about it was that a fire that he could not contain. He wanted to stop talking about God, but he couldn't because there was an energy within him that would not go away. So I want to ask you, what energizes you? What makes you so excited that you want to, you have to, you are impelled, you cannot keep it to yourself. What energizes you? What are you willing to sacrifice? Lisa Nichols, I love Lisa Nichols. She says, are you willing to do the things you don't want to do and say the things you don't want to say so that you can become the man or woman you've always known yourself to be? See, in order for us to move to the place that we call satisfaction, in order to move to the place that we call purpose, in order to move to that place where we believe that we are doing the thing that we have been designed to do, when we are doing the thing that we have been called to do, then it sometimes takes sacrifice. It's sacrifice of our time, sacrifice of our energy, sacrifice of our convenience in order to be able to serve others. What are we willing to sacrifice in order to fulfill the purpose that we have been called for? What are we willing to naturally gravitate towards? What cause pulls at your heartstrings? Who naturally asks for your services? For me, I love being able to help women. I love being able to help women fill in the gaps of those health disparities. I get charged when I am called upon to talk about mental health, when I'm called upon to talk about women's disparities in health, because I know that when I am in that place, that I'm helping some woman answer the questions that she's had and that she's been asking herself, but she's not had the right person to ask. I would encourage you to volunteer until you find the right fit. I know that sometimes people will say, that I'm all about the money. And I get that. I get that we need to be paid for our services. But sometimes when we can volunteer, sometimes when we can get into a space, we may find that there are things that we didn't even know existed. There are services that we didn't even know existed until we get inside an agency and we began to see the needs and we began to work with people that we've never worked with before. I've been helping during the pandemic, working with food and distributing food and being able to see and have conversations with people that are struggling because of the pandemic. And one of the things that I began to understand is that everybody has a need, but will I be passionate enough to help fulfill that need? The Dalai Lama said, if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. And if you want to be happy, practice compassion. When we show compassion to others, when we extend our hand to others, they will be blessed and so will we. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? See, when we face the things that we fear, then we will begin to move forward. Some of us are afraid of the unknown. But when we began to strike out and we began to figure out what our purpose is, we don't always know all of the pieces. We don't always know all of the, and for some of us, that unknown is the part that is so fearful because there have been things in our life that have happened that when we didn't know, we were afraid. Tap in. Push into the unknown. Some of us are afraid of failure. Friend, I'm going to tell you to fail forward. Some of the people that have made some of the most successful companies within the world have failed time and time and time again. But I want to just invite you to think about it differently. Failure isn't truly failure. It is just beginning to understand that maybe this is not the way I need to do this. And so I would ask for you to reframe it. Don't look at failure as something that is forever and something that is the end all be all. I would ask that when something is not successful, for you to begin to look at why it was not successful and take the lesson out of the failure. Fail forward. I know that that's scary. I know that it's scary when you've put your all into it and you began to think about that this is exactly what I want to do, and you put your all into that, and it does not work the way you think it was supposed to. I was a teacher for 20 years. I would not say that that was a failure, but I would say that there are times when I probably did not reach the success that I would like to have. That there are kids that I look back on and could I have done things differently? Could I have said something differently? Could I have touched them in a different way? Yeah, but it wasn't failure. It just was not the way I wanted it to be. I've had business that didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I've had lessons that did not turn out the way that I wanted them to. They were not failures. They were just lessons that I needed to learn in order to do them better the next time. Judgment. Whew. Judgment is a hard one because when we have been judged, especially as a child, It is hard to get past those things that we've heard, those tapes that we rehearse, that voice that comes back to us immediately that says, so you know you can't do that. How do you know you can't do that? Because this is what happened the last time. And I will ask you to just begin to erase the tapes of judgment, erase the tapes of rejection. Remember that people are not rejecting you, they're rejecting your idea. And when they reject your idea, all that means is that I've got to come back and I've got to rework my idea. Or maybe I have to understand that they rejected my idea because they were not my ideal client. They rejected my ideal because they had fear. They rejected my idea because it wasn't the right time for them. It wasn't the right time to connect. But in time and in the right season and with the right person, I will connect and my purpose and my passion will be fulfilled. Sometimes the enemy of our mind and of our spirit will make us believe that we are inadequate. And that when we give up control, we are losing who we are. But my friend, I will tell you, face the thing that makes you afraid. Face the thing that will steal your purpose and your passion. I will tell you that fear is a passion killer. Don't allow your fear to paralyze you. Don't allow your fear to overcome you. I told you I love Lisa Nichols. So here's a quote that she has that I absolutely love. Fear is not meant to stop you. It's meant to wake you up, to keep you up at night preparing and prepping for your goals. See, sisters, I don't want you to be paralyzed by your fear. I want you to be ignited to move into your purpose and your passion and prepare for your next step. T.D. Jakes says this, when you know your purpose, you know what isn't your purpose. So you can stop being distracted trying to do something that is not in the wheelhouse of what you were designed to do. Woo! I don't know about you, but this hit home for me. See, when I understand what I'm called to do, when I understand what my passion is, when I understand my purpose, that I don't have to be distracted by anything that is not my purpose. I don't have to be distracted by anything that is not my call. I don't have to be chasing what they're doing over there because it's not my purpose. It's not my passion. It's not my thing to do. It is not my call. I am only designed to do what I am called to do. Finally, I want you to understand that when your purpose and your passion come forth, that you will live in a space called gratitude. In my presentation, I talked about it as praise, but it is a place of gratitude. And Maya Angelou said it this way: let gratitude be the pillow upon which you kneel to say your nightly prayer, and let faith be the bridge you build to overcome evil and welcome good. See, my friend, when you understand your purpose, your passion, and then that praise or that gratitude comes into your life, there is nothing that can stop you. Your passion, your purpose have to come together. They have to come together to ignite in you that thing that you need in order to be that fire that someone needs to be warmed, that someone needs to help them launch themselves into destiny. So your destiny and someone else's are tied together. You are tied to someone's purpose. And when you begin to get into your place, you will launch them into their place. See, it was probably about 25 years ago, and I had someone ask me, as I contemplated my purpose, as I contemplated how do I move into the purpose that I was destined for. And she said it to me like this. She said, there are people that are in the funnel of life. They're spinning around and spinning around and spinning around and spinning around in this thing called life. But when they reach the bottom, that place where they are to fall and they are to launch into their destiny, will you be there to catch them? And if you are not there because you have worried about what other people have said to you, because you have worried about rejection, because you have worried about acceptance, because you have worried about being inadequate, if you are not in the place to catch them, what excuse will you give to God? And what will be acceptable? Friends, after that conversation, I mean, what can you say? You have to get in purpose. You have to get aligned. You have to stop making excuses. You have to say, you know, whatever it is that I need to do to launch myself into the place that I need to launch myself into, I'm going to do it because there is no excuse. There is nothing that is acceptable. There is nothing that I can tell God, this is why I didn't. Because he'll tell me, but my grace has been sufficient for you. And I made you perfect even in your weakness. So friends, I just want to encourage you. Ignite your purpose, your passion, and that place of praise so that you will be in the place to grab that person that hits the funnel of life. My name is Dr. Michelle Van. You can connect with me if you would like on fantasticsolutions.com. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on LinkedIn. And I am happy to connect with you and help you to fulfill and find your purpose, your passion, and ignite your praise. Have a fabulous day.
Hello, my name is Patrice Sterling, and I am coming to you today from Northern California. I am going to talk to you just a little bit about find your voice, find your health, secrets to navigating healthcare inequities. Today at the BlackWoman Confidential Conference, I think this is the place to start this conversation, and I'm so excited for you to be here. I've actually had to find my voice several times in my life. And listen, this is something that's very powerful, very impactful, and it's free. It already resides in you. So when I was in elementary school, there was a vice principal who actually lied on me. And I was just so outdone by the whole situation. I was hurt, I was angry, I was frustrated, and the adults just weren't listening to me. I found myself in what felt like at the time a fight for my life. And when I felt most threatened is when I began to open my mouth, raise my voice, and call out my truth. In doing so, things turned around. So It's really about having the courage to express yourself out loud and in written form, your thoughts, and make your wishes known. You might think that finding your voice, or even saying, I have to find my voice, is a little strange. But if you're going to navigate those waters in healthcare, if you have a child who is ill and is being treated by someone in healthcare, you will need to learn that that voice that's on the inside will have to come out on the outside. So I want you to look at using your voice a little differently, because you're probably thinking, well, Patrice, I use it every day. I talk every day. And yes, you do. However, are you using it to its full capacity? How do you use your voice? See, your voice is such a powerful tool. It's one of those life 101 lessons, and they start with communication is key, right? It also causes an intentional shift in the atmosphere. And then it allows you to ask those important questions. I want to take some time and share a story with you. And as I share this story with you, I will focus on 3 characteristics that were magnified in finding my voice. I want to talk about perseverance. Sometimes you have to keep going and pushing through until you can use your voice. I want to talk about presence. When you stand in your truth, you take on a commanding presence. And then there's power. As I said earlier, the influence and authority that you hold just by merely knowing who you are and standing on it with your word can be astounding. I am a mother of 3, and my youngest was born with sickle cell disease. And not even a year after he was born, we found ourselves rushing him to the hospital. It was the eve of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. And when we woke up that morning, the whole world was ablaze and our world was on fire. We had rushed him to the hospital the night before because we weren't able to comfort him. He cried and cried and cried in pain. And when we got there, they admitted him immediately. So that night, the eve of the terrorist attacks, was the first night of not a few, not a couple, not even many, but hundreds of hospital stays over the next 18 years. And so what I learned is, and what I know is that there are real gaps in our healthcare. No matter what your coverage is, no matter how educated you are, no matter how you present yourself, the gaps are real. The biases are real. I learned that when your loved one is in the hospital, you have to be there too. And then I also learned that it really pays to listen well, to speak up when it's time, and then to push back when necessary. Because anything can happen, including mistakes. And most times mistakes aren't that bad. We make mistakes all the time. But when we're dealing with someone's life, mistakes can be deadly. So first, perseverance. We needed to have a bone marrow transplant to help my son. And so I searched and searched. We were told no a million times, and it was for one reason or the other. We were actually referred to a couple of doctors to have a transplant consult. We'd go through that process and we go up, feeling good, excited, only in a couple of weeks to be knocked down, let down, hurt, when we're told not this time. And this happened over 18 years. So there was one particular hospitalization where my son was really ill. And I decided I would do my own research, that I would do the work. In perseverance, there's gonna come some work. It's not just about sitting around, waiting it out. Oh, it's gonna get better. You've got to do some work. And so we did. And also, what I learned is that when you persevere, when you hang in there, things do get better. So there's also this thing called presence. Presence is when you show up full force. You stand straight, you stick your chest out, you know your truth, and you speak it with confidence. Confidence is key. Evaluate what you have to lose in this moment when you want to be present. Do you really want to stand right now? Sometimes we have to pick and choose our battles. But when it's time to stand, and you know when it's time, there's something in you that rises up. You stand a little straighter, you feel a little stronger, and then you can open your mouth. There's power in your voice. There's so much power. See, it was during another bad admission where my son was crying out in pain. He had experienced several types of injuries every day. There was a liver injury. There was a kidney injury. He had multiple infections, and then he became septic. But it was on the day that the palliative care team came to my room, or to his room, to speak to us, that something inside of me rose up and said, no, 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 this is enough. You've got to go, and we're gonna find his help now. With that power and that authority, I was able to move forward. I was able to seek and find what he needed. And in the meantime, I used that same authority to make sure that he was getting the best care that he could get. That they were not just looking at the labs. They were not just looking at the reports. They were looking at the individual person. Because I had raised my voice, I had lifted my voice, and not in a yell, not in a scream, but with authority. And things turned around. We found a trial that would take him And we were so excited about it. Now, thankfully, it's been 1 year and he's doing well. He is thriving. So I want you to know, if you find yourself in this position, you have an out, and it's you. Find your voice. Speak your truth. It can only help you. The secret to filling in those huge healthcare gaps for your loved ones is finding your voice. It's persevering, until it's time to speak. It's being present. And then it's using your power. I'd like to think that today you got some good information. This is just a snippet of so many avenues you can take to help your loved ones and to help you navigate those healthcare waters. If you'd like to connect with me, you can reach out on Instagram at Sterling Patrice or on Facebook at Patrice Sterling. And I also have a website, www.thefamilylink.org. There's lots of information for you. Be well.
Welcome to Apologetically Free, their virtual experience. My name is Minister Pamela Eubanks. I am here to share a powerful testimony with you, how God transformed my life and put me back in order. First of all, I'd like to say that I am the founder of Eagles Home Corporation, which is a corporation that is set up for domestic violence, people who are suffering from domestic violence and people who have overcome domestic violence. What I do is I do hideaway shelters for women who are being afflicted by domestic violence. And how I got to this is I just came out of an 18-year relationship marriage of domestic violence. I mean, it started from the beginning all the way up to the end of 18 years. I was married in 2011, and in 2019, that was the end. Within the whole entire time of the marriage, there was abuse on all different levels. I'm going to share this. 2014, I came across this wheel, and it's from the Domestic Violence Association. And it's called the Power and Control Wheel. For many years, I was making excuses and just covering up the different deeds and the mishandlings of me from my husband. But in 2014, I got a hold of the Power and Control Wheel. And I'm going to share that with you right now. It's like a wheel shaped like a pie, and it's got sections, 8 sections, and each section has a category of the domestic violence that takes place when you're in the situation. And I'm going to read these off just so you have the notice or the reminder in your mind, so that if you feel this or if you see that you're going through this, it's a red flag for you. My testimony is when I got a hold of the wheel and I read each and every category, I had every single slice of the pie. There is 8 categories, and I was being afflicted in all 8 categories. The first category is using coercion and threats. You know, oftentimes the abuser coerces you, gets you to do things that are not within your will, or, you know, to please their will, or they will threaten you with, you know, violence, threaten you with um, silence, different ways of threatening. The next one is using intimidation, and there is a intimidation tactic that I went through, was like tantrums. They would throw tantrums and break things and things of that sort. The next category is isolation. I was very isolated from the beginning. I've always been a strong, hardworking woman, a woman who could handle and take care of herself. But when I got into this marriage, I was made to quit my job over and over again. And that put me in isolation. Isolation, one, for shame, because that I allowed it. I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't know quite. But then I kind of pondered, well, okay, he wants to take care of me. But no, it was a tactic of power and control. And number 5 is minimizing and denying and blame. In other words, gaslighting. You know, where there would something go wrong, or there would be an issue when he had done something, it would always get flipped around, and it would be like it was my fault. And, you know, I had got so accustomed to it that I would just take the blame, and just so it can make peace, so I can keep peace in the household. And the 6th one is using the children. Oh my goodness, the children. The children will be used, you know, turn the children against you, you know, just downright disrespect in front of the children. That gives leeway for them to think that they can be disrespectful. And number 7, using male privilege. You know, I'm talking about man and a woman relationship, a husband and wife relationship, when they feel that they are the man, their word is bond, and what they say is go, not leaving the woman to have her own personal perspective or objective of what's going on in the household. And the 8th is, like I said, and the other one, when isolation, using economic abuse. It was dismantled from my job. So that means that resources were short for me. That means that everything that I needed, I had to go to him and ask for it. And this became so humiliating over the years that I just couldn't take it anymore. This was in 2014 when I got a hold of this will, and I realized, wow, I'm in an abusive relationship. And it was not until 2019 was I able to get away. It was like a switch went on, and I had stopped counting for the infidelities. Around about the 5th time I stopped counting. There was no longer for me to count, because it was clear that this wasn't going to stop. So I prayed and I prayed and I tried and I tried. But in 2019, I got my freedom. I got but that, you know, like that light go on top of your head, like, hello, lights, it's time to move. And I moved speedily. I filed for divorce. I got myself out of the situation. And to this day, now, everything that was inside of me is now coming out of me. I am the founder of Eagles Home Corporation, which is a domestic violence platform. Right now, what we do, we offer counseling. We have licensed counselors, we have coaches, we have affiliate services, we have weekly online meetings. These services are here through Eagles Home Corporation. What we're here for is to help and support in your transition. That's if you're ready. Because people can tell you, you know, you need to leave, you need to go, but there has to be a readiness within you that, oh, I deserve better. Oh, I can do better. My thing is, I am unapologetically free. And you know what? I'm going to add something to that. I am unapologetically free and unstoppable. So at this time, I am now the owner, founder of Eagles Home Corporation. Since then, I was writing a book called Unapologetically Free, which is now a movie that should be released in June 2021. And it is the story of domestic violence on film. This is a major film. This is not 30 minutes. This is a full-fledged movie. These things has happened for me since I walked away from that abusive relationship. Not only that, I am able to work with people who are like-minded. I'm able to collaborate with other people that who are moving and shaking this world for the kingdom of God. My mission is to help support and elevate each and every woman who feel that they have been bound, who feel that their mouth have been muzzled, who feel that they have been neglected, who feel that they have been rejected. I am here to support you and help you through the ministry. And I'm telling you, it's through the ministry of Christ that I've got to this place. I cannot take the glory for it. I will never take his glory. It is through Christ that I have gotten to this place. I have to remember to myself, I have to remind myself always that all things work together for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose. Many of the days I wondered, why did I have to suffer like this? But I understand that your ministry, their misery becomes your ministry. So now my ministry is my passion, something that I can relate to, something that I can talk about with freely and not even have a fear in doing it because this is my life. I live this thing. So now that I will call myself, I have a doctorate in overcoming domestic violence. I give it to myself because I've laid the foundation. I've walked through it and God has delivered me. And now I'm at the point where he is elevating me to places that I could only even could have not even thinking of or thought or imagined. I am on my way to helping women who are suffering. It is my life's mandate to bring this cause to awareness, not only to the Black women, to the white women, to Asian women, to Hispanic, to every woman who feels neglected, who feels overlooked, who feels downtrodden, who feels like their life is not worth anything, who feels like they have been the black sheep of their family, who feels disgraceful. I am here. Me and my team of powerful, anointed women, we will walk with you. We will talk with you. Most of all, we will love on you. That is the most powerful thing that you can give a person who has been a subject of domestic violence is unconditional love. Love covers a multitude of sins. And as we walk this thing together, I believe that you too can be unapologetically free, unapologetically unstoppable, and move in your destiny. It was not till I, myself, made a conscious decision that I will no longer tolerate, I will no longer stand stagnant and sit back and let a muzzle be on my mouth. For the liberty is mine. For my body and my soul and my spirit belongs to God. And there is no power or control that should come from any other human being to have over me. And that is the same message that I will teach, that I teach, and that I will continue to teach until the day I am raptured or I am no longer here. I thank you guys for listening. Now, I want to share with you a couple things. Your purpose always begins with an awakening. Now, this ministry was dropped in my spirit in 2008. God had been preparing me for this moment here today. And my husband and I, we bought a piece of land and we were going to build a home on it. But inside my spirit, I was told that that's going to be a domestic violence home. So this was in 2008. I began to prepare to build this home. It's a hideaway home for women of domestic violence, a hideaway shelter where we would take care of their full needs from food to clothing, get them ready with job readiness, everything within this vision that God has given me. And This happened in 2008. We're here in 2021, and all this is manifesting now. You know, I think that it comes a time in your life when you have to realize that I can do this. I am no longer afraid. I will not be silent. I will live my life to the fullest. And I'm not saying that it will be easy, because there have been many a days that I have cried, many a days that I did not understand what was going on. There have been many a nights that I tossed and turned, and my spirit was vexed because I was not sure. There were many lonely nights, but there have been so much almost overwhelming blessings that have come my way since I've walked away from that abusive relationship. Everyone's talking about the narcissist. The narcissist is a real thing. My abuse was not abuse of physical, but it was abuse of mental abuse. And sometimes mental abuse can be more harder to heal from than physical abuse. It is because the mind is the battleground. The mind is the central circuit of everything that we do, everything that we are comes from our mind. So if our mind is under attack, we are all off course. So I had to make a decision that I'm going to take my life back. And taking my life back, I took my mind back. And when I took my mind back, God released everything that he had within me, and it started coming up. You know, I could no longer be quiet. And you too, with the help of many women who are involved in this unapologetically free virtual experience. We do it every 3 months, every quarterly. We come together, we share our testimony. I give out prizes. We just love on each other. We be a sure foundation of support for any woman in need. And I implore you, if you are suffering from domestic violence, or if you have suffered and you need counsel, you need coaching, you need someone to mentor you, you want someone to minister to you, to get you motivated, just reach out. You know, the information is on the screen. You can even hit me up on Instagram, and my Instagram name is Pamela_Marie_. And you'll see a little link under there that says Apologetically Free, the virtual experience. And this is all to help those who are in need. I thank you so much, and I look forward to you reaching out to me and we becoming connected. Thank you.
America's racial wealth gap. So in 2016, the net worth between whites and blacks was massive. As you can see, $171,000 was the net worth of whites, as opposed to $17,150 for blacks. In 2019, that net worth increased to $437,000 for whites, and for blacks that increased to $105,000. Now, granted, that was an increase for blacks of 513%. However, there's still a 123% gap between the net worth of whites or white Americans as opposed to Black Americans. Between 1983 and 2013, the wealth for whites increased by 14%. But get this, for blacks, it decreased by 75%. So let's put that in context. Basically, if we use the $17,150 that Black wealth was back in 2016, because it is closest to the 2013, a decline of 75% would be a net worth of $4,287.50 per Black family. Okay, that's just the numerical context. When COVID hit, or when the pandemic actually started back in April of 2020, for Black businesses, 2 out of 5 were forced to shut down completely in April only. Okay, so we're talking about roughly maybe a month once things shut down, versus 1 out of 5 for white businesses. When it comes to investments in the stock market, whites participate 60%. Okay, 60% of whites participate in the stock market versus Blacks. Blacks only participate 36%. When it comes to retirement, Blacks have only 46% of the retirement wealth of that of whites. And when it comes to home ownership, Blacks are 40% less likely to own their own homes than whites are. So you ask, is there a solution? Yes, there is definitely a solution. Okay, my name is Jasenia Gibson, and I am the owner of the Gibson Financial Group, and I'm going to discuss with you what every Black family should be discussing at their dinner table or at any table at any time, all the time. I'm going to share with you the secret to financial wholeness. All right, so let's get to it. Like I said, I am going to go ahead and reveal the secret to financial wholeness. And I'm going to kind of show you briefly what that looks like. There are 4 elements to financial wholeness, and they are very simple, although not many Black families know about it, or impoverished families know about it. So hopefully this will actually open your eyes to it. Here are the 4 elements to financial wholeness. First is going to be literacy. Then you have savings, insurance, and investments. Okay, let's talk about them individually. Let's start with literacy. Okay, financial literacy. Basically, all that means is we must educate ourselves and our families about financial literacy. We want to educate ourselves about money. You want to gain an understanding of money and how money or currency is meant to be used. Currency, flow. Money is meant to flow. Okay. You want to change your relationship with money. While money is needed and is very helpful, it is not the end all be all. You have to have a different relationship, not a toxic relationship with money. You also want to change the BS of money, and it's the belief system. I know many of you thought something else, but it's your belief system of money. You want to change that. Your mindset of money needs to be changed. You have to think of it in a more positive way, okay? And understanding credit. You have to understand how credit helps and how the use of other people's money is going to be beneficial to achieving financial wholeness. Okay, next up, we'll talk about insurances. Now, growing up, can we stop? Ahua. So growing up, my mom had a wonderful way of teaching us about money. Whenever my sister and I would ask for something that cost money, she had a Spanish response that translated to this. And I hope you don't get offended, but it's actually a PG version. So we would ask, hey, Mom, can we get this? And her response would be, with what money? Must be with the hairs of my vajayjay, right? And so that's very similar to what a lot of you have heard, which is money doesn't grow on trees or that sort of stuff. But that's how she taught us about money. Okay. And that kind of thought process was thinking about money as being scarce. It was a scarcity belief system. And so we want to make sure that we change that. Okay. Okay, so let's go to the next one, insurance. Okay. We are legally bound to have auto insurance, right? You can't drive a car without having auto insurance. And so legally you have to have one. And that's the way it should be with life insurance, right? Even Obamacare, yeah, you have a choice. You can either get medical insurance or pay the penalty, right? But it's one or the other, right? And so life insurance should be the same way, okay? Life insurance is your love act to your family, okay? January 2nd of 2021. My brother-in-law fell ill about 3:30 in the morning and he was taken to the hospital. Now, we're still in COVID. So at the hospital, my sister couldn't be there, his kids couldn't be there. They just took him to the hospital and he was there. By 3:30 that afternoon, my sister and her 2 teen boys had to make the decision of pulling the plug or taking him off life support. So on January 2nd, my family lost my brother-in-law. But not only was that, of course, that was the hardest thing. My brother-in-law was 39 years old. He had 2 teenage boys. He had no life insurance, no savings, no plan for the future, no college fund for his kids. Okay, no living will, no trust, nothing to dictate what to do with him should he be in an incapacitated situation, which he was. So not only does my sister now have to raise her 2 boys by herself with 1 less income, she had to do a GoFundMe account just to help bury him. Okay. She has no savings. One of her sons is in college. He's now going to have to work to be able to pay for college. And so when I say that this is the love act for your family, this is the love act. This is the one act that you can do or anyone can do for their family members to show them that they truly love them, is to make sure that you provide protection and planning for the future because you just never know. Okay. That's just life insurance. However, we're talking about long-term care. You know, what if my brother-in-law could have not recovered and could not work again? And he would have to have care for the rest of his life. Okay. These are things that we have to plan for and we have to think about. Okay. That's an element to financial wholeness. You may not see it that way, but it is. Okay. Savings. There are 4 types of savings that you should have. Every household should have. You need to have an emergency fund. What does that mean? An emergency fund means that you should have at least 3 months worth of your expenses saved up. Should your car break down? You know, if you fall ill, can't work, anything anything. It's an emergency fund, okay? The other savings that you should have is a job loss fund, okay? In this fund, you should have at least, experts say, 6 months or $20,000. I personally, especially in today's time during this pandemic, I say that 9 months is the most savvy for you to have saved up. Is 9 months worth of expenses that you have saved up should you lose your job. Okay, critical. You don't ever touch that, okay? That you just leave it and you just don't ever touch it unless you or your spouse or whoever else you depend on loses their job, okay? Then you have to have a fun fund, okay? This is a fun fund basically to plan your vacations. This is to help you buy a bigger television or, upgrade your kitchen. These are things that make you happy, that, is for enjoyment. You should have one. And it's short term, okay? You decided you were saving for a vacation, you went and you took your vacation, you used up the money, you replenish it, you start all over again, okay? It's a short-term fund. And then you have your long-term fund, which is going to be a retirement. It's going to be a 401k, is going to be, anything that's gonna help in the long run. The minimum is gonna be 10 years, from now that you'll be saving before you use it, okay? That would be the 4 savings accounts or types of savings that you should have. And then we'll talk about investments, okay? So the top portion is going to show you multiple streams of income, okay? So that's going to be investment dividends. So if you invested in the stock market or a startup or some sort of company and you're getting paid dividends, right? That's one stream of income. Then you have rental properties, okay? That's another stream of income. Your savings, whether it be the interest that you earn on the savings, precious metals or items of value like artwork. And then business investments, again, if you invest in a startup and so forth, or, the profits that you're making, if you started your own business, those are going to be streams of income, okay? And then the bottom portion is going to discuss, or is going to show you what income producing assets are, okay? Buying a car is not an asset, it's a liability. As soon as you drive off the lot, it loses value and you still owe on it, okay? Now, if you use the car as an Uber for some sort of business, then it's income producing, then it may be considered an asset. But just to drive around or take you to work, that's not an asset, that's a liability. But income producing assets are going to be stocks and bonds, those that are going to provide you dividends. That's going to help increase your money. If you sell it, you make money, right? Then you have your real estate. Again, the rental properties, real estate, they grow in value. Real estate doesn't really lose value. It just grows in value, and then you rent it and you make money, you make profits off of it. Same thing with your business, starting a business. Not only do you make profit off of it, but you have a lot of tax benefits. You can put your children to work under your business and you can pay them up to $12,000 a year and not have to pay income tax on that. So these are things that you have to look into that are going to be beneficial for you to invest in and try to get into what we call a portfolio, right? Okay. Again, just wanted to tell you what the 4 elements to financial wholeness are, okay? That is the literacy, educating yourself, educating your family, the insurance, right? Getting protection for your family, for future needs. Your savings, okay? That's going to be your savings, your funds, the different types of savings, your retirement accounts, anything that's going to help you in the future. And then your investments, what you invest in. It's not only money, invest in you, invest in your family, but investments overall, are going to produce some sort of income. Okay. So these are the 4 elements to the financial wholeness. Okay. So I want to thank you for your time. Again, I am Jasenia Gibson. I am the owner of Gibson Financial Group. I do want to say that I understand that this may seem overwhelming to you because, you know, you may not even have any of the 4 elements, or you may have one of the 4, you know, and you just don't see how you can actually get this going. I'm here to tell you that it's possible, it is doable, okay? All it takes is for you to get started. And one thing that you can do today, if you have an employer that offers you 401k or some sort of retirement, today you need to go and enroll in that program. Okay, you need to make sure that you get involved with that and you start putting your money on that. Okay, if you don't have that, then you need to start by educating yourself regarding finance. You need to start by setting a goal. What is it that you want to achieve, right? Maybe it's just you need an emergency fund. So let's start with that. Start saving a little bit at a time, okay? And then you just continue and continue. But if you get a raise at your job, okay, you know what gets a raise at your household? Your savings, your retirement. So for example, you get a 3% raise at your job, you're gonna take 1.5 to 2% of that, and you're going to pay yourself, you're going to pay your family by increasing that into your savings or your retirement account or wherever it is that you want it to go, but you're gonna put it back to you, okay? And so, that is my time. I want to appreciate you for allowing me the space to speak to you about this. I hope that this has been beneficial to you. And I am going to leave you with one thing. Mark Twain said, "The secret to getting ahead is getting started." So get started today. Do your plan. Thank you.
Have you ever had your lunch stolen out of the refrigerator at work? You've been sitting working all morning thinking about your lunch that you made, that wonderful sandwich of grilled zucchini, grilled squash, roasted red peppers on rye bread with balsamic vinegar. And you go in the fridge and someone stole your sandwich. Now you just double check, you look on both shelves, up and down, around, looking for your sandwich, and it's gone. Someone stole your sandwich. That is a tangible stealing. Joy stealers steal your emotions. They try to take your joy out of life. They try to take the joy out of things. I am Tabitha Kashabanik, and I'm going to tell you how to be relentless, resilient, proud, and with a little bit of grit. When I was 19 years old, I met a guy, and I told him I was 21 years old. He told me he was 26, and he actually was 32. So just think about that for a moment. It was a 13 years age difference, and we both started with a lie. We dated off and on for 2 years, and then my brother was killed in a motorcycle accident, and I was devastated. It was an adjustment for me, and I was missing family. He offered to let me move in with him and his family, and they lived in Queens, and at the time I lived in Long Island. So I moved to Queens, which is the city. And it was public transportation. There was people everywhere. Everything was local. We spent time with the family. His family was near. The company we both worked for had moved further out in Long Island. So we was thinking, well, should we commute or should we move? So we decided to move to Long Island. So moving to Long Island, I found us an apartment. And finding us an apartment, it was closer to work, but also this building was bigger that we were now working at. There was more employees. And with that was more people. So during lunchtime, sometimes there was different people sitting and conversate with me, and he would get annoyed and make faces. When I walked down the hall, if he saw some guy talking to me, he'd get annoyed, make faces. So one weekend we were home having a conversation, and it went from a conversation to aggression. He got aggressive. He jumped up, and before I knew it, he punched me in my chest. I fell back against the wall and got the air knocked out of me. Now I'm thinking, wow, I never saw that coming. And I'm processing this and thinking, oh, it's a one-time deal. It's never going to happen again. A couple of weeks later, I went with a girlfriend to a networking event. And it was for her employer. And we were supposed to leave about 8:30, but we ended up leaving about 10 p.m. So the time I arrived home, it was almost 11. I walked in the door. I was 15 feet within the door, and he jumped me. He started punching me in my stomach, my chest, knocked me to the ground, kicking me. At one point, I started screaming. Actually, I felt like I was screaming for my life, but no one came. No one rescued me. I tried, and I think I actually blanked out because it seemed like it was forever. And the next morning, I woke up. I was like, okay, this is not for me. This is not for me. I can't stay. I left. I went to stay with a girlfriend, and she took me to my dad's. And when I got to my dad, I didn't tell her or my dad what happened. I just said, I don't want the relationship anymore. It's not for me. So my dad sat down and called him, had us both at the table. We talked about 5-6 hours that evening. He talked to us about communication, how to communicate, what to communicate. He talked about what do we want out of our life, what we're going to do moving forward, what do we see our future, what do we want it. And it got me thinking about a couple things. One is I knew I wanted to be married eventually. I wanted to be a mother, a wife. I wanted to have that picket fence, kids playing in a neighborhood that was safe and they could live in. So I went back home with him. But I knew I needed to do more. So what I did was I actually got a second job. So I was still going to college at the time. Got a second job, was saving my money. He asked me to marry, and we got married. So now he was my husband. And we bought a house. So 2 days after we bought the house, we're in the house, and he couldn't figure out the heating system. So he mumbled something under his breath, his money and the heating system. And I was like, what? He said, I spent all my money in this house and this heat don't work. And I started hysterically laughing. Because my answer was, well, you gave $200. And last time I checked, $200 does not put a down payment on a house. It doesn't pay a closing cost on a house. So all your money, you mean my money and my mother's money. And I'm like barely hysterically laughing. And he punches the wall. And I'm thinking, oh no, this is not going to get any better. So then I decided, okay, let me double up on my classes. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take more classes at this point. So I'm sitting in a creative writing class. And it was 9 of us in a circle. The person to the left went first, and she told us a story about her younger brother who only lived 8 days. And she talked about what they went through at the hospital, what she went through, her family went through. But she told it from the perspective of third person and really like observing what was going on. So then I went next. I got to hear my voice. I got to hear my words, and I got to hear my story. And I talked about a relationship, but I was talking as if I was dead. And I'm thinking, I got to find a plan. I got a plan. I have to realize and find out what I want out of life and what I need to do to move forward in it. So then I was like, okay, I was driving home from work one day and I was on the LIE. Now, Long Island Expressway is a very busy highway, 6 lanes. It was an accident. So in doing so, I was like, I'm just going to get off. I got off with the intent of going through the neighborhood, but I got off in an unfamiliar neighborhood. So I'm driving through and I get to a traffic light. And there's a building that caught my eye to the right. So I'm like, I'm just going to pull in. So I pull in, go in and walk, very nice woman at the front desk. And I inquired about the Air Force Reserve. So she tells me about the process, everything that I needed to do. And then she said 16 weeks. So I was like, okay, no, thank you, and walked away, a little disappointed. Went home, and I was going through my favorite magazine, and there was a coupon in there. And in the coupon, it was talking about the Army Reserve. So I filled out the information, put my phone number on it, mailed it in. It was about 7 days later, a little probably 8 days later, I took the day off, and I was working outside in the yard, and I see this car pull up. Didn't recognize it. And at the same time, my then husband was walking out the door to go to work. The guy gets out, he has on this military uniform. He's in an Army uniform. My heart dropped. So I turn and look, I was like, oh, tell my then husband, I'm doing research for this class project I've been working on. And I'm like, oh boy. So I make an appointment with the recruiter. I decide I'm going to join the reserves. I do it, sign a contract, do everything that needs to be done 11 days before I leave for basic training. I tell my then husband and my parents, my mother and father, that I was going to join Army Reserve and be going off to basic training. I didn't tell them before because, one, I knew this is what I wanted. And I knew they would try to talk me out of it. And I had to be resilient and determine what my goals were going to be, how specific they were going to be, and the timeline I wanted to be doing. So I joined, went off. I was going about 5 months. I got assigned to a wonderful unit. Right away, I felt like they were family for me. They were what I needed, that village I needed. So when I came home, I was home approximately a couple of months, 2-3 months, and I got pregnant with my son. Now, 9 months is a long time to be pregnant. It seems like forever. I was sick throughout the entire pregnancy. 6 months, almost 7 months pregnant, I found out that my then husband had gotten a 19-year-old pregnant and convinced her not to have the child. So I'm thinking, I definitely got to speed the timeline. I got to get out of this relationship. So because of the complication with the pregnancy, the doctor decided as soon as my son was 5 months, at least 5 pounds, that he could be born. So the day of my C-section scheduling, my husband started getting upset, annoyed. I don't even remember why, argumentative, refused to drive me to the hospital. So I was thinking, well, if I call my girlfriend, then they'll know that there's an issue. If I call my dad, he's going to know. And then I thought, well, what about if I call a cab or a car service? And I'm like, what? Then the neighbors would know, like 3 cars in the garage and I get in a cab or car service? So I was like, no, I'm just going to drive myself. So I drove myself to the hospital, got checked in, and I had the most wonderful patient nurse, the nicest woman possible. And probably an hour and a half before I was due to go in surgery, the husband had showed up. And he's coming very argumentative. He's being verbally abusive. I'm hysterically crying. My blood pressure's up. My heart is racing. The nurse walks in and she sees me hysterically crying. She goes, "What did you do to her?" And he said nothing. She asked again, "What did you do to her?" He's like, "I didn't do anything." So she comes over to me. She's checking my arms. She's calming me down and trying to stop me from crying hysterically, trying to get my blood pressure down. So she goes, "I'm calling the police." And I'm like, "No, don't do that." And I'm like, he had a bad day, had a long day at work. And I'm thinking, when I get home, I gotta get out of this. So I'm home from the hospital a couple of months with my son. And the telephone rings. And it's the HR representative from the company that my then husband worked for. So I answer and I'm like, "Oh," she asked, "Where is he?" I'm like, "At work." And she goes, "Well, working where?" And I tell her the name of the company. And she goes, "Well, that's where I'm calling from." And she goes, "He's not at work. He was suspended for 2 weeks pending a sexual harassment investigation." I said, "What? What?" And she repeated it. She's like, "And through our investigation, we actually found out that his previous employer terminated him for sexual harassment." Now, my mouth dropped. Then she asked me, do you have a PLUP policy? I'm like, "A PLUP policy?" A PLUP policy is a personal liability umbrella policy. And I'm thinking, I didn't renew it. No, I don't. Now I'm like, oh my God, I can lose a shirt off my back. So she goes, well, I'm asking because, the person can bring a civil suit against him as well. I'm thinking, wow. So when I got off the phone with her, I became relentless in finding out who he was and what I was dealing with. I looked through everything in the house. I looked under every rug. If it was a jar that says nails, I looked through it to make sure it was nails. I looked through everything. I went through everything in the garage. Through that process, because I had been so sick with my pregnancy and kind of let him handle things, I found that he cleaned out my savings account. He maxed out 3 of my credit cards. I had stuff in my name that I didn't even know about. That was it. Instead of trying to find the perfect apartment, I took the first thing that I could find and I left. It took me about 2 attorneys, 8 years to get a divorce. And through that 8 years, he would call my mother every time I wouldn't talk or answer, and just every little thing. And my mom would turn around and call me with why are you doing this? And I realized that I had to establish boundaries. I'm like, in order to continue moving forward with my life, at that point, my mother's a nice person, but she was my joy stealer with that relationship. So I had to realize that I needed more than that. So then I started looking at things from the perspective of, where did this all start? How did I get here? Right? When I was younger, my parents separated. My mother moved from Queens, New York to North Carolina to her mother's house, so my grandmother's. And I had 2 brothers. So my 2 brothers and my mother stayed with my grandmother full time. And I stayed with a great aunt on the weekend, during the week, and with my grandmother on the weekend. And when I went to her house on the weekend, it was like excitement time. She had a house and she had a commercial property store, a little convenience store on her property that was fenced in. And she wouldn't allow the kids in the neighborhood to play inside her yard. They could come to the store, but they weren't allowed to play in the yard. They weren't allowed to climb on the fence. She was protecting her property. And then there was this beautiful pecan tree that I used to love in the backyard. So pecan season, I used to take the pecans, I put them in a box and I put them by the fence. The kids would get them. So I was like, all right. So then I would then put some pecans in newspaper and drop them on the other side of the fence and stand there thinking, oh, they're going to play with me, talk with me. Didn't happen. I kept doing it. Didn't happen. So one day my grandmother sees me doing this and she calls me over and she goes, you're giving something with an expectation of receiving something. You have to give and not expect anything. So give and walk away. And I go, okay. My grandmother passed. 2 days after my grandmother passed, the kids in the neighborhood came into our yard. They started climbing on the fence. They started just hanging around. And they stole our lawnmower. They stole our bicycles. They stole our shoes if we left them outside to dry. They were still closed if my mother left them outside too long. And then one Christmas, they broke in our house and stole all our Christmas presents. And what I learned is my grandmother had boundaries. She set up boundaries. She had established that this wasn't what she was going to deal with. When my mother was very nice, she spoke to everyone in the neighborhood, let all the kids come over. There were no boundaries. So I learned that you have to put boundaries up. So through this process, I became relentless. And when I say relentless, I wanted to make sure that I did things differently, which means I had to start with a foundation. So when you're building a house, you start with a strong foundation. You build the walls, those windows, doors, and that roof. But it got to start with a strong foundation. And that's how I started to approach my life. I needed to have a strong foundation in order to move forward and make progress. And when I did, things changed. It flourished. The promotions came, the opportunities came. I stopped blocking my blessings. So it made me think about friendships. We understand that we all have friends. And what happens in life is sometimes you go through seasons. Okay. And what I mean by seasons, in the summer, it's beautiful. Everyone's around. In the spring, it starts to rain a little bit. Clouds come out. And in that fall, the beautiful leaves that start to change and you see it. And then you have those rough seasons when you have hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, turmoil. When you have turmoil in your life, if they're not there for you, they're not your friends. That's called season friends. And you have to be okay and be all right with walking away. But I learned to build a village around me. My son was diagnosed with autism when he was 5. It was confirmed when he was 9. And between me and my village, they helped me raise my son. I would say when he said, "Oh, I want to go to college," it wasn't he went to college. It was me going to college. I mean, mommy had to be involved as well. And I have to say, one of the great things that I found for him was this pen that used to record and take, like he'd take notes and it would record and it would stop where he stopped. And that was how he would take his note. Found the best thing ever. But during my career, I started getting my promotions and I got mentors in my life. And I came across this mentor who said to me one time, when I first entered management, he said, "Tabitha," he goes, "there are going to be times when you're going to be out on the island by yourself." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "there are going to be times when you're going to be out on an island by yourself. And you have to be okay with that." And I'm like, "Okay, I could do that." He goes, "Because everyone is unique and you got to play to your uniqueness." I'm like, "Oh, I get that. I really understand that." With that said, I think I learned to find ways to keep going, finding ways to develop myself. So I started hiking about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And when I went on my first hike, it was easy. I was like, "Oh, I can do this. This is easy." The next hike, I was like, "Okay, I don't want an easy hike. I want a moderate hike." So I end up doing hiking for 2.5 hours, going up that mountain. I mean, sweating, breathing hard, getting up there. And it felt great when I got to the top. But what I did is I got to look down and see the steps it took to get there. So when you're rebuilding your life, you're thinking about it, you gotta be resilient. Life comes with a lot of different obstacles, but you gotta be resilient. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men have dealt with intimate partner violence, including stalking, PTSD, fearfulness. Just think about that for a second. PTSD. It happens. But the positive aspect of it is when you decide that you want to take control of your life, that comes in grit. You got to be passionate and have perseverance. It's having a solid work ethic. Grit is having the mindset to do more and grow. Remember, you are worthy. I am happily married, and part of my life, I enjoy coaching other people and being coached by other people. It's about rebuilding, and every day there's an experience, and everything that I do, I'm a veteran. I got a happy time doing deployment. Very interesting times. But what I realized is that you got to really look at what you want out of life. And what I want out of life is to continue to grow. And part of that growth is understanding and learning. So I want to thank you for your time. I've enjoyed it. And just remember, you are worthy. You are worthy.
Hello, ladies, and welcome to Black Woman Confidential. So glad to have you here today. Let's get started. So, Queen, have you ever asked yourself, what is my purpose? What is my passion? Why am I here? Did you discover the fulfilling answer that you were looking for? Did it resonate deep within your soul, your mind, and your heart? Or were you still left waiting for that answer to be discovered? Was your why still lacking? Did you receive that fulfilling answer? Hi, I am Fayana D. James. I'm a minister, author, speaker, and entrepreneur. And I recall a time in my life where I felt like I was living my best life. Everything was going well for me in ministry, in business and career, in my relationships. And I felt as if I was living on top of the world, or so it would seem from someone on the outside looking in. And each and every day, I would find myself searching and looking for the next thing to do. Like there was more for me to do. There was always something that I was searching for and I was looking for. There was a need for me to stay busy all the time. And I remember coming to a road where I wasn't sleeping at night. I would get up out the bed because I couldn't sleep to research and see what else can I do. Didn't understand why, even after all that I had going on, there was still this yearning to do something more. And I recall coming to a moment in a place where I had my moment with God and I was like, okay, God, I am not going to do anything else until you lead me, until you guide me and give me instructions. And I remember several days passed, maybe even a week, passed. And I went back to God and I was like, God, what more do I need to do? What else is left for me to do? What should I be doing in this moment? And he spoke to me, he said, redefine your why. Why are you doing the things that you say you want to do? And today my goal is to help you in discovering the secrets to redefining your why and 3 steps to fulfillment. You see, the first step was, for me and for most women, is always to first and foremost reflect and heal. God spoke, you need to reflect and heal on your entire life, reflect on your life and heal from those things of your past. And that didn't come without some tough work, some hard work, some blood, sweat, and tears. But the first piece to reflecting and healing was to first dig deep and then dig deeper. I had to search and look for those things, even from my childhood, that affected me, those things that hurt me, the rejection, the abuse, those things that were said about me that were not nice, those people who were unkind, friends who left me, friends who forsake me, friends who turned on me. I had to discover, why was I always wanting to be busy? And the answer was in the fact I hadn't dealt with my past. I hadn't dealt with those things that hurt me or disturbed my peace. It still carried over with me, even into adulthood. I had to dig deep and search for those pieces, those missing pieces. And I realized that there were things that I had never, ever sought after for help. I never took them to God. I never talked to anyone about what was going on internally, which is why I always felt the need to stay busy. If I stayed busy, I didn't have to deal with that stuff, nor did I have to deal with me. But once I took the time to say, you know what, it's time to face my past, to face those things, the second step was to seek help. Look, phone a friend, talk to your pastor, to a mentor, or someone you trust to help them through this journey, to help them through your journey and helping you discover or redefine your why in life. Because sometimes we try to stay busy, we ignore those things that cause us to react a certain kind of way. And we just keep going on with life, and those things keep growing and keep festering. And then those things that harmed us when we were kids or younger, or even just throughout life, become triggers for us. And then the third thing you have to do is learn to overcome it all. That is not an easy process, because sometimes you have to face that person that did something to you. Sometimes you have to face yourself because you allowed certain things to happen. And that can be very hard to do, to forgive and forget, or forgive and not forget, but just be able to live through it, to survive it all. But it's doable. It's difficult, but it's doable. The next step was to embody peace and love. Now, this was something that I thought I had. I thought I had an overflow of peace, a peace that passes all understanding, that I had love, unconditional love for others and for myself. But I had to start over. In embodying peace and embodying love, I had to first find peace and love in God. Why? Because He is love. Everything about Him screams love. And He gives us a peace. He gives us that peace that passes all understanding. Then I had to seek peace and love within, and that's within myself. I had to learn how to love Fayana and be at peace with whatever state and with whatever condition I'm in life. It didn't always feel good, having to kind of put what I wanted to do aside just to maintain and gain peace. And then you have to have peace and love towards others. And what that simply means is not just people who are in your current circle or your sphere of influence, but as well those persons from your past, those persons that hurt you. You have to find peace and love. And there are going to come times in life, even now, and even as you continue to live, where there will be certain things that you would have to learn to resolve within yourself and on your own. Some of those situations may not come with an apology or reconciliation. But if you embody peace and love holistically, then you can definitely step into the third phase to be fulfilled, and that's freedom. Be free. The Bible says, whom the Son sets free is free indeed, and that is a very true statement. Once you learn to first and foremost focus on those things that started this journey or this process of an uneasiness, of always having a search for the next best thing, and then you deal with it and you learn to peace and love, now you can actually be free. And in being free, sis, it just means to move forward fiercely. Be unstoppable. Don't let anyone stop your glow or stop your shine, right? So whatever it is that you find yourself doing, first of all, do it in excellence, but be unstoppable in doing it. Make sure that you are connecting to the right people, connecting to the right sources and resources. For that is how you become fierce. That is also how you take and you spread what God has placed on the inside of you to other women. Because believe it or not, the reason you may have lost your reason for or your purpose could very well help someone else. And it's always about passing it forward. There's this quote by philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. He says, he who has a why can endure anyhow. And when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, this is so true. When you know your purpose or your role in life, there is absolutely, positively nothing that can stop you from getting to where you're supposed to be going. You have a designated path. Your steps have been ordered to get you to that place of fulfilling purpose. We were all placed here on earth for purpose. And when you know what your purpose is, when you know what your why is, you can endure anything. You can overcome anything. I have a bonus for you. Stephen Warley says, your why is a statement of purpose that describes why you do the work you do and why you live the lifestyle you do. It is your calling. It is your conviction. It is your mission statement. It is a vision of your life and work. It is your core source of motivation. It is the reference point for all your decisions and actions. It defines who you are and what makes you productive. It's the reason for your life's work. That's your why. Examples of why for most people can be success. They want money, fame, and notoriety. They want to, their why is their family. They want to empower and grow others. They want to feel loved and accepted, or just have a positive impact. And no matter what that why is, and there's nothing wrong with any of those, the key component to everything that you do is to make sure that once you know what your why is that no matter what, without reservation, without hesitation, that you make sure that you're able to step into your purpose. Find that thing that gives you life. What gives you life? And whatever that thing is, breathe life into it, nurture it and grow it, cultivate it. Identify your true strengths, those things that require effortless completion. Find those things that you deem most valuable, because that's where you will find your fuel. And what legacy would you like to leave? And walk in alignment with that. When you step into your purpose, all of these key components, these keys, will allow you to be fulfilled in life. You will find a place of strength. You will find a place of power. And it will flourish, it will flow from you into others. When you're walking in purpose and you step into purpose, there's a certain ebb and flow to your life, where your nights that were once sleepless, you find you sleep your best sleep ever. the confusion ends. And it is from that point that you're able to touch the lives of others. See, what most people don't understand is that your why really isn't for you. It's to be spread out and given to others. Whether it's just you being a mom and you spreading, letting it flow to your kids. If you're a wife, you encouraging and undergirding your husband. If you are a boss chick, if you are a boss, you letting it flow from you to those that serve under you or serve with you. It's never just for you. It's always for something greater and something bigger than you. And at the end of the day, it should always be for God's glory. So my prayer is that no matter what your role is, no matter what you do in life, that you allow yourself to always be in purpose. Here are ways that you can stay connected. You can always visit our website at theaskgroupinc.com or FianaDJames.com, or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the Ask Group Inc. or at FianaDJames. Ladies, I pray that this blessed your heart on today. I bless it gave you some tips or tidbits to continue on your journey and on your path, because you are enough and we need you. We need each other. So hopefully you'll be able to redefine your why and walk in it. Keep shining, Queen. Blessings.
Black Women Confidential. This is Candace Camille, the biologist, coming back in here again. Let me just say this, like, right before, I want you to remember what? My health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. Yes, say it again. Your health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. Thank you, Black Woman Confidential, for coming in here and saying, listen, in order to build our business, in order to build our bank, in order to build our relationships, we must first build our bodies. Without self-discipline, you have no discipline. So we're going to come in here to get the juices going and flowing as we're going on this day. Right here, I want you to get up, move away from your chair, stand up straight. Come on, get the girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks. Yes, get cute. Girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks. So as we doing it, one of the things about women, right, we always say, you know what? I want to get rid of this belly fat, right? So we're going to do a little standing core to get your juices flowing as we're going. I get so excited when I'm working with my clients when it comes to movement. So here we go. Right here, I want everybody to just put their hands up. We're going to do a few standing core exercises, right? Let's think about it. Everything is about the core, right? Your core values. If you have a poor core, what does that say for your core values? How about that, right? Let me say that again. If you have a poor core, what does that say about your core values? Here we go. Hands up. We're going to go opposite knee to opposite elbow. Remember, girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks. Here we go for 20. 1, 2, come on. 3, 4, come on. 5, 6, get it up. 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 more. 10, 9, 8, come on. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to the side. 1, 2, 3. Come on. 4. Push it up. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more. 10, 9, 8. Come on. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to the front. 1, 2, come on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, come on. 8, 9, 10, right here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Come on. Right here. Yes. Did you know that jumping jacks was a core exercise, right? Remember, girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks, and in 5, we're going to do 20 jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right here. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you can't jump, 11, 12, come on. 13, come on. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right here. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go. Woo! Come on. That's the sexy fit well way. Here we go. Right here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little side bend, right? So still working on the obliques right here. So just hands up, go down. 1. I'm sorry, right here. Let's get it. 1, right there. 2, 3. Bend your leg a little bit. 4. Come on. 5, 10, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 9, 10. Here we go on the side. 1, hop. 2, 3. Girls up. 4. Stomach in. Squeeze the booty cheeks. 6. Right here. Come on. 7, 8, 9, 10. Right here. Up and down. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do what I call a rocking horse. So you got your left hand out, hand here, and we're going to do those 2 moves together right here. So you're going to go 1, 2, come on. 3, 10, 4, come on. 5. I'm going to start over. 1, come on, you can do it. 2, going to 10. 3, hop. 4, come on. 5, come on. 6, yep, come on. 7, 8, 9, 10, right there. Always keep moving. What they say about personal trainers, I'm a high performance personal trainer, and what they say is we can't count. I think that's the only true thing that they say about us, right? We can't count, right? We're taught that way. Here we go. So other side, everything you do on one side, do on the other. Here we go. 1, come on. Come on. 2, woo. 3, come on. 4, lift it up. 5, come on. 6, 7, 8, come on. 9, 10, 3 more, come on. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Again, standing abs, right? Just keep it moving. Align your body. Girls up, stomach in. Squeeze the booty cheeks. Breathe. Inhale, exhale. Come on. You just got to get cute with it, right? So we get ready to do a little whipping, right? So here we go. You're going to take your left foot, stick it up right here, and whip it. 1, come on. 2, come on. 3, 4, come on. 5, 6, come on. 7, 8, 9, 10. Again. 1, 2, come on. 3, 4, 5, 6, come on. 7, whip it. 8, 9, 10. There you go. That's some power right there. Here we go. Other side. 2 sets of 10. Now, girls up, stomach in, squeeze the booty cheeks. Just get cute and whip it. Here we go. Let's get it. 1, come on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 9, 10. 10 more. 10, 9, 8. Come on. 7, 6, 5, 4. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. And another thing we're going to do is just going to do some pelvic thrust, right? So again, hands on the hips, dip, pop. 1, come on. 2, 3, come on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, come on. 9, 10. Let's get it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Right here. Now, again, just breathe. Keep moving. Inhale. Come right here. Inhale. And exhale. Roll your shoulders. Come on, right there. Just a little standing ab. Y'all want to know what this is all about? Come and check us out in the fitness club Monday through Friday. The Sexy Fit Well Fitness Club, where we get up live 6 a.m. and get the body moving. Did you know when you move your body first thing in the morning, you have 2 to 3 more hours of focus and clarity. Focus and clarity is what we need in our business, but we have to do it through our body. So come on, get up with us. Shoulders. Here we go. Let's circle it out. Here we go. 1. Give me 3. 2, 3. Stop right here. Go the other way. 1, 2. Come on, fly out to victory. Claim victory over what you want right here, right here. Come on. Take it out. Exhale down. Namaste. Your health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing, right? Your health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. Say it, come on. My health is the first thing. Everything else is the next thing. Come on, get it, get it, get it, get it. Here we go. See y'all later.
I know women, Black women, who ain't afraid of nothing and nobody. God bodies, aunts, cousins, and mommies. Armies armed with sage and collard greens. Scarlet queens with street smarts and deep hearts that beat to the rhythm of greatness. Matriarchs in the matrix, amazing angels on earth but not of it, fly above it, think nothing of it, so loving they practically glow. Reap what they sow, so harvest is year round. Turn sand to fertile ground with sheer will and hard work. Guys in skirts and combat boots. Compact brutes who take no prisoners. I know commissioners of calm and peace with callous feet who beat the streets black and blue, protecting you before you were thought of. I know love and flamethrowers, garden growers and soul restorers. soars. I know Moors who soar, still soar from their last mission. I know why God created women so loving and godly. I know sisters, my sisters, who ain't afraid of nothing and nobody. Flamethrower. Happy International Women's Day, y'all. Peace. I know women, Black women, who ain't afraid of nothing and nobody. God bodies, aunts, cousins, and mommies.
Secrets, 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 y'all. They're not secrets anymore. That's the whole point, is we're supposed to share the information so that they're not secrets. Now, how many times have you shared this with somebody else? I don't know, but if you haven't shared it yet, please make sure that you drop for them to go to blackwomenconfidential.com. There's so many more segments going on, so many more speakers, and even live trainings on Saturday. You don't want to miss this. So make sure you're blocking your calendar out, especially for Saturday. You know, the family's going to be around, the kids are going to be tugging and pulling. Take a look at the schedule and pull out the trainings that you have to be in the room for, and cut out the distractions now. Being intentional is so purposeful. So that segment was awesome. Jay, what's your feelings?
Yeah, it was another phenomenal one. I mean, listen, the secrets to being unapologetically free, like how many of us have struggled with that? That was just, huh. But I don't even know what my favorite was. I want to hear though what your favorite was. So if you can run over to sharehowyoufeel.com, let us know what your favorite was. What was your number one takeaway? What was the thing that you will remember walking away that's going to stick with you every time you pick up something new? Let us know what that secret is.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to ask a question. So, how many times have you felt like the world was out of touch? Like they're just not getting it? I know for us as women, we feel like that. As Black women, we know that feeling oh too often. So, for this next segment that we have coming up, man, so we're going to get to it. We're going to assume the position. How does that sound? Lorraine Wright is going to bring that to us. And then how to overcome your fear from Laura Medrano. And, you know, Barbara Beckley is going to talk to us about the biggest secret to creating your personal mission statement. So many of us miss that when we're putting our brands together. But breaking the code, secrets to building resilience. 2020 brought it to us. How resilient were you? Take some notes on this one. That's Tanika Craig Speaks. And then Miriam Muhammad. The secret of my power is in my essence. That just sounds sexy. That sounds like a sister on the rise. That sounds like Black Confidential, put in the book stuff, write it in the diary, share it out, tweet it out, take it to the clubhouse kind of conversation.
So juicy. So juicy.
You know, I had to get clubhouse in there somewhere.
I love it. I love it. Well, before we run, I want to remind you all there are so many amazing gifts that all of our panelists and speakers have gifted us with. And we want to make sure that you are taking advantage of those and you have everything that you need at your disposal so that you can light this trail on your own. So don't forget to go to blackwomangifts.com. Grab your free gifts. There are so many amazing takeaways there. You don't want to miss a single one. I already got mine. So go grab yours and then let me know in the comments that you got them.
I got a few. I've been downloading, I've been saving, but then I get caught up in trying to read the information and stuff instead of keeping it moving. So I've got to go back. So thanks for the reminder, Jay. And then another reminder, during this session, stay seated, right? If you've got to go to the bathroom, I'm not telling you not to go, but try to hang in there for these next speakers because you'll get a break after that. It'll be happy hour time, it'll be dinner time, time to check on the husband, the partner, the kids, all of that. But hey, do a little something special. This is Wednesday, right? Working Women's Wednesday, let's call it that. But this is the Wednesday of the woman, the Black woman. And this is the Author and Speakers Day. And so during that time, jot yourself a note. Jot down a couple of things that you really got out of the day, and then make sure to come back tonight to Black Women Confidential After Dark. And we'll gather around the table before it gets started and share some of those things that you got from the day with some of the other ladies at the table. So we're gonna run right now so that we can get ready for this next segment. I think I've got to get another pen. I ran out of ink, so I got to grab another pen and get ready. But we're gonna give it back to you now so that you can check out the rest of these secrets during Black Woman Authors and Speakers Day.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Conway, the Queen of Cash Flow. Before I get into my talk, I want you to repeat after me. I am abundant. I think abundantly. I act abundantly. Abundance is in my DNA. Abundance is my birthright. And I'm here to tell you today that abundance is in your DNA and abundance is your birthright. And that means we got work to do. That means we don't have time to be mediocre. We don't have time to be average. We weren't created to just be normal. We were created to be amazing, strong Black women, brilliant. You are a masterpiece, and somebody somewhere in this world is waiting for you to show up. The question is, will you do what it takes to show up? See, everybody wants to change the world, but I'm going to tell you right now, it is easier to change your world when you've got some money. So I'm going to share with you 3 ways to go from 6-figure debt to 6-figure income. I'm going to show you how to get out of your own way so you can create a life you're in love with. I'm going to show you how to identify and demolish your limiting beliefs about money. And I'm going to show you how to move forward in your money mindset so you can change your family's financial standing and leave a legacy for the 3rd and 4th generation. But before I show you those things, let me share with you why I'm so passionate about speaking on this topic. You know, every time I get an opportunity to be in front of a group of amazing women, especially during Women's History Month, you know, where we're celebrating our accomplishments and we're really lifting each other up, celebrating who we're becoming, I want you to understand why this is a topic that resonates with my spirit, all right? Is that okay, everybody? Okay, so I want to take you back to when I first started in kindergarten. The teachers told my mom I was slow and that I would never really amount to much. They wrote me off. And so did most of the world around me. But my mom said not so, and she insisted upon a certain 2nd grade teacher, Mrs. Gilmore, who was known to help slow kids succeed. Mrs. Gilmore, in that first progress report, she wrote the same thing the others did, but she made it her mission to work with me until by the end of the school year, she wrote that my reading and comprehension were on par with my grade level. I was never the smartest kid in the room. but I was always the hardest working, and that paid off when I received a full-ride scholarship to the Air Force Academy. But at first, they wouldn't let me declare my major. The physics department said that blacks couldn't do physics. Well, I declared physics anyway, determined to show them that you're not going to tell me what I can't do. One class, though, got so hard I almost quit. I began to wonder if they were right. Maybe I couldn't do it after all. I would go into the professor's office for extra help, and I would come out more confused than when I went in. After about 2 months, on a day when all the other physics professors were gone, he leveled with me. My job is to get rid of you. And if you will stop coming in here, I will stop feeding you the wrong answers. Oh, I stopped going into his office all right, and I graduated as president of the Physics and Astronomy Club. This lady who was told blacks can't do physics, oh, I went on to do physics for 23 years in the United States Air Force, being the first African American to serve in that role. One attitude that served me well was to remember that when the world says you can't, you gotta say I can and I will. Too many of us have given up on our dreams, on our calling, on our gifting, on our greatness. We let our vast potential fall by the wayside because too many people told us we couldn't do it. And that's exactly what I did after coming home from a military trip, to find my house sold, my stuff thrown out, divorce papers in my face. And when the dust settled, I was a single military mom with over $845,000 of debt that wasn't even mine, to my name. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know how I was going to pay my bills. Everyone told me that I needed to file for bankruptcy, but that would have cost me my clearance, and I couldn't afford to lose my job. I'm so glad a friend reminded me how I used to always tell her, when the world says you can't, you find a way to say I can and I will. So I learned how to hustle. I learned how money works. And let me tell you, it is not what they say on late night TV or in those hotel room meetings talking about the secrets of the rich. You know the ones I'm talking about, the ones where they're the ones who leave rich with all your money and you leave with a bunch of debt wondering what just happened. Today, I run an international financial education company, and that is why I am so passionate about helping my sisters go from six-figure debt to six-figure income. The very first thing we need to do is move from abundance thinking to prosperity consciousness. See, there's a big difference. When I first started to study personal growth and development, I did it, quite frankly, for the same reason a lot of you all do. I was broke. And when your most pressing need is money, man, at $845,000 of debt, my most pressing need was money. I figured if I could just have a little bit more money in my life, things would be okay. Now, I now know, and some of you probably know, that wealth and abundance is about more than just money, right? But back then, I just needed some breathing room. I just needed a little bit more money left at the end of my month. Instead of no money left. You know, you got the checks in the checkbook, but ain't nothing in the account, right? And so everyone was talking about this think abundantly, have an abundance consciousness. I got to name it and claim it. Oh, if I just had faith of a mustard seed, it would already be done in Jesus' name. Oh, if I would just give, it would be given back to me. Oh, if you just believe, sister, you would receive. My. Let me tell you something. Abundance consciousness is fairly easy. It is not going to get the job done. Not when you're facing $845,000 of debt. And I'm going to tell you why. Because you can go look outside. You can look at a tree and count the leaves on a tree. Can you count the leaves on a tree? Of course not. Go out tonight and look up at the stars. Try to count all those stars. You can't count all those stars. Now, I love the ocean. Go just take one little Dixie cup of sand. Scoop it up, put it on your desk, and try to count each grain of sand just from that one little teeny tiny cup. Abundance is fairly easy. It's an unchallenging concept to buy into because it's everywhere. It's how God creates abundantly and perfectly. The difference, though, is do you believe it for you? See, that's the shift. You have to believe it, and not just believe it, but believe it for you. Abundance says wealth is everywhere. Prosperity consciousness says wealth is everywhere and it's my birthright to have some. Do you believe that the same power that created everything else you see in this universe abundantly, that it created you, do you believe that it's expressing itself abundantly through you? Do you believe that you can and should have that life that Jesus promised us abundantly? That's the part that people struggle with now, isn't it? And I remember when I first started in ministry, y'all, we were digging into God's promises, and I would teach and encouraging what I thought was a really good Sunday school teaching, right? And then would come the prayer line, and I would lay hands. And I tell you what, I believed everything for the person in my prayer line. I just didn't believe it for me. Isn't that interesting? Do you believe it for you? Because you can think it and not believe it. You can know it, but not believe it. When you don't have money, I think it dominates most people's thinking. It's like this filter through which you make every single decision. When you go to a restaurant, having money and not having money, it's the difference between reading the menu from the left to the right or the right to the left, right? Because when I didn't have money, my starting point was on the right-hand side. What can I afford? What's the least amount I can spend and not get laughed at by these people I'm with, right? I know some of y'all more advanced than I am. You don't care what other people think, but I sure did. What can I afford? How can I get through this business meal without looking like I'm too hungry and desperate, right? Going to the grocery store. What can I afford? Trying to do the math of how much is this per ounce, right? Which one's the better deal? When you don't have money, it dominates your thinking. You're worried. You're stressed. I'd be driving and the red light would come on in my car and I'd be like, oh, what is this going to cost me? Everything, when you don't have money, creates restriction in you. It's stressful. It's worrisome. It's a weight. How many of y'all been there? The word associated with that feeling tone, that vibration, is scarcity. Scarcity. Scarcity, I think, is a good picturesque word, right? Because you're scared when you don't have money. It's a scary time. And so if we want to move from six-figure debt to six-figure income, we really got to change our paradigms. We got to change and challenge our current beliefs. Everybody keeps saying, girl, drop that baggage. You know, you want to know why we don't drop that baggage? Or why we drop it, but then we pick it right back up? It's because we don't ever challenge our need, our job, or our punishment to need to carry that baggage in the first place. See, you got to challenge that baggage you've been carrying, all that programming from years back. Otherwise, you're going to keep being in the same cycle of drop it, pick it back up, drop it, pick it back up, release, bondage, release, bondage. It's programming, and you get the programming from everything. You get it from grandparents, your parents, religious beliefs, from society. So you gotta move to prosperity consciousness. You gotta believe that abundance isn't just for everybody else, but it is for you. The next key today in going from six-figure debt to six-figure income is that you have to become comfortable with the concept of being wealthy. And I mean deep down inside. I'm talking about breaking through paradigms of money and abundance that have held us back. It's really a lifestyle of abundance, not name it and claim it, not positive thinking, but a way of living and thinking that starts from moving out of that scarcity mindset and into a prosperity mindset. From poverty to prosperity, y'all. It's amazing how people get uncomfortable talking about money. It's just one of those things that we're uncomfortable with. And the more you get comfortable with it, the more you make money familiar in your life. And then the more it flows into your life. I remember when I was in grad school and I went to church on a Friday night and the bishop's tithe check from his investments and pension that 1 week was $3,000. And I sat there in the pew and I thought, wow, I only make $1,700 a month. And this was 25 years ago, y'all. That was a lot of money back then. His weekly tithe check was more than my entire month's pay. And I remember thinking to myself, I can't wait until my tithe check is more than my entire month's pay. And at that time, it seemed like a huge number. But 10 years later, we were making more than that. my ex-husband and I. Now we wasted it, okay? And then he wasted more. I was on the military travel, and you heard my sob story. I came home to the divorce, found myself in $800,000 of debt. But let me tell you something. You don't get $845,000 in debt making $1,700 a month, because they don't loan you almost $1 million till you have proven on paper to the bank that you can handle that kind of money. And a lot of us want to be millionaires. A lot of you would tell me, if we were sitting at the tables today talking over some coffee or some tea, you would tell me you want to be a millionaire. But at the same time, you ain't never made $1 million, and deep down inside, it just seems too big. So you gotta begin to reprogram your mind, and first off, make it familiar. And if you have to, get a smaller number to make it familiar, to make it feel welcome, to make it feel natural. Maybe it doesn't feel natural that you should make 7 figures next year, but would it feel natural that you make 6 figures? Would it feel natural that you could make an extra $5,000 this month? Whatever it is, pick something that you can make a natural extension of who you are. Remember what we said in the beginning. Say it with me again. I am abundant. I think abundantly. I act abundantly. Abundance is in my DNA. Abundance is my birthright. And right now, I'll bet many of you don't even need to make $1 million next month. I know I got some high earners here. You watched me go from 6-figure debt to 6-figure income, and now you're on the journey with me to 7 figures and beyond, right? But most of you, man, if you could just get an extra $3,000 or $5,000 this month, so your heart doesn't sink when that check engine light comes on. Oh, wouldn't that be the stuff? If you could just have a little breathing room at the end of the month. I mean, that's all you really need right now. Some of you on here, all you need is just the ability to... But first, you have to make wealth welcome in your life. And as you journey to higher levels of income, you got to make each level welcome. Now, there's all kinds of tricks that people do to make the higher numbers familiar and welcome. So you could write it down. Now, I'm the sticky note queen when it comes to planning and goals, y'all. I feel like I never have enough time to do the vision board and do it right. And I don't know about you, but does anybody else out there feel like if you can't do a good job, you don't even want to do it at all, right? Like, I use that as an excuse for a long time. Like, if I can't do it perfect, I'm not even going to waste my time, right? And a lot of us do that because we haven't made wealth familiar, comfortable, and welcome into our lives. And so we do little things like that to self-sabotage. But nowadays, you know what? If I got to go and I don't have time to make it pretty, I just get a sticky note and I put it right there somewhere where I can see it several times a day, like in my mirror, or if I'm traveling, I put it right in this little spot on my laptop. You know, we see the number often enough, it becomes familiar, comfortable, and welcome in our lives. And another way that we make wealth welcome and familiar and comfortable in our lives is by not holding on to the things that are of lesser value. And not holding on to things that are actually damaging us and hindering us from achieving our goals. We gotta release those people, places, and things that are of lesser value so that we have open hands to receive the things that are of higher value. So the first step in going from 6-figure debt to 6-figure income is to move into prosperity consciousness, okay? Not just believing in abundance, but believing in it for you. All right. And so then the next step is to make wealth familiar, comfortable, and welcome in your life by focusing on the amount of wealth you desire and letting go of behaviors and associates who are no longer compatible with the wealthy person you want to become. The last thing we got to do, y'all, I know you're not going to like this. We got to learn the basics of how to manage your money. You got to learn how others are making money off of you, and you got to learn how to not be afraid of money. And this is where it gets tough, because don't nobody want to admit failure, not in the bedroom, the boardroom, or their pocketbook. But you got to learn how to tell your money where to go instead of always wondering where it went. And money's actually not that hard. We've just been living under all these limiting beliefs about money that make us afraid of it and make us think it's too complicated and that we can never figure it out. There are a lot of financial institutions, a lot of business people, a lot of husbands and wives, and even pastors. And I'm a pastor, y'all, so I can say this, right? There's a whole lot of people that want to keep you bound with limiting beliefs about money. It's time for every one of you to walk in every ounce of the abundance that God has promised you. And it's up to you. You need to start now learning how to manage your money and saving for the future. Now, I'm going to tell you, a reason a lot of us don't do this is because we don't have anybody in our corner to support us. You know how it is. You decide to get healthier. So what does your husband do? What do your coworkers do? Man, they bring all the donuts and chocolate. You want to go back to school, and instead of supporting you, they make you feel like you too much, you extra. Who do you think you are? Right? Anybody else been there today? I know I have. Jim Rohn said, look at the 5 people you spend the most time with, and in 5 years, your life will be the average of theirs. Look around in your life. Scroll through your last 20 texts. What's your life going to look like in 5 years? You tell me. And if you want more, then I want you to say with me right now, I deserve more. I deserve more. You deserve it. It was given to you from the foundation of the world. The Lord said that He came, that you might walk in abundance. So I encourage you today to find a group of like-minded people that'll help uplift you and support you as you seek out your calling. And if you signed a big contract tonight and you don't have somebody you could call and celebrate, you don't have somebody you could call up who won't be all petty and try to tear you down, then it is time to build a support system of people who are in your corner. My Building Wealth Together tribe, we're in your corner. We've done the thing. You want to make 6 or 7 figures? Then surround yourself with people who have done it and are cheering for you. If you don't know who else to connect with, you can start with connecting with me. I'm on social media as JJ Knows the Way. Now, I could take an hour talking about these false beliefs about money, y'all, because we really demonize the rich, and we forget that so many of the best things in the world, museums, the Carnegie Science Center, the scholarships, endowments, all them things happen from people who had wealth. You take away all the rich people, and all you got left is the poor, and the poor aren't developing vaccines. They ain't creating jobs. They're not opening up colleges or creating scholarships. The world needs you rich. And if the Lord didn't want His children to be wealthy, He wouldn't have given us over 2,500 scriptures on how to handle wealth. I'm going to close with this quote by Miles Monroe. He said, the wealthiest place in the world is not the gold mines of South America or the oil fields of Iraq or Iran. They're not the diamond mines of South Africa or the banks of the world. The wealthiest place in the planet is just down the road. It is the cemetery. There lie buried the companies that were never started, the inventions that were never made, the books that were never written, the masterpieces that were never painted. In the cemetery is buried the greatest treasure of untapped potential. It is time for you to unlock your potential, and it is time for you to claim your birthright of prosperity. I'm JJ Conway. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Ignite.
Impata nawaje chichoze maya eche kuena 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 Impata Maya, Maya, Echekuena.
Call upon the name of the Most High, announce a nigga woman, Grandma Carrie, and my mama. I am the daughter of freedom fighters and farmers, bootleggers and number runners, copper color skin like clay, cooler than Indian summers, blooded by oracles and seers, water porters and healers, once were warriors, now killers and drug dealers. Mississippi, Choctaw Creek, berets in Baltimore, so my vernacular from the streets, we move carefully. My pack of wolves, they care for me prayerfully. You'll only lose a limb fooling with them. I am the product of a gypsy and a kingpin. I exist somewhere between Egypt and Sing Sing, born to be a revolutionary since a wee thing. Rebellion in the memory of the memories I was drinking. I am the product of prayers and potions and heartbreak and devotion. I come from gorgeous women who cut and shoot and don't say sorry later. Short-tempered, easily provoked. They possess spirits, conjure worlds, see the future, clutch they pearls, stay hella woke. Enchantment, birth and raise babies, yup, lots of them. And living room floors with no doctors or Western medicine. They carry water, talk to God, wash their hair up in the clouds. Cause they cool like that, and we strong like that. We cry silently, caressing our disappointments, tucking the hurt deep down inside of our ovaries for safekeeping, of course, until the next girl was born. Heart was broken before I ever cut the cord. I was raised under the floorboards, the ones America likes to forget about. The ones on which you built your little pretty white house. Yeah, the ones on the prairies, the ones I'm talking about. Children torn from mothers by colonizers' orders, long before America ever had borders. Native babies stolen at tender ages, shipped to the West Indies to slavery. This is America. Don't get you slipping, no. We be the people you call low lives, dangerous, hood rats, wild, Indians, colored, incorrigible, untamed, savages, gangsters, niggas, go-getters, super predators, go figure, do for self, kings, queens, gods, master teachers, alchemists, Africans, natives, and bondage, but my spirit free. I was born to bring more light into the world. That's why you see so much fight in your girl, because God's work is so gangster. And I got so much more to be thankful for. I am red clay, dirt roads, ashe, tobacco field, prayer ties, sweet grass, peyote. I survived the trail of tears and slavery. This here is what you call unmatched bravery. And if you want this blessing on your stages, it ain't all about the money, but baby, you gonna have to pay me. Say we call it reparations. See, I learned to sing, not in school, but in ways you wouldn't understand. See, singing wasn't about songs, it was about sound and the laying on of hands. I watched my grandmother pour pain from the aching bodies of sobbing grown men with a sound that started in her pit, escaped her lips, and made them whole again. We black Indian. This red and brown blood, it runs so deep. This ceremony, this sacrifice is nothing you could ever teach. Lest you crawl back into the deep black womb of the healing lodge to rebirth yourself brand new and learn that we are just spiritual beings having a human experience and nothing else is ever true. We are spiritual beings having a human experience and nothing else is ever true.
Hello, ladies. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you enjoyed that. My name is Lorraine Wright. I am a native New Yorker. I'm the CEO and executive director of a community-based organization located in Richmond, Virginia called I Vote for Me. We're premised on self-advocacy and the protection of human rights. I just authored my first book, Shine, Black Girl Shine. That's right now in the process of self-publishing. Our brand, Tribal Movements, will be launching in March 2021. That's right, the end of this month, to include fly conscious gear and other items that remind us melanated people of our intrinsic strength and power. I'm also a currency trader and invest in the foreign exchange and cryptocurrency markets. I Vote for Me. We educate, empower, and ignite our communities into action. We believe that movements are most effective when they're led by those that are impacted by the issues. And we mean centering the impacted and creating not only safe, but more importantly, courageous spaces so that those that we need to hear from are not arbitrary participants in the conversation, but actually leading the change. I believe empowerment allows us to stop asking permission to enter spaces that we already have access to. Only when we understand that we've been socialized, ladies, to calibrate to external and societal conditions can we then begin the process of realignment. Iyanla Vanzant said, comparing yourself to others is an act of violence against yourself. So really what we're going to do today is reframe our lens, because alignment is absolutely everything. Knowledge of self, trusting the God within us, and realizing that we are one and the same. Walking boldly in the belief, or not in the belief, or not just in the belief, but more so in the knowing that all things are working for our good. And ladies, this allows us to navigate this thing called life with relative ease. Where once setbacks were devastating, now we might stagger a little bit, but the recovery is a whole lot quicker, you know? So I want to speak to you ladies today on the topic, assume the position. This video, this event for us will launch Assume the Position, which is a virtual institute of leadership, personal development, and community restoration, where we lead with love and we teach from the authenticity of our example. This institute will reach folks like you and me, right where we are, with examples of everyday people doing some pretty dope things in expectation of prompting that same motivation to create and build within our communities. So the model is also going to bring to the world real tangible examples of what restorative, transformative, and also unitive justice and practices look like. So let's be transparent about how we can repair harms within our own communities for each other first. So where do we begin today? We just heard a song by a wonderful artist called Mumu Fresh Mamuna Youssef called Inkpata. And she's drawing on her indigenous and African roots. She's calling on the help of her ancestors. She's summoning the intrinsic God-given power that's within her. And so today I'm going to start with a quote by Assata Shakur, freedom fighter. Sister Shakur says, "It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains." And some of you ladies may have heard that in these social justice settings, maybe even in a protest. But I want to help you understand, and hopefully you'll learn today that when Sister Shakur speaks of fighting for our freedom, it's not only our physical freedom. We're not talking about only about slavery, which mass incarceration, Jim Crow is the new slavery, so don't get that mixed up. But we're not talking about this physical sort of constraint. We're also talking about the liberation of our minds. So when we fight for our freedom, we're really fighting for our liberation, our right to be at peace, our right to be aligned with ourselves and with the God in us. So today, we're going to take that first step, ladies, in assuming the position. let's go back a little bit in history. And I'm not talking about American history, not talking about African history. Let's talk about your history, or maybe even perhaps my history. As a woman, we deal with some pretty unique challenges, right? We deal with sexism, always dealing with classism and racism. But as a woman, we have so many things to navigate. Motherhood, trying to figure out our place, trying to balance not doing too much, not overextending ourselves, not being selfish, but practicing and exercising self-care. But in that, sometimes we submit to the wrong things. Sometimes we acquiesce where we shouldn't. And so our history, ladies, tells us that we're really resilient. Our history tells us that we have a hell of a lot of tenacity. Our history tells us that we've been through some things that would have broken many people. Our history tells us that if we talk about evidence-based, there's no reason why we should still be standing. That's what history says. I want to suggest to you today that your history is setting you up in terms of forecasting you for your future. And I don't want you to misunderstand that, ladies. I don't want you to think I'm saying that all of the bad things that have happened in your past, you're doomed to repeat that. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that your history, the things that you've been through, all of those things are actually stacking one on top of each other, not to break you down, but actually to build your strength. The thing is, ladies, that we can't ever get into alignment with ourselves and with the God in us until we understand the contrast that's necessary for us to understand what it is that we've been through and what we're capable of. I'm gonna need y'all to stay with me for a second. Again, those things that should have broken you. Those things that you didn't know at the time that you would get through. The things that felt like all odds were stacked against you, yet you're still here. You're still here. I don't know how you made it. I'm a guess, because if God be for you, who can be against you? But you made it. So your history is telling you that some pretty rough stuff that you didn't even think you were going to make it out of. But you made it. That's the history part. Now we're into this awakening, right? The awakening. Well, what does that mean? One of my sisters, Zenobia Bay, she has a project called The Awakening. And it really is this reflection of self. Because on a day-to-day basis, we should be having these conversations with ourselves, about ourselves, checking ourselves on what it is we need to do differently, what we need to do better, what lessons did we learn, what lessons may we not be doomed to repeat. So the awakening, ladies, my daddy, and let me go back for a second. My dad, still to this day, my dad is what, 82. My dad is 82, just turned 82. And he's still doing the doggone thing. My dad, ever since I can remember, would always say, "Who is God?" Now listen, my dad used to say this when he had a few Coronas and or, Beck's beers, and we were just like, Lord Jesus, why we got to go into the who is God again? What I didn't know then that I know now is that what he was saying, what he continued to say, what he continued to drill in us is that we are God. God is in us. God is us. And when we understand that we possess the power, the same power that creates worlds, we're unstoppable. I used to always challenge the who is God, and as we were socialized to do, I'm looking externally. It's like who is God? Who do the textbooks say that God is? Who is God? Let's start looking in the mirror, ladies. Because if you do subscribe to the Bible or any sort of religious philosophy, it says that we were made in God's image. So all you need to do is look in the mirror to understand who God is. And then do what? Assume the position. Sit up a little bit straighter. Walk a little bit taller. Walk with that confidence. And this is the thing. When you know that you know, you walk a little bit differently. You know what I said before that you may have missed, and hopefully you didn't, but I'm gonna go back to it just to make sure you got it. Empowerment allows us to stop asking permission to enter spaces that we already have access to. You don't know what you don't know, but you also can't stand on rights or protections you don't even know you have. So again, empowerment allows us, you and me, you, to stop asking permission to enter spaces that you already had access to. It's nothing worse than seeing a door that's unlocked and you don't even know it. You don't know the door is unlocked. You don't know you have access to what's on the other side of that door. Well, how can you know? How would you know? Sorry, your sister's here today to tell you a little something that you may not have known, that you may have been searching for out there, across the street, at your neighbor's house, in some man, in money, in a job. Assume the position. Because this alignment that I'm speaking of, the alignment is with yourself and with the God in you. It's nobody else. It's nothing else. There are no other factors that are going to contribute to that. But you got to assume the position. And you can't assume the position if you don't understand what that means. If you're looking for that love and that confidence and that peace in something other than you, you're going to be looking for a minute. And ladies, I don't want that for you. I don't want your life to be this constant search. We should always be evolving. It should always be a journey. But stop looking out there for something that's already right here. That leads me to my last point. In this moment, ladies, in this journey, in this thing called life, I want to remind you, or if you've not heard it before, I'm going to tell you for the first time. All that is required of you in this moment is to stand. Ladies, we have to understand that we often calibrate to external conditions. We start realigning ourselves to what's happening in the moment, what's happening with our children, what's happening with our significant other, with our spouse, with our parents, and all of those things can really, really take us off center very, very quickly, really quickly. Recognize that every single thing that we do, there's a conscientious decision that's attached to that. So because there's a decision, what will you be intentional about? How will you assume the position? How will you take ownership of what's already yours? My daughter, Madison, is 14. We were talking about, I told you all about my authoring my first book, Shine, Black Girl Shine. And then I told Madison that I'm working on my second children's book. This is my first children's book, but second children's book. It's called Who is God? Based on what I just told you. You know, my dad, who is God? This is something that we've always heard. And so as I'm thinking about this book, I'm talking to Madison about it. And Madison, I told Madison, I said, listen, Branson, which is my son, I said, Branson he's a prince and you're a princess. And Madison said to me, Mom, Branson might be a prince, but he's what did she say? He is a doggone it. It wasn't a field hand, it wasn't a saddle boy, it was a horse stable boy. She said Branson is a stable boy that doesn't know he's a prince? How many of you ladies listening are Cinderellas, not knowing you're a princess, not knowing you're a queen? This is the secret. This is the thing. The only thing you need to do is assume the position. I know you've heard that your crown was already bought and paid for. All you got to do is put it on. Let me help you put it on. Let me help you assume the position. Because greatness, ladies, is your birthright. You don't need permission from anyone else in order to exercise that birthright. So I just want to remind you today, if you don't know anything else, know who you are. Assume the position. Let me end with the quote that I started with by our sister Assata Shakur that says, "It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains." Thank you. I'm Lorraine Wright. Please visit us on the web, ivoteforme.org. That's ivoteforme.org, where you'll see a little bit about what it is we're doing. And then later on this month in March, we will actually have the link to our brand tribal movements, as well as the link to our Leadership Institute, Assume the Position. I love you all. And I always say that I'm not my sister's keeper. I am my sister. And that makes me love a little bit differently and a little bit harder, y'all. I'm not loving you like you are my sister. I'm loving you because you are my sister. I don't have to know you to love you that way. But what I want to say is that if we love each other in that way, without requirement, without condition, y'all, come on now. This community building, that doesn't have to be this abstract thought. That's in the right now. That's in the present moment. And it doesn't take the consensus of it just takes you. It takes one. It takes me. I'm gonna kick things off like some dominoes, y'all. Assume the position. Claim your birthright. Because your crown is already bought and paid for. All you need to do is put it on.
Hi, welcome. I'm Laura Madrono, and I help women end their frustration with being stuck and not living to their fullest potential. I'm not afraid to share my own personal stories and struggles on how I catapulted out of that being stuck and just being in a state of fear. And fear doesn't ever go away. So in this talk, I want to share with you on how to overcome your fear, because it's not something that we can take a magic pill or just have it go away overnight. And it's all about not living in the comfort zone, because the comfort zone gets you nowhere. It gets you that boring, mundane, repetitive Groundhog's Day, the eat, sleep, feed the kids, go to bed cycle that just doesn't have any excitement. And in that comfort zone, you don't grow, you don't learn anything from that. And my favorite Dr. Phil quote, of course, is, "How is that working for you?" because he always says that, and it's true. So if you're not going to make the change, then nothing changes. So it's all about making those little changes and finding how you can conquer your fears. And let me give you a little example. I love to share with stories. So I don't lead with credentials because that is not something that I strive for. I actually struggled in school. I struggled with writing. I struggled with speaking. And here I am conquering my fears of doing exactly that. And so my interview story is with this talk right here. And I'm the type of person who takes risks. So I immediately got onto this interview thinking like, I have no idea what to expect, but I'm going to try it anyways. I love uncertainty. And I just believe, you know, it's fun to take that little gamble because you never know what you're going to land on. Well, when I found myself in the interview room, I realized that for obvious reasons, maybe I don't belong. And so I could have easily shrank myself, you know, shut down my computer and not have followed through. I could have easily just said, no, this is not for me. But what I did do is I stood my ground and I said, you know what? I'm going to give it a shot because even if I don't win, I may learn something. And so I realized that I had a message to share, and my message does not discriminate. It's for men and women, all shapes, sizes, and colors. And my message is how to conquer your fears. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to follow through. And I went for the no. So my big thing is going for the no, because when you're told no X amount of times, you're going to get a yes in there. The universe may surprise you with a yes, but if you don't try, then the answer, no matter what, is going to be no. And so at the end of my interview, I was given 1 minute to do my presentation. And so I did. And I received a reply back saying, yes, you and your message absolutely belong here. And I was in shock. I was so shocked by that. But that's exactly my whole point, is going for the no. And I was surprised with a yes. And do you know how fulfilling that felt? Because I've been told no a lot, and I'm sure you have too. So it just felt good to get a yes. And here I am conquering my fears. And let's just start with a legitimate reason for fear, because it stems back to the caveman days. You know, when it was a fight for survival. It's a response for, you know, when we're going to get attacked by predators, or, you know, being out in the open and being vulnerable to weather. And that's not our life anymore. We have evolved as humans. And those are things that maybe we shouldn't be fearful for. And so I like to think of fear as an acronym, FEAR, and it stands for false evidence appearing real. Because it's an illusion. Fear is an illusion. And I like to think of it like a staircase. So imagine a staircase. When successful people usually go up the staircase, right? That's what we think. But that's an illusion. The illusion is we are like the bumblebee. And we are floating around, and it takes fails, it takes wins, and we go back and forth, and it doesn't make any sense. But that is actually how we succeed in life. So there is no staircase that just goes magically up like an escalator. It just is not true. But without the up, there is no down. So the bumblebee is the perfect reference, that it just makes these loops and it doesn't make any sense. But guess what? If you never try, you're never going to win. And think about it as children. Children, when they're at a young age, they have no fear. They feel that they're invincible. But when we become adults and get into adulthood, we tend to get our logical mind at play, and we overthink and we overanalyze, and we kind of screw ourselves over when it comes to that. And so when I was a child, I just remember having no fear and thinking maybe I was invincible. And yes, that probably got me into some accidents, but that's how I learned. I would have never learned from those mistakes unless I tried. And then coming into adulthood, I feel like I've been a little bit more responsible for my actions. And now I'm taking leaps that I never thought would be possible. Like I said, I wasn't good at school. I wasn't good at public speaking, but I know I have a message.
10 years ago, I was so frustrated and upset and a little bit confused. Okay, I gotta admit, I was a lot confused. I was sitting in my kitchen table and I was just shaking my head back and forth saying, huh, what am I supposed to be doing? What is my mission that I want to accomplish? Those questions were coming in my head. I said, I started a business and I've been working my day job. And that's a whole nother frustrating story of itself. But the reason why I started my business because I said I have a goal. I have a mission. But for some odd reason, it just wasn't flowing right. I just was missing some pieces to the puzzle for me to move forward. Has anybody had that type of just in your mind, like, what am I really supposed to be doing? Why isn't something working right? Why am I not propelling in my own business or even in your personal life? I had those questions in my head. And I had to take an inventory that night at that kitchen table when I was sitting there saying to myself, oh, I'm just so upset right now. And something came to mind. I started thinking about all the other like companies out here that have a business and they're just kind of moving and grooving. Some of them, they have the same pitfalls that we have. And I know they might be frustrated, but in a higher level where sometimes you don't see that because it's like a boardroom and they have the door closed. Well, this was my boardroom for myself in talking about my frustrations. And I started thinking about the different corporations and I looked back at my own that I worked in during the day. Now, I've been working for an insurance company for, okay, I'll tell my age, for the last 20 years plus. And the one thing I thought about is when I first got hired, they gave me a booklet to explain what the company was about. And the first thing I seen at the top of that book was, what is the company's mission statement? And what is their vision for the company? And I was like, oh my God, the light bulb came. The secrets started pushing in my head. And I was getting happy again because I said, I understand what I need to do. I'm understanding the secret, what I need to do to move forward to stop this frustration that I'm having. I needed to understand and create my personal mission statement. We all are our own company, our corporation. And I just thought of it. So I said, okay, let me think like the corporations do. They sat down, they looked at the whole aspect of what they do, they put it on the paper, and they put it all out to everybody. So it's always a continuing cycle of repetitive of understanding what that particular company does. And I told myself, I said, I need to do the same thing. I am my own brand. I am my own company. What is my mission statement, my personal mission statement? Do I have it written down? Can I recite it? Can I tell others? At that point in time, I was missing some of those pieces. So I told myself, once I got that put together, I want to make sure that I tell everyone this secret, these secrets to doing that, because we all need to understand what our mission is. What are we doing? So there's three main things when you're looking to make sure that you're doing your mission statement, that you're following through, that you're pressing through it. First, you got to understand what the benefits are when you're doing your mission statement. Second, you need to imagine who you want to be. And don't let anybody else put those imaginations in your head. You have to think of what you want to be. And the third secret is what kind of questions that I need to bring up in me some deep, deep questions to go towards how my mission statement is going to look like. So when I say those 3 items, what's the benefits? Are you imagining who you really are? And what questions, what deep questions are you asking yourself? So this meant that I needed to make sure that my surroundings that evening at that kitchen table was pleasant, was nice and soothing, because this is the time now to knock out a brainstorming session for myself. Because now it's time to dig deep. And I mean dig deep. Throw everything out there about you. So let's go to the benefits. The first thing, you need a clear view on what you're doing. So that means you need to look at your goals. You need to look at the value, what you value. And you need to look at the relationships that you're building. You have to examine yourself. How are you trying to achieve what you're trying to do? How does it relate to your goals and your values? If I have a goal to help women understand what their purpose is, which that is part of my mission, then I need to understand what is going to get me to those steps to help these women. First, I told myself, I need to make sure that I am strong in what I believe in. I need to make sure I understand my purpose, my passion, and my drive in my life. And then I have to see the action on how to do that towards that. And then I told myself I got to look at the values of what I believe in. Because when you get your goals and when you get your values, that creates your boundaries. And these are the benefits. Like I said, this is the first thing of the secret, because you have to create those boundaries. If you don't create the boundaries, you will be scatterbrained, as I tell people, or the squirrel moment. Some people heard of those, where you're here and then you think about something else and you're over there, and then you think about something, then all of a sudden everything's all over the place and you haven't got nothing accomplished. Has anybody been in that scenario before? I know I have. And sometimes still do it. And I have to admit that, because you're trying to get so many things done, and you got to tell yourself, I always say I call it the Usha moment. You have to calm it down. So you need to understand the benefits is making a clear view of your goals, making a clear view of your values. What do you believe in with your mission? If somebody comes to you and they want to collaborate with you with your mission, and they sell guns or they like hunting, that might not be a value of yours. So you have to tell yourself, I might not be able to work with this person. I mean, you respect for what they're doing because that's their mission. That's what they want to do. But that's not a value for your personal mission. So what you need to do is, that's where you say, I don't think we can work together. Maybe I can reference you to somebody that might be the same kind of values that you have. See, that creates those boundaries. And that's where the no becomes a word that's very important in your life. So you want to do that. So you want to make sure that your benefits are these benefits are really clear cut. Second secret, you want to sit back and imagine what you want to be. You want to sit back and know exactly who you want to be moving forward. What is the qualities that you're looking for? What are the relationships that you want to build with others of what you want to become? What are you living by every single day of your life? I had to ask myself that question. If I'm supposed to be helping women so they can understand what they should be doing in their lives and moving forward in their business or their personal life, I have to be an example of that. We are all leaders in our section of the world. A lot of people be like, I'm not a leader. I just do this and this. Everybody's always watching what you do. If you set yourself and you're saying, I'm setting myself apart from others and I want to help people, help the world, you're a leader. You're a leader. So you have to imagine that first. You have to get that here, right here first, then here. And you got to say to yourself, if I'm a leader, how am I walking? What do I really want to look like being a leader? How are people looking at me in a certain sense? Now, I want to make sure that you don't get caught up in, oh my God, they're looking at me this way, so I got to do it this way. I got to switch it this way. I got to say it this kind of way. No, you need to be you. And I'm going to make that. That's why I said, imagine what you want to be. Don't imagine what somebody else wants you to be. Because then you'll go down the wrong road, the wrong path, and you're not going to have your personal mission statement together. You're going to have somebody else's personal mission statement. And that is not going to help you moving forward in what you're trying to do in your life. So make sure that you sit back. Like I said, you need to be in that designated area where you're really feeling comfortable. Because like I said, these are questions, these are ideas and thoughts for you. Because once you make this foundation of your personal mission statement, everything from that is going to flow in what you're doing. When you have your bad days, you can always go back to that mission statement you created. When you have your good days, you can always go back to that mission statement you created because it reminds you of, like I said at the beginning, those benefits of your clear goals, your clear thoughts, and your clear values on what you do and build those relationships. Now, number 3 of the secret of building your mission statement. Ask yourself the questions. Ask yourself the questions. And I know some people are like, okay, Barbara, well, what questions do I ask myself? I'm glad that you asked. I'm glad that you asked. You have to ask yourself in a more focused way, as I said, you want to ask yourself, what do I want to do in my life? What do I really want to do? What is your ambition of what you want to do, period? And this is a place where, like I said, it's a brainstorming where you just want to write down everything that you can think of without even having a second thought about it. Without even having a second thought. And then the other question you want to ask yourself is, what do I excel in? What do I do wonderful and great in? Is it public speaking? Is it coaching? Is it mentoring someone? Is it helping out a foundation? What do you excel in? Is it being very organized? Is it making sure that you're doing well in your, your health wise by your eating and exercising? It could be anything, but you need to write it down what you excel in. And the answer should not be, I don't excel in anything. That should not even be on a piece of paper in front of you. Everyone excels in some level in their life. That's why I said you got to dig deep. You have to dig deep. And I know I tell other people, if you really haven't like, I don't really know. I mean, I know I do this and that, but I don't know if I excel at it. Then you ask the closest person that cares about you and just ask that question. Just say, what do you think I excel in? Really the close person. I'm saying that because I want to make sure that they have your back and they don't have other motives when they tell you this, because you need the actual truth on what you excel in. And then the other question, how do you want to be remembered? How do you want people to look at you and say, boy, Barbara, you really was out there and you were helping the women and, they understand now how to get their business together and you was giving them exposure and bring them on your TV streaming show. And yeah, you were just rocking it, Barbara. Or do you want them to remember, well, Barbara, you were most of the time when I was talking to you, you just looked very confused and you were just everywhere. And I didn't know what you were doing. One day you're doing this, next day you're doing that. I'm saying that because I have received both takes on that from people. So you want to make sure that you have a clear cut on what do you want people to remember you by? What focus point do you want? Do you want young people to understand what you've done so they can do and move, propel? Do you want the older people to understand that they can, even know how old that they get, that they can accomplish anything? Or just as a total, you just want people to know that they can believe in themselves and move forward. So you have to ask yourself, what do you want the individual to see when you are gone? Period. So those are 3 questions that I tell people that this is like the third secret I'm telling you regarding the missions, creating your personal mission statement. So I tell people that you need to ask questions. Now, those are just three. There's a whole list that I have that basically, if you go to my Facebook group, it's called the Diamond Factor Experience. You will see a lot of information regarding how to create your personal mission statement and how to ask those questions when you're in that room, that safe haven room, and you're doing your brainstorming. Now, to summarize, I want to let you know that, first of all, I talked about your personal mission statement. You are your corporation. You are your brand. So you have to have it written down. You have to have that vision together because no one else is going to know that vision except for you. The three street secrets I mentioned, the benefits of having a mission statement, knowing your goals, knowing your values, knowing your relationships. Second, imagine who you want to be. If you want to be like Oprah, then you have to take those steps to get to that point. Remember, you're not Oprah, you're you. I'm Barbara Beckley. But you can learn from others that have went through the journey. So, but you imagine yourself being that person. And then number three, ask the questions towards your mission statement. Dig deep. How do I want people to see me? What do you excel in? What do you really want from life and what you're trying to do? And I'm telling you, once you do these three secrets, you are going to be on a road of recovery like I went through. It was an aha moment. The light bulb came, and now I feel so confident. And that's the biggest thing I want to leave is you're going to feel so confident once you understand the secrets of making sure that you have your personal mission statement in hand. So once you get those secrets in hand and you do the work, and like I said, you have to do the work, you need to put action to it day by day. And remember, no one is going to work as harder or stronger or believe and have the confidence on your mission statement except for you.
Raise your hand virtually or type me in the chat if you have or experiencing the loss of a loved one, mental illness, anxiety, sleep deprivation, heartbrokenness, infidelity, divorce, substance and physical abuse, infertility, miscarriages, abortions, natural disasters, suicide, or even hate. Trauma does not discriminate or play fair. Tough times pass, but tough people don't. From the start of my life, I've had to overcome life-shattering obstacles. Born to a 15-year-old mother, at the age of 2, being brutally attacked by my father, resulting in enlarged kidneys, moving out at 17, getting married at 18, my first son at 19, having a second son outside of my apartment building at 21. My daughter shortly came after at 24, buying my first house at 23, starting a social enterprise called Life Shift to empower teens with no startup money, medical issues, insomnia, bankruptcy, legal matters, scammed out of thousands of dollars, landing great jobs and then losing them, finishing 3 degrees in 7 years as a full-time student, earning a 6-figure salary only to have it snatched away due to COVID, while on the brink of divorce after 25 years. I am Tanika Craig Speaks, and I've earned the title Dr. Resilience. Like many of you, if you stop for one moment to count all of your losses, you just might give up. And some of us do. But in my journey to discovering resilience, I realized that struggling and thriving will occur at the same time. And ultimately, there is nothing that can break me. Being a Black woman comes with a special set of superpowers. My superpower is resilience and hope. For some of us, we are master organizers, healers, business experts, exceptional leaders. And for others, we are thriving to survive day to day. This last year has shown us all how quickly life can change. In order to be resilient in any area of your life, you must face unplanned obstacles. According to Everyday Health, Americans overestimate their own resilience. Due to the study, it says that 83% polled said they had high levels of mental and emotional resilience, when in fact, only 57 scored as resilient. You could be anywhere in the world, but you are here today. Breaking the code requires a few critical methods. And today, I'm going to share 4 ways to break the code and build your resilience. Number 1 is noticing patterns, identifying your strengths and your weaknesses. This is the IM method. Shift your mindset to mental toughness. This is the I can method. Assess your tools and your resources. This is I have method. And 4, grit, using coping skills to get to the goal. This is the I will. Breaking the code is a special skill. It takes attention, relentless failures, and courage to start over. You must use all of your senses and thinking in a multi-dimensional way. It also means to understand or succeed in something that is written in a secret way, to reveal information that has been hidden or a breach of acceptable conduct. Spies are genius in watching patterns and unlocking hidden messages. And some of us are that way too. Life will set you up for disruptions and shake your very being. When God created each of us, he aligned us with everything we would ever need. God never had to come back and fix us because he made us fearfully and wonderfully. And any time that we do the opposite or go outside of who he made us to be, we cause disruption to ourselves. He doesn't move on our behalf because we are in trouble. He moves on our behalf when we are ready. I believe our strengths and our deficits are often the same qualities. For instance, I have an abundance of compassion for other people, but a deficit of compassion for myself. I always put myself last. We must be careful of the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. After you identify your patterns when surviving, you must shift your mindset to an unbreakable strength. Shifting your mindset must be intentional. There's a quote from the singer India Ari in her song, Get It Together. The words that come from your mouth, you're the first to hear. Speak words of beauty and you will be there. No matter what anybody says, what matters most is what you think of yourself. Rewrite your narrative, at least in your own mind. Practice those thoughts. Your self-talk can have an immense and impressive effect on your emotional health. Resilience must be built. It refers to how well you can deal with and bounce back from difficulties of life. It can mean the difference between handling pressure and losing your cool. Don't lose what you have, focusing on what you have lost. Ask yourself, are these thoughts helping me or harming me? Take back control of your decision-making by intentionally noting 3 things you are grateful for every single day. Focus your energy on the outcome and not the income. Knowing your strengths will allow you to be confident in who you are. Next, take account of your tools. What's in your toolkit? Knowing your resources. What do you have presently? Positivity, confidence, creativity, connection, structure, experimentation. Know what you have in your kit. Early in my marriage life, we struggled financially. This one time we had $13.47 in the bank and a pending overdraft of $29. We needed food and was hoping someone would loan us the money. And I went into struggle strategy. I withdrew the $10, brought oodles of noodles, now called ramen, 5 for $1, took the other 6 of the $9 and brought braiding hair. Called one of my friends, asked if she needed her hair braided, charged her $75, put the money in the bank, beat the overdraft fee, and all was well. See, I couldn't focus on the lack at the time, but the solution. This story is not about ramen or lack, but mindset. Grit is not avoiding obstacles, but learning from them, bouncing back, taking inventory of what worked and what didn't. Knowing your abilities is the I can do it method. There's a quote that says, resilience is the core strength you use in life to lift the load, by Amut Sood. Resilience helps you mobilize your innate capacity for self-regulation, healing, personal transformations through crisis and change. I started Life Shift because I was a teen thrown into adulthood with no guidance. I vowed that I would teach other teens how to make good choices and overcome their own struggles. I teach them the same strategies I'm sharing here today. So remember, take note of your patterns. Notice what you're noticing. Recognize the threats to your strengths and overcome your weaknesses. Shift your mindset. Be a force your mind cannot beat. Be a force to autocorrect those negative thoughts. And grit, know what's in your tool belt. Get your connection, your creativity, your structure. Keep going until the last breath is done. Self-affirming, I got this when obstacles hit. You can't hope it away. You can't help it away. You can't drink it away. You have to do the work. What works for each person is different, and you will have to find your own way. I learned that when you have the right strategy in place, you can flourish under challenging circumstances, no matter what it is. There's a story about learning how to ride a bike, right? If any of you know how to ride a bike, great. If you don't, I'm gonna help you. When you first learn, we're scared and unsure of how we're gonna do it. We push the fear out of the way just to get on the bike. At first, the teacher holds the seat until you can get your balance. Then they may tell you walk alongside while they're instructing you to keep your eyes on the road, your hands on the handlebars, keep your balance and pedal. That's a lot to remember when you are a newbie just getting on a bike. We are still looking at our feet to make sure that they're moving right along without losing balance and focus. Set the bike up. Make sure you can stand over it. You're not too small and you're not too big. Having the right fit matters. Practice getting on and off the bike. Get used to braking, applying the pressure evenly to both brakes. Balance to guide, and some of us had to scoot to help us get used to the movement. Push off and get your feet off the ground as long as you can. All while trying to balance and keep vision of where you want to go. Look ahead instead of down. Let me say that again. Look ahead instead of down. You are ready to pedal. You put one foot on the ground and the opposite on the pedal in the 2 o'clock position, and you push to give yourself momentum. And just like you, don't forget how to ride a bike. Don't forget the tools you use to get through the darkest days of your life. Understand that suffering is a part of life. Our human existence, even as we speak, will help you if you fall off the bike. Get back up and remember, you are in control of your ride. If you don't know where to go or what to do or how to start, I can coach you to the path of growth. You can learn these essential tools today. Go to my website, lifeshiftgroup.com, and schedule a consultation so we can have time to figure out what tools you have and what tools you need. There, you will also find information of how to sign your teen or your young adult up for the group as well. I am Tanika Craig Speaks, and it's my pleasure to serve. And remember, you are in control of your ride.
Greetings, queens out there. My name is Mariam Kalila, and I will be talking to you today on the secret of my power is in my essence. I so love that title because there are so many times that we forget who we are. We forget our power. We forget our nature. There's so many circumstances that we go through in life that sometimes causes us to step back a little bit or fall back a little or go into a little bit of depression. But let's talk about that a little bit right now, where we can have that secret, that connection within to my greatness that all of us have. So I want to share a story with you a little bit about when I was 18 years old. This was a point in my life that I took a turn. For the better, I will say, not for the worse. I think I was coming out of the worst. But when I was 18, someone threw a steel dumbbell through my car window and broke my jaw, literally through the car window. I was blessed that no glass went into my eyes. I had glass that did go into my neck. Doctor said it was this close to hitting my jugular vein. Thank God it didn't, because of course, if it did, I would have bled out. And at that moment, I had no fear. I promise you, I had no fear until I walked through the hospital doors. I actually drove myself to the hospital. And it was when I walked through those hospital doors, all of the anxiety, the rush hit me. And I thought of that as when we go through trials and tribulations in our life, how the adrenaline will flow through our body that will get us to the next point. But sometimes we get to that point where we just collapse. And sometimes we give up. But we have to know, what is that that's in me that I can pull on that will help me get through the circumstances? When my jaw was broken, doctors said they could not fix my face. They said that I would talk with a slur because this area of my face, my nerves were severed. It's numb. I have no feeling here. But I told them, you don't know my God like I know my God. Now I'm 18 talking like this, really honestly not knowing what I'm talking about, but it was a feeling within that I was pulling on that helped me feel comfortable and confident through the circumstances. And it was because of that feeling that I said, if God restored my mouth to be able to articulate, I would speak his word until the day I return back to him. Because truly, it is him who restored my face. Because again, doctors said they couldn't. They threw their hands up. But I was blessed to have a doctor fly in from another state to fix my face. Now, my mother was on public aid then. So you know, public aid was not flying doctors in. God did that. Then I had another circumstances that exact same year where I was diagnosed with cervical cancer. Doctors took a piece of my cervix and said that I would have issues with carrying children. If I ever wanted to have children, I wouldn't go full term because my cervix was cut. However, the God came through again. But I had this feeling within me when I married my husband, and I was like, you know what? I want to have a child. I don't care what the doctor said, because I know there's a power within me. Remember, ye are all gods, children of the Most High God. That is who we are. That's the power that we have within us. That likeness is his characteristics. It's his ability to pull ourselves through any circumstances. So the woman in front of you not only had one child, but I have 5 children. And my last pregnancy was a set of twins that I carried for 40 weeks. They had to induce my labor because my womb was not ready to give up. But that's that power within us. That's the secret to our nature, to our essence, which takes me to conception. Think about the moment that you were conceived. Not the mindset of your parents at the time, not the circumstances of, well, my father left my mother, none of that. When it was just you and your creator in the womb of your mother. When that sperm went into the vaginal canal, it swam against a current. If you look at the sperm underneath a microscope, it's illuminated. It's light traveling through darkness. That's you. That's who you are. You have the essence of light within you. So no longer say, I'm going through the tunnel of darkness and I'm just looking at the end of that tunnel, hoping to see the light. Don't say that anymore, because you are the light traveling through that darkness. That secret, that power, that essence is inside of you. You were created with it, but it gets even better than that, because the egg that was in the ovary of your mother, our ovaries are not attached to the fallopian tube that the egg travels through. That fimbriae, that fallopian tube hovers over the ovary. But when that egg explodes out of that ovary into that fallopian tube, that's a leap. That was your first leap of faith. You were conceived with faith already in you. So never give up. Never give up. It's not in you to give up. In your essence, there is faith. That faith in your conception was larger than the size of a mustard seed. And remember, we're taught, Jesus said that all we need is faith, the size of a mustard seed, but you were born with more. So that lets us know that in that moment that we shake or we quiver or we have that little bit of anxiety, that tremor within, thinking I can't go forward, we think of those words to pull on faith the size of a mustard seed. You pull on it with the power within, and you're going to grow that faith larger than the size of a mustard seed. Women, we are valuable. We are God's gift to this planet. We are co-creators with God. There is no human being who can come on this planet without coming through the womb of a woman. That's how strong we are. That's how powerful we are. I don't have to think that I'm a man in order to be powerful, in order to be strong. I'm strong in the essence of a female. There are scientists today that are trying to figure out the essence of God, the secrets of God, the secrets of creation. And as women, we walk around with that in our wombs every single day. We were born with that secret. When you look inside of our uterus, you see the universe.
you see light. You see electricity. Everything that they find in the universe, we have right within our wombs. We are the stars. I don't need someone to tell me I'm a star. I've arrived. I've become a star. I'm a celebrity. You were a star when you were conceived. Your conception made you important. That's how valuable you are, regardless of life circumstances. We all go through it. We've all been there. I've gone through I just recently went through a trial, 2, 3, I'm actually gonna say 3 long years. I was living in a place where the landlord wasn't paying the rent. And I wound up in court pleading with the judge to give us more time to move because we didn't know. But the judge was arrogant. He didn't care. He was senseless. He just told us we had 30 days to go. So I wound up moving in with my sister-in-laws. And I mean, those of you out there who are married know that not all the time your in-laws are your best in-laws. And I mean, I love my sister-in-laws, but we don't have the best relationship, a couple of them. We don't have the best relationship, but I had to move in and live with them for 2.5, 3 years. That was rough. Oh God, it was rough. You talking about a sister on her prayer rug, calling on the God, please help me, deliver me from this situation. But through that, my faith built stronger and stronger. My best friend told me, she said, I've never seen somebody manifest things the way you manifest them so quickly. But it was because I was pulling on that light within. I was pulling on that power within. I was connected it to the will of my creator, and I was determined. I was convicted that I was getting up out of that situation. My husband and I was arguing. We weren't always on good terms through it because, of course, he's more comfortable. That's his family. But I'm like, no, I got to get up out of here. This is not where we're supposed to be. Not saying he didn't want to get out the situation, but it wasn't as urgent for him as it was for me. So it was me and the God. Like, okay, look, there were many days I was on my knees, like, God, please, I don't want this trial to destroy my marriage. I don't want it to break up my family. I don't want it to destroy my faith. Most importantly, I don't want it to destroy my faith because I've always been a person with strong faith. And I didn't want that trial to break me. I know how much God loves us. And I understand that steel sharpens steel. I understand that we go through circumstances in life so that we can be humble enough to turn around and help somebody else, because God has already blessed us to be strong enough to get through that circumstance. That's your secret. Your secret is your value. Your secret is your worth. Your secret is knowing that your essence is a gift to this world. You are not less than. We are not oppressed. We are liberated in the bosom of God out of the love that He has for us. Whenever you feeling, that life coming down on you, just remember, God took a moment out of His time to create you. How powerful is that? How precious is that? I kept reminding myself of that, going through that trial of being in that house. And I was like, oh, I'm telling y'all, moments of, I would come to work, me and my best friend work together, both of us teach, and she would wait for me in the morning to come into her classroom just so I can break down. You got to have those kind of friends. You got to have the friends that have your back no matter what, no judgment zone. They are not judging you. They're just there for you so that when you fall, they pick you back up. They're helping you. They're assisting you. They're not keeping you down. You don't need those kind of people around you. You don't want negative energy around you. It's time for us to prosper and shine. So what we need around us is to help us get to that position, because it's waiting on us, all of us, not just one. We rise as a unit, as a sisterhood. And those are the kind of minds that I keep around me. So my girl had me. She would let me sit and cry for a few minutes. I would get it out, and she'd be like, all right, let's go. We got to get our day started. Get your face right. Walk up out of here. We're not going to let nobody know what just happened in this classroom. It's nobody's business. So you're going to walk up out of here. You know, and I needed that moment. I was like, all right, I can breathe. I'm good now. I got my juice. All right, I got myself back. And I went to work and did what I needed to do to pull my family out of that circumstances. And then God blessed us to buy a home. We completely gutted it, rehabbed it, and made it our own. That was an entirely different trial. Because of course, you know, whenever you're tearing something down, that rebuilding process, oh, that's a trial. That's a great trial. But as I was watching my home be built, I said, wow, this is a healing process. This is how we heal. When we're torn down to just the frame, our foundation is still there because we still have life. But as you're looking at the vessels be reconnected, I was watching them put in the HVAC system. So now I'm understanding how air is going to flow through my home. And I'm thinking about that as my lungs, and how air is flowing through my lungs. That's the breath of God. That's the breath of life. That's given me the power of my movement. Study how your body works, and you'll understand the mechanics to your spirituality. That's how powerful we are. That's how great we are. And if you don't remember anything else, I want you to take to heart that you are a gift to this world. You are valuable. You are greatness. Not only do you have faith, you are faith. Go study Hagar. Get in tune with her level of faith and how she never doubted the God. That's who you are. That is your essence. That is your entire existence. I pray that I said something that helped each and every one of you in one way or another. Again, my name is Mariam Kalila. I can be followed on Instagram at HTLC19. My website is HTLC19.com. I also have a Facebook page, Mariam Kalila. I have my LinkedIn and all of that stuff, Mariam Kalila or Mariam Muhammad or HTLC19. You can find me there. But again, I thank you all for allowing me this moment of time in your life. And I pray that it blesses both of us, because every time I speak, trust and believe, I'm speaking to myself too. So I'm not just talking to you, I'm sitting next to you through this entire conference and through this journey of life, this great, powerful journey of life that we all are on. Do not give up. That sperm didn't stop fighting to reach the egg to conceive your life. So you don't fight, don't stop fighting. Don't stop that fight. You're too powerful for that. Whenever you feel like, I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna quit. No, you're not a quitter. That's not who you are. You are great and you are powerful. Thank you and continue to be blessed. Peace.
Floyd Price walked into his mother's house 2 weeks after her funeral with a sad, heavy heart. He was there to go through her things, to figure out what things needed to be sold, what needed to be given away, and what he and his siblings wanted to keep. It was a daunting job, and he was not looking forward to it. But as the eldest, it just came on his shoulders. And so he powered through. And actually, he didn't do too poorly. I mean, he was able to keep it together. By mid-afternoon, he had gotten to the kitchen, and he's in the kitchen, and he's opening up the cabinets, he's pulling things out, and up there on the third shelf, he sees a box. So he goes and he reaches for the box, and he grabs it and he pulls it down. And he recognizes that box. It was the good china that he and his siblings bought for their mother some 10, 12 years prior. They bought it for her because, they wanted mama to have something nice. And as Floyd looked at that box, he realized his mother had never used the good china. She had never used it. She was waiting for a special occasion, and I guess she just sort of forgot about it. And there were special occasions where they could have used the good china. There were birthdays, there were anniversaries, babies were born, people graduated from high school, from college. There were Thanksgiving, many, many reasons and opportunities to use the good china, but she never did. And now that she was gone, she never would. Oh, there was something about that just broke his heart. And that is when he sort of fell apart. She had never used her good china, and now she never would because she was gone. It was too late. Oh, when he pulled himself together, he vowed that he was going to take that china home. He was going to take home that good china, and he vowed that he would use it every single day. And I mean every day. If he had a group of people over for dinner, he was using the good china. If he was eating by himself, he was using the good china. Make himself a fancy meal, the good china. Look, if he was having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, he was using the good china. He used the good china every single day and for every occasion. He did it partially to remind him of his mother, but more importantly, to remind himself of the fact that life is short. You've got to use your gifts. You've got to use your good china while you can, because when you are gone, well, then it'll be too late. Use the good china. Do me a favor and go ahead and put in the comments, use the good china. Hi, my name is Star Babatoon, and I believe that every time you speak, it is a performance, and every place you speak is a stage. I am a public speaking and storytelling coach. I help speakers, coaches, small business owners who want more clarity in their message, more structure to their content, and more confidence in their delivery. I take my 30 years of experience on stages, and I train them to deliver phenomenal performances on every stage they take. And I know something about you. I know. I've never met most of you. I don't know most of you, but I know something about you. I know that you've got some good china. You see, I believe that we are all endowed with good china, all blessed with good china. Your good china are the gifts, the talents, and the abilities that you have. That's your good china. You can do things like no other person can, right? Maybe as a hairdresser, you have the ability to look at a person's face and sort of know exactly how their hair should be styled so that they look their best. That's your good china. Perhaps you're an educator. Yes, an educator. And you can go into a room of kids, and I mean kids that the system has thrown away, kids who are labeled, kids, you know, who have been given up on. Now you walk into a room with those same kids and you make them want to learn. That's your good china. Perhaps you are a speaker or a trainer. You have experiences, and when you share them with others, you inspire them to do more, to be more. That's your good china. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe you're a bookkeeper, right? An accountant. You have the ability to understand numbers, and better yet, the ability to teach others to understand their numbers like nobody's business. That is your good china. Maybe you are a coach, you are a consultant, a business coach. Maybe you're a transformational coach, a life coach, and you help people find their passion, find their purpose. Maybe you help people get over addiction or deal with grief. That is your good china. And some of you, just a couple, maybe 1 or 3 of you, can make a sweet potato pie that brings tears to the eyes. And that is your good china. And by the way, if that happens to be your good china, please put your name and your phone number in the chat for me, because, you know, I might want to connect with you later. See, I believe that we are all endowed. We are all endowed with good china, those gifts, those talents, those abilities that are uniquely you. And so what I know about you, I know that you have some good china. So do me a favor and put in the chat, in the comment section, I've got some good china. Go ahead and put that in for me. Now look, we all have some good china, but we don't always use it. We don't always use the good china that we have. We don't always use our gifts, our talents, our abilities. And you know what I mean. You know, maybe you've gone into your business, you started your business, but you haven't gone all in. You are not 100% fully committed to your business. You know, you are steadily getting ready to get ready to do the thing, right? Some of you have started your businesses, yes, but you're playing small and you know who you are, right? You're giving away your services, or perhaps you're not charging enough. Some of you are just resisting it. You know it's there. You know what it is that you should be doing, that you could be doing, and yet you resist, right? You refuse to take a chance on yourself. Some of you are just ignoring your good china. You're like, nope, I don't see it. I don't see it. You are ignoring your good china. And some of you are flat out hiding it. You have taken your good china, you've put it in a box, you've wrapped it up, and you've put it up on that 3rd shelf and pushed it all the way in the back. You are hiding your good china. But look, I'm not here standing in judgment of you. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not in judgment, because I know a little something about hiding the good china. I hid my good china for years. See, from the time I was about 7 years old, I was an actress. I was on stage. I did television. I did TV shows, commercials, a couple of movies. I wasn't terribly famous, but I did all right. And the thing is that I loved it. I loved being on stage. I loved being in the spotlight. I loved being on camera. I loved connecting with my audience, storytelling, making them feel, oh, that was the thing. I was in my element. That was my good china, and I loved it. I loved it. But at the same time, during the height of my career, there was a lot of stress and tension going on in my household. I know now that it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of pressure trying to have a child in show business. But as a child, all I know is that there was just a lot of tension going around, a lot of hostility. And so I assumed that it was my fault. I assumed that everybody was upset and arguing with each other because of me, because I was standing in the spotlight, because I was shining. And so, with all of my infinite wisdom, when I turned 18 years old, I decided I was done. I was done with show business. I would never stand on another stage. I'd never do another film. That was it. I was done. I was not going to shine my light ever again. I took my joy, I took my passion, I took my good china, and I put it in a box. I put it in a box, I take that box up, I took it, I put it up on the third shelves, and I closed the cabinets. And I didn't look at it again for 25 years. 25 years. It's a lifetime. And you know, I went on and I had a pretty good life. I mean, you know, I got married, I had some kids, and eventually I became an attorney. Life was pretty good. I mean, pretty good. It was fine. Life was fine. But I knew somewhere deep inside that something was missing. You know, but I didn't know exactly what it was. You know, but I also knew that as a lawyer, I was using my gifts, some of my gifts, namely my ability to connect with people. I love that, to talk to people, to pull things out of them. I loved it. My ability to tell stories, my ability to present, you know, to the public speaking in front of the courtroom. I was using my gifts, but still, as I was practicing law, I knew that something was missing. And maybe you know what that's like. You know, you're doing something logical, something practical, something that makes sense. I mean, come on. You know, we're paying the rent, we're paying the mortgage, the kids are in private school, we get to take vacation, we've got food to eat, we've got everything we need. It's good, it's logical, it makes sense. But you know that something's missing, that you're not satisfied, you're not in your element, and you know it. You just have this nagging feeling that you should be doing something else. You have this wanting, this longing, this desire to do something else, but you don't know what it is. Or maybe you do know what it is. You know exactly what it is, but you cannot bring yourself to give up what's practical. That's where I was, you know. And I heard it said that sometimes when you are too scared to make a move in your life, life will move on you. Have you ever experienced that? I bet you have. And I'm telling you, in the span of a year, life moved on me. In 1 year, my job went away, my marriage fell apart, and my son got sick, very sick. It was a very dark time for me. It was a time where I felt lost and confused and scattered and just unsure. But I also felt that that maybe it was an opportunity for me to figure out what was missing. You know, like all the distractions of my life were sort of taken away, and I had time to focus. You know, I spent 6 months trying to figure it out, right? Okay, all right, I'm gonna figure it out. I tried various business opportunities, different careers. I tried a bunch of things, but at the end of 6 months, I was out of ideas. I was out of patience. At the end of 6 months, I was out of money, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And during this time, a friend of mine invited me to a seminar. It's a seminar in Aspen, Colorado. And there were all kinds of wonderful speakers there. I mean, some of the greatest speakers on the planet were there. Michael Gerber was there. Brian Tracy was there. Jack Canfield was there. Barbara DeAngelis. I mean, some of the best speakers were on this, that were there. And I remember sitting on that mountainside, and I'm watching these wonderful speakers go on the stage. And what I'm noticing is the impact that they're having on the audience, right? What I'm noticing is how they are inspiring and empowering the audience. And I remember sitting there thinking, that's what I want to do. I want to be a speaker. And I'm telling you, it's like a light bulb went off. And I suddenly remembered that that's what I used to do. I used to be on a stage, and I remembered how in tune and how aligned with my purpose I felt when I was in front of an audience, creating connections, eliciting emotion, inspiring and empowering. Yeah, I determined right there on that mountainside in Aspen, Colorado, that I was going to return to the stage, this time as a speaker. And I'm going to tell you, as soon as I made that decision, as soon as I made that commitment, onto the stage comes none other than Mr. Les Brown, world-renowned motivational speaker. Of course, at the time, I had no idea who he was, but I was about to find out. Les Brown came onto that stage and, and he was fabulous. He was amazing. And he had a private conversation with me. And I know that there were 1,999 people in that audience besides me, but it felt like he had a private conversation with me. And he said, Star, are you ready? Are you ready to embrace your light? Are you ready to get back into the spotlight? And after 25 years, I said yes. And before Les had gotten off the stage, I had already signed up for his program and I began my journey back to the stage. I traveled with Les, I trained with him, I spoke with him on stages all over the country and abroad. And eventually I ran his speaker training program where I was training other speakers. And now, some years later, I spend half my time speaking and training. I focus on communication, public speaking skills, storytelling skills, and I spend the other half of my time coaching others to do the same. I have reclaimed my good China, and I can't tell you how good it feels to be here, to be doing what I was born to do. But you know what? I don't have to tell you because some of you already know. You've already taken the chance to use your good China. And that's one of the main reasons you are here, to improve your good China. And if that is you, do me a favor, put in the comments, I am using my good China. But some of you are not quite there. Maybe like me, you took your good China, you wrapped it up in a box, you put it on a shelf. And maybe like I was, you've been afraid. You've been hiding out, ignoring your gifts, discounting your talents, dimming your light so that others are not offended by your brilliance, as Marianne Williamson would say. And if this is you, I encourage you to quit ignoring your talents. I encourage you to do three things you need to do to use your good China, 3 secrets as they were. The first thing I encourage you to do is to recognize and believe in your good China. The second secret is for you to improve your good China, to work on your good China. I know you're like, Star, but these are my gifts. I'm good at this. Yes, but you can still get better. You don't want to just be good at your good China. You want to be a master. And so you want to work on your good China. And the last thing, the last secret, is just to use your good China, to use your good China and use it now, because when you are gone, it will be too late. Use your good China. My name is Star Babatun, and I encourage you to embrace your inner light and to be the star that you were born to be.